What's up, YouTube? Today is Manly Monday. Give me just a second. I'm going to get the live going on TikTok. One moment. Let's see. Safe space for men. All right. It's going to piss somebody off. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And forgive me, I'm a little bit late. I got stuck on a conspiracy. I was going down a rabbit hole, and I made my way out of it, and it unfortunately was after 9 o'clock. So let me get all my things going here. We'll get started. Welcome in to any of you who show up. Bowen, USA teacher, welcome in. You're the first one in. You made it. Just started the live, so bear with me. We'll get this going. Let's see here. Let me send it to some people. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. You're going to get it. I hope Benjamin shows up. I haven't seen him in a while. There it is. Manly Monday in full effect. Boom. All right. What's up, y'all? Come on in. Make yourselves comfortable. We're going to get started here shortly. I got to go bring my alt in. Well, let me figure this shit out. It's too many steps. Wish I could just snap my fingers and have it be done. Oh, there I am. Sweet. Let me request. And pull up there we go. Cool. All right, now we're ready to go. We're ready to rock and roll. So today is all about, men's issues. If you're a guy and you've got something going on, you don't feel like you can talk about it any other place, that's what this space is for. It's not for trashing women, which some people would get confused by, but that's not what it's about. Here we go. This is the manliest of men right here, the cuntiest of cunts. John Eastwood, welcome in, sir.
Hey, cunt, how you doing?
I'm good. What's up, dude? Good to see you.
Good to see you, mate.
That video you sent me, that was fucking funny. As a truck driver,
wasn't it?
I can appreciate that.
Dude, I just think it's funny the way we go about it here, because, like I said in my comment I said to you, it's like we just say it how it is, how we're thinking and feeling at the time. So
right.
It's unfiltered, just unfiltered, right?
Yeah.
And then you guys are like, you're getting so personal. We're like, why can't you just say what you think?
Right. Yeah,
like,
that's usually why people don't really care for me, because if I'm in a certain mood, I just say the first thing that comes to my mind.
It's one of the reasons I like you, mate. You fit in perfectly over here.
Let me... So, I'm actually gonna pull this up so people can know what the fuck it is we're talking about. For the record, this morning, John sent me... Was it this morning you sent that, or was that last night?
Yeah, it was. That was this morning.
Okay,
Last couple of
hours. He sent me a clip, because, I used to be a trucker, so... Where the fuck is it? This guy, here we go. The truckie, they call him, huh? Here we go. Listen for a second.
Hello, is that Grant Locke?
That's me.
Hello, Grant. It's Max Sent here from the Transport Department. Just ring up with a courtesy call regarding use of engine brakes.
Yeah.
Right, we've received complaints before, and...
Hang on a minute. You listening?
Yes, mate.
You listening? Fucking listen to this. Can you hear that?
What?
Did you hear that, did you?
Yes, I did, Grant.
That's a fucking engine brake. It's a safety feature on a fucking truck. And if I want to use the cunt, I'll fucking use it, right?
Well, Grant, can I just talk to you about that, please?
You can talk all you like, Tom.
Right, well, as you're probably aware, we've rung up, we've had complaints, and we have contacted your boss previously. Now, there are signs around saying don't use your engine brakes through towns, but you were...
No. You listen here,
I
Tom.
love
They
his
don't say
loophole.
don't use your fucking engine brake. They say...
I love the loophole. Anyway, this video, this guy is like, it's just funny. Here, I'm gonna post it I'll post it in the chat. So,
Yeah, the loophole's great, isn't it?
yeah, it's like it says avoid using it. It doesn't say don't use it.
That means if I need to use it, I'll fucking use it.
Right.
And I love it when he calls him a pencil pushing dickhead.
Right. No, the first comment in the comment section of that. Yeah. I mean, would it be a better place to live or a worse place if everybody just said without a filter what they were thinking in that moment? Would that be chaos or, because some discernment is probably necessary, right?
Well, look, it depends on, where you are, obviously. There are some more serious moments, court of law, you won't get away with that, right? But the way it seems to cut over here is it goes both ways. So you notice that at the end of that 4-minute clip, when he realizes it's actually a prank, he just loses his shit. He's laughing his ass off.
Right. Right.
So now, when I listen, the Jubal radio show when he does those pranks, the American guy, Jubal on the radio.
I mean, I know pranks. We used to, as kids, call up, is your refrigerator running?
Well, there's an American guy who gets a lot of views here on TikTok, Jubal, Jubal, and he used to do a radio show, still does, and he would call up people and play pranks in a similar way. But what I noticed at the end was that unlike the Australian ones, where they just lose their shit and laugh their ass off, oh, you got me good, that one, and all the rest.
Right.
The American guys are more relieved. They sort of laugh, but they're more like, oh, you've used my time,
Right.
So
right.
there's less of this self-effacing sort of just laughing at yourself. We don't take ourselves as seriously. It's that simple.
That's
so
good.
Then,
I don't either, John. To that point, no, I don't know if you saw my last video.
Oh, mate, that was brilliant. I lost my shit, dude. That was funny as hell, man. That was gold. That's your best.
When I watched Debo's video, like before I was done, I was taking my shirt off because I'm like, I don't know what the video is that I'm about to do, but it's going to be with my shirt off.
Mate, I lost it. I was just laughing for fucking 10 minutes. I thought that was funny as fuck. That was brilliant.
I don't know how many times I watched that.
All right, I watched it a few times.
I kept letting it play like, oh my god, this is so fucking good, dude.
Oh man,
it
was
so Buffalo Bill, dude. Like it was.
Oh man, that was fucking funny.
It's like, do you want to put the lotion in the basket or should I
put the lotion in the basket? I put the lotion on my skin.
Oh my god.
Oh man,
Mrs. Chaos. Mrs. Chaos says, "I'm sending you more shades." Dude, I still have this stuff. I don't know if you were here, John, but this is like, I guess, fucking paint. I mean, it doesn't come off. So like all the next day I had pink fucking lips. It was pretty
really?
bad. Yeah. I guess you have to. There's like a special remover to get this stuff off. And my wife, after I did the video, she was like, "If you used what I think you used, that's not going to come off."
Oh mate, that was gold. That was comedy gold. I really enjoyed that. And fucking Debo, he deserved it too. It's like, you fucking dickhead. Like seriously, what's he complaining about? He's complaining about the fact that someone's calling out bullshit that just happens to be the Iranians, and they're using Lego.
Right.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Right. So so you are familiar with the kind of back story behind that, right?
Yes,
I guess the original, Hooligan, were you aware of like the story behind that and how we got there?
No, I was kind of curious about that. I know you and Debo. Sorry, I'm making some coffee.
That's an espresso.
Going back and forth. It is, sir. It is, sir.
Nice.
I got one in this house, brother.
Nice. We all should have one. I mean, they're going to call you dainty now, Hooligan, with your espresso. Like,
I'm okay. Take a look at the picture.
I'm okay with.
Take a look at my profile picture. I'm not fucking dainty.
Right.
No, it was actually a tip, kind of from. I have a doctor client of mine. I'm an electrician, and I went in one day and he had one sitting on the counter, and I was like, "Oh man, I've been looking at, the espresso machines, And he pulled one out of his office. He's like, "Here, I just got a brand new one that's all digital. You want this one?" I was like, yeah, a $500 machine, espresso machine? Yes, sir, I will take that.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. Yeah, so the backstory, Hooligan, was that I had posted one of the Iranian videos, the Lego videos, and Debo commented underneath, and he said, it was like, and you call yourself an American, that's gross. This is one of the reasons I don't come to your live anymore. So I did like a longer video explaining why, like, you know, fuck you for calling my patriotism into question. So then he doesn't tag me, but he puts my name in the description of that video, and then somebody sent it to me like 3 days after he did it, because I never saw it. And then I saw that, and I'm like, before his video was off, I had already taken my shirt off. I'm like, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do it right. And then I'm like, I've got a better idea. I go to, you know, because my wife still has some of the stuff in a drawer, and I'm like digging through all this makeup and shit. I don't know what's what, but I'm like, where's the lipstick? And I'm like, no, that's eyeshadow. And I'm like, well, I hope this is lipstick. It looks like it.
Oh God, that was fucking
No,
funny.
that was fucking great, dude. Like, it was fucking, and especially just I mean, like the fucking dude's response to you, like, come the fuck on, like, you know what I mean? This fucking guy.
Oh, did you see his comment in the video, that the lipstick video?
No, I hadn't seen it because I put mine up before.
Yeah, he said.
What did he say?
He said, hold on, I think he said, "See, I told you nobody would care."
Mate, I thought it was one of your most popular videos, wasn't it?
I'm surprised it hasn't gotten more views because of all the people laughing in the comments. You know, it's a little disturbing for some, maybe. Mrs. Chaos asked, actually, good question. We can answer this. Why would espresso be unmasculine? Okay, so we all understand espresso.
Good fucking point.
It really has no bearing on your masculinity. But do we feel judged if we're having like latte rather than like black coffee with the grains still inside of it and maybe a bean or two in it? Like, is that a thing? Like, that you have that in the back of your head at all?
No, me personally, no. I mean, because I could drink both. I can drink a cup of black coffee. I can drink straight coffee with a little cream and sugar. I just happen to find that it's a little more bang for the, you know, it's more condensed with the espresso versus like keeping my pinky up. You know what I mean?
It's a better flavor.
Yeah, right. And I can drink one of these, you know what I mean, and have the good flavor, like you said, a good taste, and a good little, you know, pick me up without having 3 fucking cups of regular coffee.
Well, compared to your percolated shit that you guys make over there, look, and those machines were here for all of about 5 minutes before we said this is shit, we're not using them, and all we have over here is espresso, and it's actually, there's a whole bunch of TikTok videos if you look up. Americans talking about Australian coffee or something along those lines, right? You'll see they all say, without exception, the coffee here is exceptional, because we don't have Starbucks. Starbucks tried to come in here. Everyone's going, that's crap. We're not drinking that. So we've got a whole industry of boutique cafes that all sort of compete with the best beans. It's almost like a Larry David episode of the Mocha Joe, you know, the competition. So like. And it's all espresso is the minimum. So, because of the flavor, it's much better flavor.
Right. Well, and like, you know, because I'm sure you guys have seen some of these videos where it's black coffee, puts hair on your chest, that kind of shit. I mean, I think we're all familiar with it. I never understood it either, really, but because I can't stand.
What are you drinking? Oh, this is a medium roast with a dash of cream and 1 pump of butter toffee syrup. Oh, yummy. You going to put that into a douche? And squirt it up into your pussy hole?
I was not expecting that.
Oh, that's pretty funny. We've got to give it to him.
That is pretty funny.
He came heavy right off the get.
He held nothing back. He said, "Put it in the douche."
Shit.
Oh my god!
Your pussy hole.
He says,
"Well, oh, you could have fooled me. Real men drink black coffee and black coffee only, scorching hot. so that when you take your first sip, it burns your tongue,
Burn the fuck
and you
out of
can't
you,
taste
yeah.
the rest of the coffee or anything else for a few days. All right.
yeah.
Right. Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
That's funny.
I've never
You know,
seen that
that's-
before. I just clicked
no.
on it. It is a
Funny,
weird.
my-
It is a weird thing, isn't it? Like, what are these weird things that we've come up with as society to like gauge masculinity? What the fuck?
Do you guys have cappuccinos?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all
so-
right. I got a
the
milk
other-
frother. That's all I drink. I make a cappuccino. I froth the milk. I chuck a
Yep.
bit of dust it with a bit of chocolate. It's a great coffee. It's
Yes.
strong. It's a double strength. It's like fucking hell.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
But he's obviously parodying the redneck view of you got to drink the shit coffee. You know, which is the double
Right.
entendre is perfect.
Oh, thank you, Ralph.
Well,
Thank you.
I still have. I mean, my old man, my dad, and one of my brothers. They're both like black only. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
you should see the look
Thank
and
you.
the snark. You know what I mean? The fucking response when you're like, "Do you want a little cream, little sugar?" You know, you know what I mean? You're like, "What the fuck, dude?" Like, I just asked if you wanted some fucking black. Like, okay.
I can't
dude.
stand- I can't
Here's
stand
your
black
tar.
coffee.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, here's your fucking tar.
Just
Well,
chew a
and I
fucking
actually
coffee
heard
bean. I
Yeah,
mean,
I heard something the other day. I watched something the other day on coffee beans, actually, and it said that coffee beans are not supposed to be like that black color. They say those are actually the shittier of the beans. They say when you get like you see it like that dude said, like a medium roast or a golden roast. Those are actually supposed to be better beans.
oh wow, thank you, Miss Chaos. That was cool as shit. Did you see that?
They say the black.
Sorry,
Yeah,
it was
wow.
a little bird with a. Sorry, it was a little bird with a nest. Sorry, go ahead, Hooligan.
No, they just said that some of the darker, blacker beans are like moldy and they have like insects that have gotten in them. So that's why most coffee beans are all black because they can get more by using.
she's gonna do it
those
again.
bad-
You can keep talking. Just watch the screen. Sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
Insects in the coffee bean, like mixed into
Yeah.
it, like.
Yeah, like it gets into the bean,
Thank
eats
you.
the bean, and then dies inside. And so that's why it turns black. And so therefore there's so many of them. That's why that's like all these dark coffee beans.
That's
Because
you
they
know
can
I
blend
wonder
them.
if that like adds flavoring to some of the coffee. You know, different.
I imagine that's probably where a lot of
different
that
types of coffee.
bitterness could come from. you
Right.
know?
I mean, if I don't know I'm drinking an insect, is it that bad? I don't know.
Right.
Is it that manly
Protein.
though? I'll eat anything
Fuck yeah.
because I'm a
Give it to
man.
me live. Give it to me alive. I'll bite its fucking head off.
Kopi Luwak coffee? Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up. That guy said put it in a douche. I'm sorry, I'm still. That's so stupid, man. Guys are fucking ignorant. Is a rare, expensive coffee produced primarily in Indonesia by processing coffee cherries eaten and excreted by the Asian palm civet.
I've heard of that, dude. Yeah, there's animals they eat the beans and then they have to shit them out.
Okay.
And then they go through the shit and then they roast those beans or those seeds. I saw something about that a couple years ago.
Wow. It's like that reminds me of the Cheech and Chong episode. It was like, we're smoking dog shit, man.
Half Maui Wowie, half Labrador, man.
Dude, that is awesome.
Labrador.
And then I assume I wonder how it like.
Oh, it's
why-
monkeys, right? It was monkeys that eat them.
The civet
it's like
is the
monkeys
civet
that
a
eat 'em.
monkey? Let me see. Or are they like I don't know. Let's see. Brewing guides. Well, I'm trying to. How the hell do they now have a picture of the animal that eats the damn thing?
I thought there was one at the bottom.
Was there? Did I miss it?
No, I didn't see it.
Anyway, that's awesome though.
very
I mean,
small.
I would try it. Man, this coffee is really shitty. But don't, right? No.
Yeah.
Yep. I wonder where that came from, though. This like notion that to drink, you know, what you drink or whatever is some kind of measure of masculinity. What do you think that comes from, John? Bats.
Well, I think it
Okay,
just
Nikki, thank you.
I think it comes from men who don't have enough of their own self-confidence to be or self-esteem to be confident within themselves. They seem to look outside of that for some notion of identity, and so there's actually three types of commonality that humans aspire to, but the lowest level is common by identity. That is, we're all the same nationality or the same club or the same race or whatever it might be. Then you've got common by activity, which is why men like sports, right? Because, hey, we're sharing this activity, right? But the thing above that is common by agreement. That's when you go, hey, beyond our identity and the things we might do together, can we agree on higher order ideas, right? And that's where men get uncomfortable. So, hey, we'll talk about the identity and the activity stuff because it's teams and sports. But talking about the concepts, coming to agreement on those things, much harder. And so I think what happens is the moment you talk about the concept of anything, whether it's the concept of policy and politics beyond the teams, who I'm voting for, who I barrack for, or if you talk about the particulars of coffee, right, or drinks, then suddenly it's like, oh, no, I can't be a connoisseur or I can't be some sort of person that enjoys an eclectic or wide-ranging, series of tastes. No, I've got to barrack for a team. I've got to fit my identity into this bucket, and I've got to, fit my activities into the same bucket. So it's really just the inability to agree on, to literally agree on concepts as opposed to just events or what people do, identity and activity-based things. And so it's almost like, because you think about it, right? You're like, even, men, they're quite happy to talk about the conceptual intricacies of a sport like NFL. Right. All the different plays and all the different shit, a lot of concepts.
And the different flavors.
Right.
Of
right.
play.
The moment you go to something that actually requires some contention, you know what I think happens? I think the ranking kicks in. They start to think about, I better not say anything that's going to upset my pecking order, And that's what you see with a lot. That's what you see with a lot of men, where they're like, they'll say things privately, but they won't say it publicly because it might affect their pecking order. And so they're essentially worried about what other people think.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I looked this up actually, and it says that this, back 1600s or whatever, flavoring was a big thing, and the coffee houses did a lot of cappuccino type. I don't know that they had that, but anyway, after World War II, because they didn't have all that extra stuff while they were in the field, getting unalived or unaliving people, it was black coffee, gritty, shitty, nasty coffee, real men. So then Folgers comes up with a series of commercials. Let me play one of these commercials. I don't know what this commercial says, but I imagine it's going to be pretty fucking sexist. So let's see.
All I gotta say is the best part of waking up.
right. Is
Folgers in your cup.
Or rather,
that's all of our
civet shit,
right? Though?
Or civet shit in your cup. That's what it should be now. All right, here we go.
This coffee is criminal.
Honey, you killed the petunias.
Then you admit it. Your coffee really is murder.
Stop adding my coffee. It's murder. It's either too bitter or too weak.
Try Folgers. Never bitter, never weak, always nice and rich. Because Folgers coffee is mountain grown.
Mountain grown?
Like the sign says. Mountain grown for richer flavor. Mountains is where the best coffee comes from.
Well, all right.
What the fuck? She's pouring it for him, what?
Of course.
You know, it's a crime not to have delicious coffee like this all the time.
We will, now that I've discovered the mountains. Ooh.
Folgers coffee, mountain grown for richer flavor.
What the fuck kind of stupid ass shit was that? But apparently they also did commercials. Real men drink, black coffee or whatever. It was a branding thing that they did, and maybe that's where it comes from. Which is fucking that's so weird.
That almost leads back to what our Mondays do, how we were, that man you're supposed to be, right? Men do this. Men drink black coffee. Men drink their whiskey straight, right? Men you know what I'm saying? Men don't cry. Men, you got a filter on your cigarette. You know what I mean? You need pain, you need pain reliever to get your leg cut off. You know what I'm saying?
Just give me a leather belt.
So I think I heard someone say it the other day, and that the patriarchy from how it all is, and how we are slowly venturing away and moving away. Like there's some Europeans that don't give a shit. They'll drink a little cappuccino or espresso, right? I mean, maybe in Australia, right? They don't give it. It's not a big deal. But here in America, obviously, right? But by us doing our own thing, it's almost what you say. You say what you want. Well, you start doing what you want. Fuck everybody else. You know what I mean? I don't care if my dad thinks this way about me because I drink a fucking. If my dad thinks I'm less of a man because I drink a fucking espresso, then that's his fuck.
It's weird, isn't it?
Problem.
It's fucking weird.
Just to say it out loud, it shows how fucking weird it is, But in your mind, you're like, I guess I'm gonna have to drink this coffee black with some grain in it.
Quick, espresso, please.
But look, when I'm camping, dude, and you got one of the actual camping percolators, one that goes over the fire, the old school one.
Right.
That's definitely different for me. You know what I mean? There's certain times when I don't mind just a cup of black coffee. I'm not specific, I'm not locked into only cappuccino or espressos, but
grind some of that burnt log into my coffee.
I got a $500 machine sitting on my counter, dude.
Right.
Why would I
make
not
that shit?
Take advantage of
it? Exactly.
Hey, bro.
Right. Yeah. Now we got a couple new people. Romeo Whiskey is that Romeo Whiskey Charlie? RWC? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, man. What's up?
Yeah, that's just my initials. My real name's Russell.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome aboard, man. Did you want to jump in on this, the ridiculousness of tying coffee to masculinity?
I drank it when I was in the Navy, but I never really loved. There's certain coffees I like if it has different flavors, but I don't have to have a coffee every morning. I've never been one of those guys.
Okay. Yeah. Have you ever tried the civet coffee that we were talking about? I don't know if you heard that part, but where they
I heard there's a coffee called Warpath that's supposedly not burnt that has some pretty good flavors, but I haven't tried it yet. I'd like to, though.
Warpath. Okay. Yeah. Now
it was made by a former Navy SEAL. Supposedly, they don't burn the beans.
Shoot, they're gonna crush up some charred log into my coffee because that's what real men drink. Okay, that's it. I mean, I guess we're gonna have to start doing that to fix all of this shit. Tank, what's up?
Now, Liv. Now, here's the thing. I gave y'all the good old jingle today. Let's not forget. At one point, Maxwell House was trying to be experiencing that toxic masculinity because woe me on this. Back in the day, and they played on all the commercials and everything like that. It was and this was their how can I put it, their tactic. A suburban white couple trying to go ahead and promote morning coffee and what have you. Take a look at if you notice that back in the day, most of those commercials, they were all suburban white couples where the man was supposed to be the quote unquote alpha male of the household. Cut to what we see today, we see diversity being changing, and men allowing women to take over and what have you. It wasn't like that back in the day. I know people may think, what the hell Tank McGarry is saying. Look at the toxic. What I'm trying to connect is look at the toxic masculinity from back in the day in the early '80s to now what we have right now.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you. I just want to say God bless American God. Thank you, Donald Trump. We love Donald Trump. You have the best president ever. For us, for the Jewish community.
Come back in a couple hours, bro.
He's our Messiah.
Zev.
He's our Messiah.
Can you read English?
A little bit. I'm not like you. I speak only 6 languages.
Okay.
I'm not so educated like you, sir.
I'll read it for you since you can't
Read it
English.
for me, yeah.
At the
Try to
prompt.
explain me. Educate me in English. I will be happy.
Manly Monday, a safe space for men. What's on your mind? No judgment. We're talking about men's issues, things related to manliness.
I don't fucking care. I care about Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
I don't care what you have in your fucking mind.
All right. Well, then
You
you won't
understand?
care.
Donald Trump.
Okay. You won't care if I do that.
no
Sorry,
shit.
Zafran. Now
Yeah, say it, cunt.
we will transition into politics at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. You can put that into your translator if you're not sure, and we'll see you back. You're welcome to come back at 11. Thank you.
Oh, he should be a fun one.
Oh yeah, that's good. Oh, don't worry, I have my etc. on deck. Let's go.
Anyway, go ahead, Tank. Go ahead, buddy.
Why do you guys think I just want to throw one out there. Why do you think masculinity is toxic? I mean, come on.
Because well, Romeo, let me go ahead and let me go ahead and enlighten you, if you will. Do you realize that that most of these men out here, they want to go ahead and assert their dominance. They want to go ahead and promote. I'm a man. I'm proud to be a man. Virile and everything like that nature. You don't need to do all that. That can be considered narcissistic. That can also be considered. That's also where toxic masculinity comes into place. Because there was also a time where men were real men couldn't show their emotions, couldn't show the fact that they can go ahead and shed tears, or what have you, because you have to wait for the right time to do that. So if we want to go ahead and talk about toxic masculinity and this shit is and it's real today, let's go ahead and talk about how men today don't want to go and express themselves. Men today don't want to go ahead and they want to sound they look like they're weak or soft or what have you, because again the alpha dominance has to come into play instead of the sentimental side. I'm sure that if you ever experienced bereavement when you have an immediate family member, I'm not going to say which one, because I don't want to trigger nobody. But when someone goes ahead and and you're supposed to just, not show any emotions when someone has passed, that to me is also toxic masculinity as well. So let's talk about it, Romeo, since you brought up the subject. And I get very heated, by the way, Liv, because when people want to go ahead and question it.
Well, keep in mind this is a place where we're not going to judge people, and we're here to if Romeo has questions about what toxic masculinity means, I think it's important that we can convey that without making somebody feel a certain way. I don't want to argue and stuff here. Romeo, did anything resonate with you that Tank had said?
Well, my own personal experience, I've lost both my parents because I'm older. I'm 62 years old, but when my mom died, it was a devastating shock. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Okay,
my dad,
I'm in that same boat, sir.
Well,
with all due respect, I'm in that same boat. I lost my mother and father 35 days apart from each other. The first part of 2022,
God.
And it gets better. My only brother that I grew up with, that we try to have a relationship with, he passed January 24th. So yep, I'm the last one left in my immediate family. So yes, people may think that my mental capabilities are fragile. It's slowly, coming back together, one day at a time, of course. But yeah, no, I'm right there with you, Romeo. And like I said, get me to be heated with you. That I just get passionate about it. That's all.
Well, I think that toxic masculinity can be learned. I think it starts in your whatever household you grow up in, right? Whether it be with your parents, with grandparents, auntie, uncles, if you didn't have a family and were adopted or fostered out, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're not taught like that, it's okay for men to cry or whatever, right? Just to use that example. If you're not taught that, then you grow up with that thought that, hey, we're not supposed to cry. We don't we don't stop working, we provide, whatever it is. Right?
And then if you do cry, it makes you feel shame. And then it pisses you off because you're like, Why do I have to feel shame for feeling a way that a human is supposed to feel in situations like this?
Right.
Well, I don't think every house. I think there are some houses that do provide that nurturing. You know what I mean? That ability to show emotion, right? So some men.
Well, that's the mother's job.
Grew up with maybe they
job
were.
is a certain example.
Hey Romeo, can I ask? You were in the military, right?
Yeah, I was in the Navy. My dad was in
Navy.
World War
So
II.
how would you compare the let's call it the emotional distance that you needed to keep when you were in that environment as compared to the emotions you experienced with the loss of your parents?
Well, I mean, when I was in the Navy when I was young, so you know.
Well, I guess I'm trying to get you to think between the two. Remember back
before emotions kicked in.
Well, like if you lose your parent, it's devastating. No matter, like to me, it was worse for my mom because when my dad died, I was a little bit less, of a shock, of it. But it still hurts nonetheless. But there's not a lot you can do about it. But grieve and then get back to work and whatever you needed to do.
Right.
I guess for me,
do you think it would have been helpful to you if you felt like you could allow yourself to grieve properly and not just I got to get back? Yeah.
Well, my mom, I wanted to care for her 24/7. She was going to die because she had diabetes. That was just a fact. But I didn't want her to go. But when I found out they put a do not resuscitate on her, I was pissed off at the family. I'm not going to lie. But basically, it would have ended the same way, whether she had one of those or not.
Right.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, because like I said, when my dad passed, I kid you not. My dad. I was going with what my dad had said. My dad said to not put him on a ventilator, but the doctor at the time that I don't have any sympathy for, she told me, well, if we don't put him on a ventilator, he could code and pass away. And so I wanted to make sure my dad, was able to get through this issue. And I was like, Lord, please send me your miracles, send a sign, or what have you. And I went ahead against my dad's wishes. Cause I'm the oldest. I was the oldest, mind you, and put him on a ventilator. Sure enough, March 2nd, 2022, 8:59 p.m. He's in heaven.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
so, yeah.
to the like, the word toxic masculinity is referring to traits that society has put on men that lead to being toxic or becoming toxic. For example, if if a guy is told, from a young age, you buck up, kid, stop crying. You're not allowed to feel. You just got to fucking move on. What that leads to is somebody who bottles everything up, right? All the emotions, whatever, and they're not allowed to feel. Eventually that shit's coming out. And it usually comes out in aggressive manner, right? And then you see those people react into situations seemingly just out of fucking nowhere, just blowing up. You've probably seen people freaking out in the store or whatever. That's probably from, years of not being allowed to express those feelings and vent that frustration because you got to be a certain way. And that's what
how I am.
That's what it means when we say toxic masculinity. It's not saying that being masculine or having masculine traits is toxic. There are aspects of it that can lead to toxicity. Does that make sense, Romeo?
There's also some toxic femininity where women will manipulate certain situations, such as crying or I don't know. Like that's one of the tactics that some women who like to manipulate use. Appealing to authority, things like that. I mean, I think both of us as human beings have got to do better. Both men and women.
I don't disagree with with what you're saying, but like I can't control what other people do. You know what I mean? We can just educate and help people if we can. So it's like, you know, for example, women, like I'd said just the other day, I'm like, I'd like to see more women calling women out for some of these bad behaviors that we've seen. At that time, when I said it, I don't remember what the scenario was, but it was something relevant. But I mean, you know, I take your point, Romeo, but also, you know, as men, we can, especially young men, we can fix that behavior that we know over the course of our lives hasn't done us any good, and we can try to guide the youth in a different direction, because otherwise they look up to people like Andrew Tate, and that's not good. You know, they're just these assholes. Well, Romeo's, you know, he dropped, but I mean, look, I think this is a good conversation. This is kind of what this space is really about.
Yeah, I was going to add to that actually the toxic masculinity aspect for me, because there was two comments here which I thought were right by Lilith and Just Them. Lilith said toxic masculinity doesn't allow space for expression of all emotions. I mean, I think that's at the core of it, which is really the whole idea is that you carve off elements of your internal state as a man to be more manly, right? Somehow you're stronger if you're less open to inputs. And that goes back to the orchestra metaphor I used before, saying, well, if all you are is someone who can hear the beating of the drums of violence and war, then are you really stronger if you can't hear all the 100 instruments that comprise the orchestra? Well, I don't think you are. I think you're far weaker, because you're only getting a very narrow signal from the environment around you. And Just M made the comment that male suicide's highly linked to men feeling isolated. Well, you feel isolated when you don't have the tools to be able to engage with other people, and men traditionally and typically incapable of doing that, which is one of the reasons I come to this space, because I think it's a positive step forward. I mean, the reality is that if you're told as a boy that you should only have, let's use a number, 10% of your of access to your emotions, and that 10% is the anger bit. And all the other bits, the other 90%, you should just drum out of yourself and stick to anger or saying nothing. Then basically, you're isolated because you don't have 9/10 of the tools you might need. It's almost like saying, well, I'm going to throw out all my toolbox and just keep the hammer, and then I'm just going to smack the engine with it for every job that I need to do. And of course, you're just going to break the engine. You can't fix the engine without all the tools. So really, moving past the orchestra, it's more like a toolbox. It's like toxic masculinity for me is telling boys that they can only have a hammer in their toolbox rather than all of the tools they need to cope with life. It's that simple, and it's toxic.
That's a great analogy, especially for men. Using the toolbox is a great analogy.
Right, because we're given a toolbox, and yet we're told just to keep the hammer and throw all the other spots for the tools away. And oh, by the way, if you happen to be born with some rather unusual tools that let you do particular specialist jobs, so you can't have those. I mean, how dare you? So then you're just left with a hammer and a toolbox that's largely empty, and then you're isolated because all you're doing is you meet up with other men, they pull their hammers out, and you just start banging things. And then you go, that's
the RNC.
Right. And then there's like, but there's problems and jobs here I need to solve, and I don't seem to have the tools for it. And then if you ask other men or other people, hey, look, I think I'm short a few tools. Well, you're not a man.
I got a hammer here.
What do you mean you want more tools? What sort of man are you asking for more tools? It's like, hang on.
How dare you put milk in your coffee? What the fuck is wrong with you?
And then the irony, of course, is the moment you go into some so-called masculine space, like automobiles, motor cars, then you end up in a situation where, oh no, the more tools, the better. Well, which is it? Do we want more tools or less?
Right. No, I think that's a great analogy. And if you throw all your tools out, you become a toolbox. And that's what we're dealing with, is a bunch of tools.
Right. Well, if you don't, and it goes back to from my dad, you know what I mean? There was a lot of things that I didn't learn. He didn't teach me about the emotional stuff and what, now he did teach me that you hold the doors for women, you put the toilet seat down, you know what I mean? Like a lot of mannerisms and respect, like the women first stuff, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of things I learned and that were taught. But if my dad didn't know how to use his emotions, how is he going to teach me, right?
Right.
So we're
right. It's like a blind person.
Even though we're only given that hammer, that's all he had, or your mom or whoever. That's all they had to pass down to you is a hammer, because that's all they had to learn with, right? So then it's up to us as individuals to recognize. And you don't do shit through your 20s and 30s, right? I mean, not till 35 are you actually got a brain on your in your head. Right, and
but somewhat useful that isn't directed by the penis. Let's be honest.
And I think that's totally valid. Like, I think we've been taught to grow up at 18 and be a man at 18, and when really through your 20s should be a whole fuck off stage, a whole learning stage, right? So you can't expect all these emotions.
Like Rumspringa for men.
Yeah,
I mean, really.
And then
terrible.
So once you hit 30, then you start going, okay, oh shit, okay, this is like this, and your brain starts working. You start realizing what life is, the reality of life, right?
Right.
But
so a lot of us, if you don't have those proper tools through those, right? You carry on and you act the same until.
Right, but Hoodlum, I want to make a point about that too.
Hoodlum, John, you always call him Hoodlum.
Sorry, I apologise.
It triggers me.
That's the other dickhead. I mean hooligan. I only see anyway.
No, you're
hooligan.
good.
I'll be number one dickhead.
No, you're not a dickhead. The other guy's a dickhead. But look, I wanted to say this, which is it's so entrenched. So even that last guy who dropped Romeo, right? I mean, we basically now, I wish I could have got in before he dropped to talk about the toolbox. Because what did he do? He basically went, oh, yeah, well, I did grieve, and he acknowledged that there was a difficulty with the loss of the parents, right? Great. Mm-hmm. But then went straight back to the only hammer he had. And what happens when you've only got a hammer? You got to start hitting other people with it. So then it's like, oh, but there's women do shit. So then he pulls out his hammer and he starts swinging the hammer at some other group. Right, and it just happened to be, in this case, women. But, if we were talking about something else, it might well be gay people or transgender people or anyone who's an other, right? Because if you've only got the hammer, you're basically going, well, I'm feeling some level of discontent, but all I can do is swing this singular tool that I have, and so I'm just going to strike out with this tool rather than retrieve other tools that might make me more able to be introspective, to actually tell you what's going on in my body and my soul and my mind. No, he couldn't do that. He had to pick it up and start swinging it at other people.
Well, and the internals, I think, is the biggest thing, right? You have to go internal and start seeing, why are you reacting like this? You know what I mean? Like, are you acting crazy, right? That insanity, right? Doing the same shit over and over, expecting different results. And I think that's kind of, for me personally, that's where I learned.
Tank, you can jump in there.
What? Yelling like that, doesn't the same shit doesn't get me nowhere. So I had to do something different. Like, this person may continuously be rude and an asshole, but how I react to it is key. So go ahead, Tank.
Well, the thing about it is, I'm very bad with names. Okay, hooligan.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Yes.
No,
yeah, that's right.
No, it's
okay.
Hoodlum. No, hooligan. So I keep fucking doing it.
It's hoodlum again. That's his name.
My brain is broken. I need a new fucking tool.
I mean, but what I wanted to say to Hoodlum, I agree with you. I mean, like I said, as a man that's part of the gay community, oftentimes I get told, oh, you're excluded because you have special specifications about you. My whole thing is, when it comes to I'm thinking on specifically manly men, regardless if you're gay or straight, what have you.
Yeah.
The problem.
I'm sorry, Tank. I'm sorry, Tank. Go ahead.
Okay. Take two. The problem that I have in that is oftentimes manly men, they know how to hide it, but when someone try to call them out on hiding it, it's very much, they're not. It's very much they got to go ahead and just mask it and keep it moving.
And it makes them feel uncomfortable, I think.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that everybody know, like when we get somebody up on the panel like that, even somebody saying some crazy shit, I don't want to get into like an argument back and forth. We can take what they're saying in, believe that they're arguing in good faith or saying something in good faith. And I think Romeo he was dealing with it in the way that he knows how, and clearly, like, you know what I mean? So just moving forward, I don't want anybody to like start dogpiling, because somebody may say something that's really shitty, but I don't want that, because it really is supposed to be a place where we can talk about things. And if we start doing that, then it kind of pulls away from the judgment. It's a point that I was going to make earlier, but people were talking. I didn't get a chance to make it. It's not really relevant to what Tank was saying. I just wanted to point that out. Now, Dylan. Oh, well, go ahead, John. But Dylan's new on the panel. I'd like to hear from Dylan once you're finished.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly make a point to what you were saying, which was I was trying to engage with Romeo to get to see whether he could use a bit of introspection to make some more progress or inform us of some that we might make. And what was interesting was, for whatever reason, maybe he just had a bad connection, but it didn't seem to be something that he wanted to pursue, so he dropped off. And I guess, but what I did notice, and it's when you come back to that toolbox analogy, when you've only got the hammer, and it wasn't like he pulled it out and started tapping on his own shell and going, well, there are a few things that went down through my grieving process that I wouldn't have even thought about when I was in the Navy. I mean, that was all I was asking. Could you make a bridge between what you learnt in later life with the loss of your parents versus your attitude in the Navy? I mean, is that really such a hard question? I don't think so. So I wasn't dogpiling. I was just looking for him to make some progress and help us to do the same. And but the frustration is that when, that issue of having the singular hammer and the empty toolbox, it then becomes part of the pecking order, because you go, well, my hammer's bigger than yours, but it's not as big as his. So I'm at that level. I'm at that level on the pecking order, and I don't want to say too much because my hammer's size might be reduced and I might be pushed down the pecking order. So now I'm gonna So this is the problem, and then it's like, oh, that's all too uncomfortable. I'm out, and that's and the point you made, Tim, is it's toxic both ways. It's toxic to the person who lives with that isolation, and the increased chance of self-unaliving and all of the other nonsense that comes with being absent of having mechanisms to cope. And it's and they project and hurt people. So they're hurt, and they project that through the singular tool onto others, and that's the toxic part externally. But it starts with it being toxic to the person who has to live with it first.
Right. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, Dylan, welcome in. Did you do your live last night? And for the record, if you aren't following Dylan, please give Dylan a follow. Dylan does lives at night usually. So do you announce your lives before you go, since there's no real set date?
Not anymore. I used to, but not anymore.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to give you a plug, when you come up here, so that people know who you are. But I'd love to hear
an eye out for him.
Yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I know I don't know if you did your live last night, but
no, man. But I've been up all night, so if you have like a specific question you want to ask me, it might be easier for me to narrow down an answer or start a topic.
Oh, well, we were just talking about toxic masculinity, and because Romeo had. I think it was Tank, wasn't it? Tank that had used that phrase, and then Romeo, took issue with it, I think. But it's, it's important to let people know exactly what it is. It's not saying like having masculine traits is toxic. It's just that there are toxic aspects that we've attributed to that, which is problematic in the future.
Yeah, I mean, toxic masculinity, I would say, is defined through every aspect of society when it comes to men at this point. Essentially, every aspect. We have toxic masculinity within sports, within financial competition, within the dating scenes, within education systems. We have it within essentially every aspect of being male. But
there's a balance, right? Where, for example, being competitive in itself isn't toxic, but it can lead to toxicity.
Not in and of itself.
So it's right. Or being, I guess, I don't know, I can't really think of an example off the top of my head, but there are a lot of traits that aren't just toxic because they're traits. It's the way that it gets utilized or pegged to men to act in certain ways.
Hi guys, how's it going? Oh, sorry.
Oh, what's up, Rob? I mean, do we all agree with that? Like, what is a trait that you think, Dylan, that men have that can be toxic in one case but helpful in another?
Give me a second to think on that.
Can I make a bold claim from someone abroad? Is that okay?
Sure.
I would say Americans are kind of like the embodiment of toxicity in terms of there's kind of like toxic men in dating culture, societal norms. I'd say this has been very influenced by America into the Western world.
Well, I mean, in some ways, but you could debate that, like, the progressive movement in the West has also allowed for extremely progressive measures for men as well. So,
but I'd argue the opposite, right? In
far
America
more than
itself.
other countries.
No, in America itself, you've probably been the least progressive in the West.
I would debate
We
you on
are
that.
also the youngest in the world.
That's a fair point. That's a fairer point on that one. But I'd say this kind of like this, like kind of like. But if you think how much of your film, TV, music, your culture is either influenced or plagued, whichever way you want to look at it. You guys are on everyone's TV screen. Your politics is everywhere. Your domestic affairs is everywhere. Your global affairs is everywhere. And I'd say that has a very big impact on people. Massively.
Yeah, but how would you correlate that to the subject at hand, which is toxic masculinity?
No, I'm just saying the birthplace of it, right? I think the birthplace of this thing has mainly come from America. Dating culture and dating norms within Europe.
No, dude.
Within Europe itself.
I would debate Europe
within Europe itself. No, I'm saying it's like kind of new wave of it. Within Europe itself, we're completely different.
Yeah, Sparta.
Yeah.
I mean,
don't
you
know
can go
about
all
that,
the way.
dude.
You can go all the way back to these ancient cultures. They also
No, I'm talking about
engaged in
modern
this.
civilization, right?
Yeah, but modern civilization is essentially.
Oh, okay. Well,
stemming of-
then let's all blame the Aztecs. I mean, at what point do we draw a line, right?
No,
that's not what we're getting at, Rob.
You're claiming, you're claiming that we're the progenitor of toxic masculinity in the world.
In the modern form, yes.
How is that different from the old form?
Because everything develops, whether it be language, literature, or anything, right? Everything develops. So that's why when you look at history, you have different brackets of history which people would look at, right? So I'm saying this modern phase of what we see now in society, I would make a very good case that has come from American culture.
Okay, so in Sparta,
I wouldn't totally deny that, though. Okay, I wouldn't totally deny that.
In Sparta,
America is pretty raw.
In Sparta, they trained their youth to be stoic. They trained them to not express emotions. They trained them to do exactly the same things that we do today. And it's really no different from modern version of that. So
but we're saying in that civilization, it was also very fruitful to be a philosopher, right? To be a thinker, to be a free thinker, them kind of things.
It is in the U.S. as well.
It's not. It's probably the opposite, actually.
Really?
That's the toxic bit that we're talking about. Yeah,
Elon
talking out
Musk?
against the grain.
Elon Musk?
Elon Musk doesn't represent what I'm
Sam
saying. He isn't a
Altman?
free thinker.
You go down the list.
Elon Musk isn't a free
Milton
thinker.
Friedman. You go down the list. Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, but saying isolated cases, that's fine. But I'd say
you
the rule of
listed
thumb.
an isolated case.
I haven't.
You did.
No, in the rule of thumb in America, it is not celebrated or plaudable to break out from.
I disagree.
Societal grain.
But either way, we're going to stick to toxic masculinity. If you hate America,
I apologize. Maybe I'll sway it away.
If you hate America, that's fine. We're going to transition.
No,
into
I don't
politics.
hate you all.
Give
us a break.
We're gonna transition into politics in about an hour. So if you want to hold on to that, we're welcome to have that discussion. I think that's an interesting topic. But again, this is from 9 to 11. We talk about men stuff. Try to help men if they're having issues, that sort of thing. That's what this space is for right now. So with that said, I don't even. Oh, the question that I'd asked was a trait that can be good but also bad, right? Stoicism is a good point. Like if something happens, it's a good idea to not freak out, right? It's a good idea to remain calm in that moment so that you can get through it. But it's also not a good idea to always try to maintain that stoic behavior, right? There's a time and a place for everything. So
you can make that argument about anything though, right?
I'd agree with that, actually, though. That was a good example. I was trying to think of an example. That's actually a pretty good example. Because it could be a good or a bad thing.
Yeah, but you can make that argument about anything.
Okay.
Well,
just throw me a random subject.
Give us another trait of a man, then, that could be seen as a good or also a bad thing.
Well, I think I'll give one. I think anger is a good one, because if you're walking with some friends in a forest and a big bear comes up to you and there's no other choice but to try to, stare it down, shout at it to make it go away, then being angry in that context might well be the only choice you have, and it might be effective. Sometimes it is. You see videos of it. Doing it in random social situations, clearly not. So. Being aggressive in a sporting context means that you might perform better because you're channeling, some displeasure. There are certain players, and Michael Jordan was one that opponents knew not to say anything to, because if they gave them even 1 ounce of aggressive motivation in reverse, they'd play 10 times better. So you didn't want to give them any fuel.
But John, that's manageable though, right? That's managed emotion. So an elite athlete, although they will say I got angry, that's channeled and managed emotion. So the floor of that would be, about. No. I know. I understand what you're saying, but the toxicity trait of that is somebody that cannot control their emotions, right? It's not. I don't think it's toxic to have emotions. These are all natural emotions one has.
No,
but the toxic trait is. And it's also a sign of weakness, is to let them emotions channel your being.
Which that wasn't the question. What we're getting at, and
right,
that's part of
the point.
That's part of where that toxicity comes from, right? Is not knowing how to handle feeling weak or being afraid. And I think, John, you hit exactly like pretty much what I was going to say. You said anger, but I said aggressiveness earlier, right? That aggressiveness, right? Mm-hmm. If you look at it in your home, if, like you said, if that bear comes up on the street, like, you're expected to be aggressive, right? Mm-hmm. But that's because we feel afraid. We're afraid. We have to react. We have to handle this situation, right? Well, if I'm emotionally afraid because my woman is yelling and throwing shit, right? If I'm emotionally afraid and I act and I react like I would with that bear, then it's wrong.
Yeah,
right?
but if you,
it could be,
and it's being and that's me being afraid because I don't know how to handle this certain scenario or situation, I'm just used to hold up. When I get afraid, I fucking toughen up. I get 10 foot tall, and you better back the fuck up, right? So we carry ourselves in a certain way,
right?
Yes, sir. And so then where is that line? So, like you said, it's okay. We're expected to do it here, but then shut that shit off and act. Where's your emotions at? Why be sensitive here when I threaten you, or when you're threatened over here, or you're afraid over here?
Right. Yeah, but how good is that emotion when you go split up a fight, pokies you in the neck?
That's weird. I lost my audio for a second.
Say that again.
No, so I'm saying, so you've got that emotion, right? Two people have a guy's assaulting someone in the street. You use your macho emotion. You go and break it up. and one guy pokies you in the neck. How useful is that in that scenario?
Was that the example you were using, Hul, or were you?
No. But you said if I feel threatened and I do this, sometimes the best fit. Like even Joe Rogan says this, and he's like one of them kind of pseudo intellectual like bro types, right? Even he says this. The best thing you can do in a fight is use your legs and run away.
Okay, so I wasn't. Okay, yeah, sure. There's fight or flight. All right. If you're that person and you think about it, I'm the active person. You know what I mean? Now, of course, you got to go situational, right? Everything will. But if I'm in the woods and that bear comes up, dude, I'm not thinking about it. I'm going to have to fucking fight him, dude. Like, there's a couple of rules depending on what kind of bear it is, right? I'm from Colorado. I understand the rules, right? But, like, a grizzly, you fucking lay down, right? Because you're just going to die anyway. Right. So there's sometimes when you don't have a choice. Right. But then there's other situations where we're expected to. And let's not say a bear. Let's say, it could be, you could use whatever scenario analogy you want.
Yeah, but in America, can't you just blow its face off?
I'm not really sure why.
So all I'm getting at. Okay, look, I'll land this fucking thing. All I'm saying is that the double standard is deep. And so us as individual, as a man, I've had to learn to find when is it acceptable for me to be aggressive and angry, and when is it not, right? And I have had to do that on my own because I got an empty toolbox. I got a toolbox with a fucking hammer in it. That's all I got. Maybe there was a tape measure, okay? Tape measure and a hammer. Yeah. So I had a couple of tools, dog, right? And I've made it work. And then, then I had to learn to find and to acquire more tools. It just takes a while, right? Because when you're handed down, an empty box.
Not much to start with, right?
Yes, sir. You have to figure it out.
Or another one is like being protective, right? It's a healthy trait to want to protect your family, for example, or, stepping up in like a dangerous situation or whatever. But when that goes into control, right, is when it becomes very toxic. So because I need to protect my family, now you have to just do what the fuck I tell you to do because I'm trying to protect you. We see some men do that, engage in that behavior, and that's very problematic. It's certainly fine to want to protect yourself and put yourself in harm's way to protect others. But when you do it and say, well, the only way that I can do this is if you just sit in the back and shut up, that's not.
I think we talked about
that's
it
a good
last
example.
week. I think we talked about it, I touched on it a little bit last week. The recognition, though, not all men are these big, aggressive, masculine men. And there's nothing wrong with that. But not every guy is like ready to jump up and punch somebody in the mouth for something. You know what I'm saying? Like some guys would rather walk away. Some people, let me say, right? And that's
but do you not think that's the most ridiculous thing?
I'm not trying to go against anybody that's
but Hall, if I insulted you and you whacked me in the mouth, where's that progressive? Because you don't know who I am and what I do.
What is defending yourself a bad thing, Rob?
Well, no. But if I offended you, right? I don't know. I just insulted you, and you didn't like it, and then to be all macho, you assaulted me in defense of your honor and defense of yourself. It's not really like worth it, is it?
You said insulted. I heard assaulted.
Oh no, I said insulted.
I see what you're saying.
So I personally, like, I can only speak, like, from about me, right? I'm above all that. I think it would really depend on what you say, but if you get disrespectful with me, dude, you're gonna catch some words, and you might catch some hands. Yeah. But that's just.
But then you throw hands. You end up in prison all over words.
Depends where you are. I mean,
it's situational, bro.
Right,
it's situational.
Right.
If we step out in the back alley, dude, and we beat each other's asses, dude, and as long as nobody calls the cops and nobody, we can walk away from the situation. Nobody goes anywhere. Yeah, and in some states, actually, if you both agree, the cops can't actually do shit about it.
That's right.
But But again, I'm fuck, dude. I'm 44 years old, brother. Like, if you say, "Hey, your mom's a whore" or whatever, like, I'm not childish, right? Now, I'm gonna have some words for you, bro. And
What'd you say about my mama?
I might fucking, you're gonna offend me for sure. But I'm not just gonna reach up and punch you in the fucking mouth, because I know that in this day and age, times have changed, and I probably will go to fucking jail. Now, 10, 15 fucking years ago, the first thing I would have done was punch you in the motherfucking mouth, and then we would have just gone from there. Because the cops would have showed up and been like, and you guys go your separate ways, right? But the times have changed. So without a choice, I wasn't given a choice but to learn to deal with disrespect, right? We have to now learn to deal with disrespect, because you may have been talking about my mom, and then when I hit you in the mouth, you're gonna call the cops. And then you win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think as someone who's had bad outcomes in terms of violence, even in self-defense, right? I genuinely think like this kind of like macho man of we're gonna catch hands is really just a big sign of weakness.
Well, you're welcome to, you're always welcome to your own opinion, brother.
Because like, if you look,
so then answer me this real quick, Rob. Answer me this real quick. So, what about that comment when you said about my mom, right? And we're just using hypothetical, right? What is that?
I just don't think that's that deep. You just go, okay.
Is it weakness to insult in the first place, right?
Exactly.
It is.
So it's weakness.
Right.
But if you show a sign of weakness, right?
Well, not.
So if someone insults you for no reason or for whatever reason,
that's weakness to begin with.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not arguing.
Well, then we start with that.
No. I'm not bothered about the insult, right? Because
that's where it starts.
But you're missing.
If your dad
you're not understanding what I'm saying. You're not understanding what I'm saying because you keep interrupting me.
Okay,
well, you're interrupting us too, mate. So it goes both ways.
It's okay. Go ahead.
That is true.
No, I'm just making a quick point, and I'm like 2 seconds.
I'm
fine with a normal conversation.
Well, Rob, you did interrupt like multiple people, and then you
and none of us said anything about it.
Right? I didn't.
Well, no, I'm not interrupted to that level, but no, that's fair, crack. Right? I won't be a hypocrite. But the point is, the point is if you're gonna get so upset by words in a country where you are prided of freedom of speech and you can say whatever you want and do whatever you want with words, I don't think then going, well, I'm going to smack you in the mouth is really like a sign of a strong man.
You know what? Hey, let me answer this from an Australian perspective, because I'll give you a different view, because I'm not in the category of American that you're talking about. You see, if you come to a pub here in Australia and you start insulting people in a way that's belligerent, okay, just out of line, just no need, right? Because Australians are friendly people, right? And we're accommodating. We don't tend to, want to get into violence, right? We're not a gun carrying nation, right? But if you start doing that, then well, every second word we use is disrespectful. We'll call you a cunt straight up. You're just a cunt.
Yeah, we're the same in the UK.
Right? Now, what will happen next though is that it's not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of decisiveness, because you see there's a point where Aussies go, you pommy cunts, just shut the fuck up, smack, that's it, he's not talking anymore. Right? And that's it. Oh, good, we can go back to drinking. Great. We've swatted the fly.
Well, not really, because if you swat that guy...
You're interrupting me.
Oh, you'd finish.
No, I hadn't finished. No, what I was going to say is that it's got to do with respect, okay? If you've got words to say because there's a pretext, there's a reason you've got some angry words to say, someone's done something wrong, or there's an offence that's in play, that's a different thing, right? People measure that, they go, okay, well, what do we need to do here, right? But if you're just belligerent, okay, then you'll be put on your ass here in no time flat, right? And it's not weakness, because what will happen is they'll turn around and they'll help you up and buy you a beer if you just knock it off. That's what Aussies do. They go, right, now,
I understand that. Similar to UK culture. Similar to UK culture.
It's not the same, mate. It's not the same with the UK culture at all.
Well, it is.
Not.
It is.
No, it's not.
No, it very much is.
You talk about the Yanks, mate. I mean, what about football hooliganism? I mean, you've got a whole culture of weak men running around in groups, right? With soccer teams, for fuck's sake, football teams pretending
but that's a mutual consent there. So you've
that's mutual weakness. That's mutual group weakness.
Okay. So now you're conceding that violence is a weakness, right?
No, I'm saying to you that you can't have it both ways. I'm saying
no, I can't. No, I'm not trying to have that.
It's
I'm
not necessarily weakness, though.
No, I'm not trying to have that. But if you smack someone in the mouth, if you smack someone in the mouth because they call you a cunt, and then they bang their head on something and they're dead, and you get 10 years in prison,
you'll pay the price.
Are you really a strong man, or are you just a fucking idiot and everyone's going to?
I think you'll pay the price for it. Most people won't get smacked for the first. Most people won't smack for the first belligerent. They'll say, go fuck yourself, and that'll be that. But of course, if you continue, well, that's another thing. And I'll just make the final point. There's a big difference between an individual situation where someone's injecting themselves and doing that versus a group think approach, which we see with English football hooliganism. I mean, that is en masse weakness. I mean, we've seen it lately in the English riots as well. Okay, I mean that's a craven weakness. So, I mean, I'm not sure you're in much of a position, as well as being, of course, the country that conquered fucking 80 nations and brought slavery to the world and everything else. So I'm not sure you're in much of a position to be throwing stones. I've got to tell you.
To be fair, that claim there is factually incorrect. We didn't bring slavery to the world. I don't know what you're on about there.
A European nation didn't
colonism wasn't slavery.
Transatlantic slavery to the world.
Wait. You think the UK?
He said
invented
Europe.
Slavery.
He said Europe.
No, he said UK. He said the UK.
Did you say UK?
Yeah, he said your people. So the UK.
You didn't invent
which at the time of his ancestors.
You guys were the best at it.
Were we? What, slavery? Nowhere near the best at slavery.
Colonisation is a form of slavery. I mean, if you want to play,
we were nowhere near the best at slavery.
Okay, see now we're getting into politics, so we can rein it back in.
Well, that's because this guy hasn't really come into this space with a view to fucking doing this properly.
Hang on, all I've said, if you hit someone for hurting words, then you're a fucking moron. Okay. That's the crust of what I said.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Look, there's a balance to everything, because if you're just insulting somebody, you just make an offhanded comment, whatever, ignore it, And if you're attacking somebody over that, yes, you're the idiot. But if you've told somebody to stop and they continue, and if you walk to some other area and that person follows you, smacking them in the face is the only option.
But that changes. That you've changed the whole scenario.
Yeah, I'm just saying in that moment, like, you have to do something.
They now impose a threat because they're
correct.
Okay, so he started on him.
But they didn't touch you. They didn't touch you. It was just words, right? It's just words.
No. Even in law,
it's just pestering you.
No, even in law, if they followed you, then impose a reasonable threat to use reasonable force.
Yeah, try that one in a U.S. court. Good luck.
Okay,
so Rob, I'm sure there's plenty of cases in America that have followed.
Hey, bro, you started off by saying that by punching somebody shows a weak man. Okay,
yeah, by what you'd find. Yeah.
Hold on.
Full-blooded.
Okay, so we're taking it back to what actually started all this. Okay, and what I asked, or what I was trying to ask, is what about, and I think John tried to touch on it. Like, what about you when you're the one talking shit? What kind of man is that? That's a strong man to come in and start talking about my mom or my sister, but running his mouth. Is that a strong man then? And I'm the weak man because I reacted. Is that what we're, you know what I'm saying? And
I'm not making the claim that someone is
hold up a second. So that's where,
so
that's what I'm getting at, is it's disrespect. Okay.
Yeah, but my point isn't that.
Man or woman, you should be raised and taught to have respect, dude, for others. And the moment you cross that line, it go into uncharted territory. You don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do when I disrespect you. I might walk away. I might say, "Hey, cunt, shut your mouth." Right. I might hit you in the fucking mouth. Okay, and it depends on the level of
but you've misconstrued what I've said.
No, I think you kind of have misconstrued.
No, because I've already agreed. I have already agreed about 5 times now that the person disrespecting them is also a weak person. However, I'd say in the seriousness and the severity of both things and what the outcomes could be, the person punching him in the mouth is more stupid. 100%.
Okay, so I didn't hear you say.
Or how stupid is it?
Agreed with that first part. Okay, so I didn't hear you say that at all. So that was just a clarification on my part.
How stupid is a 5'4", 120-pound man yapping and talking shit to a dude who's like 6'2", 280 pounds? That's stupidity.
Yeah, but how dumb is it for the 6'2" guy not to be able to use his brain, engage in a battle of wits?
No. I'm just saying that the guy that starts yapping like that's stupid.
Yeah, but as my English ancestors,
do you agree that is stupid to do that?
No, because as my English ancestors would have taught John, in what he claimed earlier, the pen is much mightier than the sword.
So you don't think that guy is stupid? The 5'4",
I think they're both
120.
stupid, but I think if a 6'2"
Okay, there we go. Okay, that's all I asked.
No, but I think but in the
that's all I asked you.
I agree. No, but what I'm saying is, I think it's more stupid for a 6'2" guy to go and ragdoll effectively a midget, and then go, oh yeah, this is all justified. I a butch guy. Like, fuck me. I'm probably gonna have to drop for saying that word, but I do apologize.
Yeah, I don't know. I see. Yeah, because is that derogatory now? Is that considered derogatory?
I didn't.
The midget, to say midget.
Little people?
Rob said probably. Yeah, I don't know. You know, that's what we used to call everybody. So little person, they're little people. Okay, little people. Little person.
But I'm not sure what all those straw men were about, to be honest. There's a lot of straw men.
Yeah, they got a little bit.
It's like, what's the point? I don't get it.
Well, I hope Rob comes back during the political discussion, because, it's a lot of it.
That seemed to be the one he really wanted to have,
Well, I mean,
he came in basically.
We've got 30 minutes left. If you guys, we can transition on over if you'd like, but, we'll bring the women up.
I feel like I did change. I did direct the topic.
Yeah, you came in blaming the Americans for being toxic. I mean, for fuck's
No, I didn't get to answer.
That's what you did.
I didn't get to expand. Right, I can expand if you want, John.
Well, let's take a vote in the community, guys, in the comment section. If you'd like to go ahead and transition now, or just wait the 30 minutes, just let me know in the comments, and I'll take it.
Before we transition, I did have something else that I kind of wanted to bounce off y'all. So after, it's a different topic.
Oh, please.
And also, we got Get Out came up. Did he want to talk about something?
Oh, yeah.
I can listen to him, but I was, Rob had made the comment about free speech in America, and people get mad if free speech doesn't mean that there won't be consequences for your actions.
Oh, I love when Americans say
this. You can say whatever you want to say, but that doesn't mean that you may not face consequences.
That's a fair point.
Did you get upset when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? That's a consequence to his speech.
I mean, a human being. I don't want an enemy of mine assassinated.
No, but that's a direct consequence of his speech, right?
It can be.
I guess.
So by your logic, no one could get upset by Charlie Kirk, because effectively he said it would be okay for him to be unalive. Effectively.
Hang on.
And he said it. He said it many a time.
That's not what he said, though, Rob.
No, it is verbatim, right? He said verbatim. No, hang on, verbatim.
No, let's go back to Charlie Kirk. No,
I'm just saying what he said verbatim, right? Verbatim, he said he wants his right for pew-pews in America. So be it if a few innocent lives were lost. Well,
right.
One was.
And you're right. It was.
That is what he said.
That's exactly what he said. But
he justified the act effectively.
That wasn't a consequence. That doesn't mean that people had to be, oh, great, Charlie Kirk just got unalive because of the stuff he said.
Right.
Right. It's not the...
He wasn't out robbing and stealing.
Yeah, it's not the same thing to say, I'm justifying this action, because it can be a consequence. That's not justification, and that's not in favor of
Okay, let's frame it another way then.
Right.
No, but let's frame it another way. If I say, so be it, some people are going to get the shits from eating too much ice cream every year, and I get the shits, are you going to laugh at me? Or are you going to go, oh, poor him, I really I'm really sad that you got the shits.
A little
I'm 58 years old. I'm probably gonna laugh at you.
I guess I don't really.
That's what
I
we
don't
would have done
understand
when
what
we
the
were
hell
young.
that means.
Yeah. If you
Can I
drink
just say something
Imodium
about-
and you get the shits,
Right.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, right, you can't just keep making claims and going around
milk
and
is bad.
antagonizing people
Well, hang on, I'm
and then
gonna-
say,
I'm-
oh, well, I
I'm-
get freedom of speech. I get it, but all the other people don't.
Well, I'm going
on.
to say this about freedom of speech. The reality is, if it wasn't for the Americans' freedom of speech and the system that they built having defeated the British, right, then they wouldn't have been in a position to come and save Britain's ass and Australia's, I might add, in World War II. So you
That's a factual error.
So that no, it's not. That toxicity
They funded
that you
the
talk
Germans,
about,
John.
no, that toxicity that toxicity that you talk
What do
about.
you mean bullshit?
But you can't accept. God, how's that?
Okay.
How about
Okay.
shut the fuck up,
Okay.
cunt?
Okay,
Right,
hold
how
on,
about that?
hold on.
We're the
Okay,
birthplace of
okay,
Batman.
okay. We haven't transitioned yet. Let's pull it back in. And I think actually, I'm just going to pause it here. Hooligan, I think you had something that you wanted to get off your chest before we transitioned into politics. You guys can put a pin in that. We can go right back to it. I promise you. That's fair enough. But Hooligan, did you want to offer something that's appropriate for the panel?
Yeah, it's totally off topic. It's something that we've talked about, and so I got a friend of mine, known him since I was fucking 10 years old, so 34 years, almost 35 years. So he's like a brother to me, right? He's been on this suicide thing. Sorry, the unaliving, self-unaliving. Sorry about that. He's been on this thing lately, and I try to go over there. Look, I'm a single dad, so I don't get a lot of time, but and he's a drunk. He's a complete drunk, right? So that doesn't help his situation, but in his mind, but so I've tried to take his guns. I've tried to talk him out of it, tell him what's good, asked him to think about the future. Like all the shit that you would try to, and he just don't care. Like he keeps going back and he jokes about it. And I part of me thinks it's just a cry for help, but part of me doesn't, so I've been real supportive and trying to talk him down and out, but he keeps going back to it. And I had to tell him the other day, I said, look, bro, I said, I'm your brother. You know what I mean? And I tell it to you, how it is. And I said, if this is something you want to do and I can't talk you down, then let me help you make a plan. And I'm very torn inside about saying that because that's nothing you should ever say to someone in that position, right? But as a brother, if I had a decision in my head that would I not want support? Would I want, I don't think it was the right thing to say, but I've already tried the right things to say. So then I went to supportive mode. Okay, if this is what you're going to do, don't do it in front of your fucking family. Don't let your wife and kids come home to your fucking brains all over the wall. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a little, like I said, I'm kind of torn because I don't think that's the right way, but I support my brother. Look, you support your brother and whatever he does, right? I mean, I'm not whatever he does, but you know what I mean? You try to, and if he doesn't want to fucking be here, dude, some people just don't want to fucking be here no more. And, so I told him, I said, look, I'll be the Kevorkian for you, dog. Let's make a plan. Not physically, but go camping, take a backpack and just fucking park your truck and hike in the woods. I'm trying to be, I don't know. So I thought, maybe I could get some insight.
Yeah, man, that's tough.
I don't know. Like, I think I would never say someone to unalive themselves. Never, right? And I'll do anything I can to not let that happen. But like, some people, like, if you don't want to fucking do this no more, dude, like, am I being the selfish one for trying to keep him from doing that? You know what I'm saying? I think that's where it stemmed from. I'm like, fuck, am I being selfish here? This is what he wants, right? And I don't want to feel selfish and be like, no, don't, because it's not my pain, but it's everybody's pain around him. But it would ease his pain, right? So that's selfish of everybody else to be mad or to not want him to do something like that, right? Like,
no,
so,
I'll give you some feedback on that. Not quite, no, because it's overwhelmingly the case from psychological studies done on people who've tried to self-unalive and not succeeded, but got close. That when they were in that period where they thought they'd succeeded and then later on discovered they hadn't, regret. So so almost all of them go through the moment of when they do it, and then from when they do it to when they're no longer here. And in that moment, it's overwhelmingly regret. What have I done? Why did I do it? Okay, but they can't retrieve it if they've done it in a particular way. So you see, he may not know that. You obviously don't know that. Most people don't know that. And so I'm trying to tell you that, because you see, it's one thing to think you want something. It's another thing to be careful what you wish for. And so then I go to another question, which is, does his wife know about that?
That's kind of was gonna be one of my next conversations. Yeah. You know what I mean? Is talk to her about it, but they're like really in a bad way. Like, he's a drunk and he's really a narcissistic, or, you know, it's all about him. He thinks that all he has to do is go to work and pay the bills, and then she takes care of the kids. She cooks the meals. She's got a full-time job, and she works at nights. They've got, you know, twins in the house. They're 14 now, but like, you know what I mean? So there's a bunch of things, dude. And I'm trying to, I haven't been able to look at the comments, y'all. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry you're going through that, dude.
I don't want him to do it. And that's what I tried to tell him, the future. I said, think about the future. And he's like, what fucking future? He's like, my fucking family hates me. My wife won't even hug me. And it's like, well, I keep telling him, dude, bro, there's reasons. You know what I mean? Like, you have to change.
The alcohol's really problematic.
He doesn't. I know, bro. I've been sober coming up on 7 years, dude. And so I try to get that in his head that, you know, it's possible, but he just doesn't want to admit he's wrong. He doesn't want to give it up. Like, it's a lot of self-inflicted shit, dude. So that's why I started off like, you know, you're crazy. Give me your guns. You know, like, give me your, like, we're not going to fucking do this. And then I think I was treating it a little more like a game. You know, when those cries for help, when someone says it, and you're like, you know, give me your, or sorry, I said the G word, my bad. The pew is my bad. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, man.
So I've tried to take some
steps. A tough spot, hooligan.
Well, and then I don't want him gone. I don't want this to be like that, but support, right? We talk about supporting each other. You know what I mean? And if you feel like there's nothing left for you, I know that not to be true. Right. You guys all know. There's always another day. I mean, because tomorrow's not fucking promised as it is. You know what I'm saying? And but I feel like I crossed the wrong line by being that supportive, but I feel like maybe he doesn't get support from.
You dropped out, hooligan.
Oh. Yeah, we lost you, hooligan.
Sorry, Doug. He doesn't get support from anywhere else. You know? And
but maybe, can I just say this, and it's all I've got, because it's obviously unique and it's a pretty tough situation, but you've got one thing he doesn't, which is sobriety, right? and that soberness and that experience of soberness, right? To be able to speak to that and what that's done in your life, right? Because the real fear that he's facing is the alcohol, because he knows it's destroyed everything. At the same time, he's scared to give it up because it's the one thing that comforts him. So, and you know what that is because you've had to face it. And so I wonder whether the key is to go to the causative, the most causative aspect of it all. Because the reality is, if you can put the bottle down and do something about it, and I hate to say AA meetings because I'm just not sure how useful they are, to be honest, but whatever. So the thing about the AA structure, is at least there's other people going through the same problem at the same time, and maybe then there's some other guys, a bit like what we're trying to do here, without when we're not being interrupted by people who just want to argue for argument's sake. The reality is that he might need something like this in support to deal with the problem that he's dealing with. Because the thing about you being sober is that you've conquered that problem. At least to the point where you've got some distance from it. I'm sure it's constantly,
and you can provide insight into that, right?
Because I think it's about pivoting the problem away from life to what does it mean to live? Because Because and also calling out the belling the cat, really, in some ways, to say, look, at the heart of all this, he knows it, you know it, right? The elephant in the room is that fucking bottle of grog, and it's
here's like the saving grace in the situation. The fact that he is voicing this to you means he doesn't want to do it. Means he's actually trying to get somebody to help him without saying it, and he doesn't want to admit it. But that's why he's expressing this to you.
Right.
In my view, because if somebody's wanting to do that, they're just going to do it. But if they're wanting, it's a cry for help, essentially. And so, you're not a licensed person. You're not going to be able to treat, withdrawals from alcohol. This is something that he's going to have to figure out, that it's a very bad situation, but also you got to be careful with what you say to him, because then there's liability issues along that if he does in fact do it. And depending on what you've said to him, that can be a problem. So, it's you be there as a friend, right? Insightful to what, John was just talking about, and use that to your best ability to get him to sign up, or even, and it may burn the bridge, talk to his wife. Just send the wife a message. I mean, because she could actually get the guy locked up. I say locked up, but put in inpatient treatment or whatever.
He went to inpatient treatment in Florida. Cost him so much. I don't know, like $30,000. He was down there for
crazy,
like two months. He came back and he was sober for a month and went right back into it. It's a personal default. It's that addiction, right? That I know I've dealt with. That's one of my demons, probably always will be, right? So like you said, John, I do understand, and I try to tell him that it's the bottle. If he puts that shit down, I'm there as much as I can be. I'm building a race truck. I'm in a racing community here in Colorado, and he's a fucking master mechanic, and I'm like, bro, look, I need a mechanic, dude, but you have to, I can't have you drunk. You can't be...
You can't be drinking in front of me, right?
You know what I'm saying, dog? Like race weekend, bro. You got to wait till, 6 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? And so...
Can I ask who... Can I ask you whether... So in your battle with, to get some distance from the bottle, right? You went through a whole lot of trials and tribulations, right? Now, have you ever been able to sit down with him for an hour or two and just talk about the pain and the difficulty you went through personally without him having to say anything? Because I think one of the things that might help to change the focus, because when someone does that, they're basically letting the other person take insights without having responsibility or blame pushed their way. Because the moment you're talking about his problem, he's the person with the problem, he's causing the problem on the, all of that. Whereas if you're able to spend an hour or two and say, man, I just want to talk about what alcohol did for me, all these, and just share all the bad things, the stories, all, almost like a couple of hours of really just confessing all of those things in a way where you're saying, I'm going to say all this so you understand what it's meant to me to not be there and what I had to go through and how hard it was, and giving him an understanding of what that environment looks like so he can relate to it through you. I don't know. It's just, I'm just trying to find some avenues for you here.
Yeah. So yes, I've tried. I had probably every time. I mean, I go to the I statements. You know what I mean? That whole like, approach.
Can you spend a couple of hours there doing that though? Because I guess
yeah.
that's it.
So, and I was actually trying to think about it, like more so as you were saying it. Like I absolutely have, bro. Absolutely. He knows where I was at. He's my brother, man.
Yeah,
he knows how bad I was. He knew.
He just can't bridge the gap.
What shitty shape I was in, the decisions I was making, the fucking legal problems I was having. You know what I mean? But to be straight, it's that for him. It's that narcissism. He absolutely nothing is his fault. Nothing in his entire life.
So he can't
like we've known each other since we were 10 years old. Okay,
yeah, gotcha.
That's a whole fucking life, dude. We're all we're both 44. We're the same age. Okay,
yeah, man.
So like,
that's fucking hard.
You can't. He'll watch me admit my wrong because I got pretty open.
But he can't follow you there. Yeah, I'm with you.
When I sobered up, everything's my fucking fault. I have done, whether I had something to do with the situation or not, it's my fault. I fucked up somewhere, right?
Are you the older or younger brother?
So it's not blood.
Oh, okay, just okay. So then the question is, are you older or younger than him?
A couple of months younger.
Right, okay, so same age, okay. And
yeah.
I suppose the obvious other question then is to say, well, given that he is a narcissist, and I'm not sure it has any difference for people who are severe narcissists, but to what degree has he ever been able to have things sheeted back to him? I mean, it's one thing to be a narcissist and get away with it. It's another thing to have someone properly, put those things back at you in no uncertain terms. I guess you've tried that too.
He's been and he's had his ass kicked, a few times because of that mentality. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That he can say what he wants and do what he wants, and it's just how it is. He's very conservative. You know what I mean? He's pretty. Not that it matters, but he's pretty like MAGA and that whole mentality. Yep. So, it's white is right.
You don't have a lot to work with.
No, dude, no. I try, dude. Like,
do y'all go? Do y'all go do things together?
Yeah.
Have you guys gone camping and fishing and stuff like that? I assume he probably enjoys that.
It's been so the problem is
he wants to drink.
I've said it. It's the booze. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And you don't want to be doing that, having him doing it around you, so then you're not doing it as much. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Because that'll.
You know what? I've learned to be okay with it. I've passed. Crested that hill, right?
Right.
Where,
yeah. Okay. You can be in proximity.
Where you could be around it, and it's.
Yeah, and so I'm a pool player, so I'll try to take him out to play pool, but then he's fucking housed. You know what I'm saying? You have to catch him early in the day, for him to have any kind of right mind, because anything after fucking, a certain point, dude, and it's the point of no return. The mouth starts running, and like you just, the alcohol.
Dr. Jekyll wants to hide.
And I try to tell him, dude, like, look, we can go do this. Yesterday, I said, look, I need to put my motor inside my race truck. All right, I'm doing a bunch of mock-up for my race truck. New motor in it. So I said, look, dude, come out here and help me. And he's like, oh man, well, I got it. And I was like, look, bro. He's like, well, I got to move my toolbox in the garage. And I was like, okay, so check it out, dude. Because I'm trying to get him out and seeing life. He's been talking so negatively, right? I'm like, come out to the race truck, bro. Like, just be involved with me. You know what I mean? No, you don't have to race. No, I don't. You don't have to be my mechanic. No, you don't have to, just come be involved. You know, we're just doing stuff. We're just hanging out, you know, right? Well, he did. He came out. I got about 2 hours out of him, you know what I mean? And he was ready to go back to the bottle, you know? So, but I went back to his house and we spent like 6 hours in his garage cleaning up and straightening up. And it was real, like he was hugging me and crying by the time I was leaving. Like, man, thank you so much for being my brother, dude. You know, and so it's like, he needs that, but he won't put all that effort into it to doing it, you know? So
yeah, something has to trigger his own want, because like, even if you put by force this person into a facility, if they're not ready, they're going to come out the other side, and the chances that they go back to it is pretty high. Yep. And you know, it's some people, like, it's, you know, there's nothing that you can do. They've already made up their mind, or, you know, but to me, the fact that he's relaying this to you is a sign that he does want help. So I don't know the guy enough to really, you know, make some clever way of getting him to,
I don't
like,
want to sit up here. Like, he's a good man. All right. Like, we all have our flaws. All right. Like, he's got a great heart. He'd give you the fucking shirt off his back. Now, as long as he keeps his mouth shut, right? He'll give you the shirt off his back, but he's going to bitch about it the whole time. Like, he'd willingly give you the shit, but he'd be like, I want this fucking back clean. You know what I mean? Like, so,
right.
But like, he's a really good guy. So I don't want to sit up here and, you know, I wouldn't be friends with, you know, brothers with a guy for fucking.
Well, alcohol
years,
is a fucking plague on society. I mean, it really is. Yeah. But we know really prohibiting it doesn't fix
sobering
that.
Up, anybody that's sobered up, you can look back, and I mean, you can see why or what, you know, how bad it was, and you're like, Jesus, that was what I was doing. That's like, why, dude? You know,
Rego asked, why is he drinking? Do you know that at all, Phil?
To be 100% honest, he it's funny. I asked him that the other day. I was like, bro, just quit drinking. And he said he blamed it on his wife. He said, she gave me an ultimatum. I could either smoke weed or whatever. I don't know what's PC here.
Tell him to do that, not the grog.
Well, I try, dude. I try. I give him the greatest stuff, dude, because I'm all about the I give him the greatest
share alike.
What a good brother's for.
It puts his dick in the dirt, dog. He can't hang, dude. He can't hang. I made some cookies the other day, and I gave him a cookie, and I was like, only eat one small bite, dude. You know, one small bite.
And he's like,
to help you sleep.
Don't tell me what to do.
And he called me like 2 days later. He's like, that's fucked up, dude. And I was like, what? And he's like, I fucking didn't think one bite. You know, I was like, how much did you eat? And he's like, well, I ate the fucking cookie. And I was like, well, yeah, dog. Like, that's a homemade. I made that cookie, bro.
Oh, you're reminding me. I'm just going to break out on this one. You reminded me of a little story that happened here in my hometown a couple of years ago. We've got these places called the Cheesecake Shop, which is a shop that just sells cheesecakes. And they typically have younger employees. And there was a bunch of them who thought it'd be a good idea to bring some butter in, some dope butter, and make themselves up a cheesecake. The only problem was they made the chocolate cheesecake, put it in the fridge, thinking they'd take it home with them. Well, it got unfortunately handed out to a family. No. So there was like 18 people, including the grandmas and the grandpas, and the kids. They're all off their tree.
Oopsie.
And it became quite a scandal. It was like just, you know, misadventure, but the effect was, we just served this huge cheesecake to a family of 18. I shouldn't laugh, but it was pretty funny.
Get too far off
There was
a wedding party that did that too. A wedding party did that. They fucking went to jail for it. But I see a couple things. Let me answer that real quick. So I think the reason he started drinking, it was an excuse, right? It was partying young, and he just stuck with it. He watched his father like his dad had his own. He went to the Vietnam, got out, got married, had kids, started a business. Ran his own business, did it enough to retire, and was able to sit at his house and drink all day. His dad.
Right.
So he grew up watching his dad sit and drink with his wife, you know, the old days, right? A good religious wife that cooked all the meals, kept the house clean, took care of the kids. You know, the old days, right? He went to the war and he paid for the house and he did everything, and she was a housewife. So he watched that growing up. So his dad was a very good man. He was a drunk too, but he was a very good man.
High functioning.
But his dad was so bad that he gave up his driver's license so he could drink. He used to take his rocks glass with him everywhere he drove. So after his like third DUI, he said, you know what? I'm not going to quit drinking. I'm going to quit driving. So his dad gave up his driver's license, sold his fucking car, and just had everybody do all his errands or pick him up and take him. And so when my buddy grew up watching, and his dad, I don't want to say did it successfully, but his
high
dad
functioning.
He did, yep.
I knew a high functioning drunk. They're the worst.
And his dad wasn't a fall down drunk. Like, he would take midday naps, but like he would sit. He was a smart guy. He was very conservative, you know, Rush Limbaugh, right? But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, very opinionated. But I mean, he was very high functioning and very respectful and respected, right? So he is envious and wants that. He wants to be able to go to work and come home and drink. And just wifey does everything, you know what I mean? And I think he's got himself into the depression. Because his wife, you know, the way he is and drunk all the time, his family really, truly, dude, it's sad. They don't want anything to do with him. He doesn't know how to talk to him. He yells a lot, you know, he's depressed. I think I saw that. Yes, he's depressed because his family in his house that he supports don't want anything to do with him.
Right.
But he won't show them respect. He just demands respect. And I tell him that. He said something about his kid the other day. I was on the phone with him, and he fucking said, he's like, oh, she's a fucking dumbass or something. And I was like, bro, you're lucky I'm not there, because I would slap you in the fucking mouth. There you go, Rob, if he's fucking listening. I told my brother, I would slap you in the fucking mouth if you were talking about my niece like that. She is not a fucking idiot. Like, why would you call your own daughter? Like, why? You know what I mean? And so it's like, bro, that's, you wonder why they don't want to hang out, bro? You know what I'm saying? And I said, you got to quit this fucking shit, dude. You know? And I try, brother. I try. But I'm also that friend that I tell it real. When he's a fool, I tell him he's a fucking fool. You know? And
I've got a video here. I don't know how helpful it is. Have you looked up videos like help, you know, how to or suggestive videos?
I'm one of those, like, I'm a fucking, I don't know, you know, a manly man, bro. We fucking figure that shit out, dog.
Right. Well, this is one of the ways to figure it out. And so this is actually put together by Stanford Center for Health Education. And I don't know if it's going to be helpful. It's a little long, but if you want to listen to it together, I think this would be helpful for people.
Well, and I don't think it's probably not just me. I mean, I see people I'm trying to pay attention to the chat, y'all, but I'm a little like.
Yeah, and there are other people that are certainly, either are dealing with it
or have. Yes, sir.
Right.
Yeah.
And so this could be helpful to somebody. Let's see.
About suicide. Should I say something? I don't know what to do.
Well, this is a tough place to be in, but by stepping up to an important conversation, you could save a life. I'm Shashank Joshi, and I'm a professor of psychiatry, pediatrics, and education at Stanford Medicine and the Graduate School of Education. I'm going to give you some practical tips to help a friend who might be struggling with a mental health crisis that includes suicidal thoughts. During this video, if you're worried about yourself or your reactions to anything you hear, or if you're worried about a friend, please call 988, which will connect you to your local resource for crisis support.
What should I do to prepare?
Before you start the conversation, commit to a few important ground rules. First, be present in the conversation. This means that when you ask questions, you're going to take their answers seriously, you won't ignore what they say, and you'll respond promptly without distraction. Next, listen without judgment. This means not imposing your own feelings and reasons why they should not end their life. Instead, listen to why they are in emotional pain and try to understand their reasons for both wanting to live and thinking about dying. You want them to focus on their own reasons for staying alive and not yours. Finally, do not promise secrecy. Your friend may ask you not to tell anyone that they are suicidal, but it's more important to ensure their safety and get them help if needed. I'll say more about this later.
How do I start the conversation?
First, be direct. You could start with a simple statement like, "You've said some things that worry me. Are you thinking of ending your life? Or are you thinking of suicide?" Now, some people worry that bringing up the topic of suicide could give someone ideas or increase their suicidality. Actually, the research has shown that the opposite is true. When you create time and hold space for a conversation and acknowledge and talk about suicide, you may in fact reduce suicidal thinking and immediate risk. Now, be careful not to imply judgment. So you want to avoid questions like, "You're not thinking about suicide, are you?" Or, "You're not thinking about doing something stupid, are you?" Notice that these questions are phrased in a way that indicates that you want to hear no for an answer. When you ask questions in this way, the person is less likely to be honest about how they're really feeling.
I'm worried I won't know what to say next.
Well, once the conversation gets going, you can follow up with some questions like, "What are you feeling right now? When did these feelings start?" Or, "I want to help. Is there anything you need right now?" You can also take opportunities to reflect on what you've heard them say. This kind of active listening tells the person that you're not only listening, but you're also doing your best to understand. You could say something like, "It seems like you're feeling that your parents really don't understand you," or, "It sounds like you're really worried you could lose the house."
What should I not say?
You want to never dare them or imply that they should go ahead and make an attempt. So you don't want to say things like, "And if you want to be selfish, then just do it," or "See if anyone cares." You might be frustrated or upset at the situation, but this is a very dangerous thing to say to someone who is in a vulnerable place. As I said before, it's also important to not promise secrecy. So don't say things like, "Your secret is safe with me," or "Don't worry, I won't say a word to anyone." The person may be worried about others finding out that they are suicidal. You might feel obligated to honor this request, or you might be worried that they will be upset with you. But if your friend's life is at risk, your main priority is to ensure their safety. Instead, you can say something like, "I can't keep this a secret because I care about you. You need help, and I'm here to help you get it." What you convey by saying this is, "I'm here, I hear you, I understand, and I care." Now, if you're a teenager or young adult, or if you're an adult who works with young people in a school setting or on a sports team, if you are telling someone about a high-risk situation and connecting a child or teenager with help, you're not getting that child or teenager in trouble. You're getting them out of trouble. That's a very important difference to understand.
What else can I do?
If your friend is thinking about suicide, it's important that they not be alone. If you can't go to them in the moment, find out if another friend or family member can. You can even be there over text. Continue text messaging with them until that someone else can be with them. So unlike when you're speaking to someone, texting gives you some time to think and revise before sending your reply. This can be very helpful, but you also don't want to leave your friend waiting for your response. Be thoughtful about the tone and how wording and punctuation might be interpreted. Remember, just by being there, you are doing something very valuable that can help prevent the escalation of suicidal thoughts to a suicide attempt.
How can I know if they are in immediate danger?
Well, after you've determined that suicide is indeed being talked about, it's important to find out a few things immediately to understand the safety risk. Have they already done anything to try to harm themselves or kill themselves before talking with you? Does the person know how they would take their life? Do they have a specific, detailed plan? And if so, what's the timing for their plan? And finally, what sort of access do they have to their planned method? Knowing the answers to each of these questions can tell us a lot about the imminence and severity of danger the person might be in. For example, the more steps and pieces of a plan that are in place, the higher the severity of risk and the capability to enact their plan. Or if they have access to a firearm immediately and are very serious about attempting suicide, then you may need to do immediate steps like call 988 to get connected to a crisis counselor, or you may just need to drive them to the nearest emergency department. I mentioned the 988 number. Think of it as the 911 for a mental health crisis. The 988 number will connect you to your local resource for crisis support, which is free and confidential and available 24/7. If you prefer to text, there's the crisis text line. You can text any word to 741-741. This is also a 24/7 service that's free and confidential.
Is there anything else I should do after I know they're safe right now?
Yes. Once you've established their immediate safety, it's important to connect them with the ongoing support of a mental health professional. And you can explore this by asking, are you getting mental health support right now? Or are you seeing a mental health professional right now? Have you seen someone in the past? Is this an option for you right now? Another important step is to help them to develop a safety plan. You can learn more about making one through a free app called the Stanley Brown Safety Plan.
So what do I do after the initial conversation?
Very important to follow up. After your first conversation, after you've connected them with crisis support, make sure to check in with them the next day and over subsequent days to see how they're doing. You can call, you can text, you can even send them a postcard. Studies have shown that this can help them feel more connected and reduce their risk for suicide. This is also a good time to ask if there's anything more they need help with. So if there's something you promised you'd do and haven't done yet, let them know you're still working on it. In all of your conversations, remember, only commit to the things you're willing and able to accomplish. The strategies in this video were compiled from several resources, including the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, BeTheOne2.com, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the Crisis Text Line, California's Know the Signs campaign, and the Stanley Brown Safety Plan app. If at any time you find yourself unsure of what to do during a crisis, please use the resources linked below. Thank you again for being there for your friend who might.
Okay. Now, I know that some of this information is not, specific to the situation you're facing. I noticed your comment there. It's one of the things that men need to overcome is thinking that we can solve everything. I don't know anything about suicide prevention, for example. And so I'm going to find resources that can help me do better. So going and searching and going down a rabbit hole of how do I help somebody overcome alcoholism, for example, might produce some very valuable, how-to videos or something, how to help a friend struggling with that. So that may be something that you also can do moving forward that might help.
Yeah. And that was
I thought it was a good video.
And it was a good video. And honestly, I think it just makes me realize how much I fucked up by trying to be that kind of supportive for him, thinking that in no which way do I want that to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
in any fucking like at all. But I don't know.
But that wasn't your intent, and so you shouldn't beat yourself up for it. You know, but this goes back to when we think we can just fix it because, you know, like I should be able to do this. He's my friend, whatever. You know, some of us aren't supportive, equipped in that way.
I think for us to be supportive and want to support, like, I mean, it makes sense, but that's totally, like, I fucked up, dude. You know, and
but it's fixable.
So I am trying to fucking be there and just trying to, you know, do what I can. You know, if it's a cry for help, dude, well, you know what I mean? Like, come on with it. Let's try to work through it.
Have you ever flat out asked him? Have you ever just flat out asked him, are you thinking about, you know, doing this?
He was fucking rolling around the 38 special when I was on the phone with him a couple of nights ago. I mean, it was in his hands.
Jeez.
So I mean, cry for help, sure. And then he's so drunk. When I was at his house yesterday, I said, hey, I want your things. You know what I mean? Because he's got a few things. Right. He's got a few of them. Little and big.
And don't forget that it could be dangerous for the people in his house, too.
I know, dude. And so I was like, but he doesn't. It's all self.
Inflicted.
He wants it to be self-inflicted, not he's not. Well, he doesn't want to hurt his family. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yesterday I said, hey man, let me have those things, dude. Let me just take them and hold on to them. And he's like, and he was drunk, so he was like, yeah, sure, you need one. He's like, yeah, you could take one of them, for like protection. And I'm like, no, bro. I said I want all of them. And he looked at me. He's like, you ain't having my things. You can't have my things. And you know that, like, that mentality, that right-wing mentality, out of my cold, unalived hands, right, type of mentality, that's how and I was like, damn, dude, like, so I don't want, so is it, do I feel like it's a cry for help? I think, yes, but I think more so I hope. I think I really hope that it's just a cry for help. Because without me physically taking things from him, that's not the only way to do things, to go to unalive, right? So, like, I don't know, brother. I don't know.
No, I see what you're saying. It's far less likely though that he can harm, because we see these stories in the news where they, unalive their whole family and then themselves, and that's certainly not something, and if he's drunk or whatever. So this is, it's if he's rolling it around in his hand and he's talking to you on the phone and he's, you know what I mean, like that's, I would take that seriously. And
well, and so I get, okay, so I'm supportive and anti, right? There's always another day, right? There's always something we could do. And this is for anybody, for everybody, anybody I run across. Look, there's something. Come on, let's go fucking take a hike, right? Let's do something. Let's go ride motorcycles. Okay, whatever, right? But I have always been a very, like, it really pulls at my strings if it's just a cry for help. If you need help, please, tell me you're sad. Tell me you're depressed. Tell me use some words. But, like, I really don't like people going that route. Talk about unaliving, because we know that a lot of times it's serious, but then a lot of times it's a cry for help. And so I don't like getting invested and thinking that it's at this serious line when you're just crying wolf, right?
Right. Well, I don't know that it's ever a cry for wolf. It is a signal, that.
Right, and I don't treat it like that. You know what I'm saying? So I get very serious. And so so I got angry with him. He was flipping that thing around in his hands. I was like, bro, you need to put that fucking thing away. Don't do this with me on the phone, bro. Like, come on, dude. Like, what? Like, you're trying to hurt me too. Like, by you doing this on the phone, like that hurts me. You know, like, yeah, I'm this tough guy, but Jesus Christ, how tough am I supposed to be?
Right.
It's okay for you to be doing this on the other, you know what I mean? So like it upset me, right? So that's when, you know, like, so I'm really torn. And like I said, watching that video, I really see how I fucked up by trying to be supportive in one's thoughts, right? And so I'm definitely gonna it's not that I'm gonna change my approach, because my approach hasn't really changed, but I'm definitely going to stick to one side of things, you know, the more support for it. So then at least if nothing else, then I did that, right? You know what I mean? That effort was there, right?
Yep. So, yeah, that's a shitty situation, man. Now, Lilith, did you want to offer thoughts on this subject? Was that, yeah? Do we have any like professionals in the house? Usually we have a, you know, credentialed person that can speak about it. But you know, hooligan, don't take it personally to yourself, and don't beat yourself up over how you dealt with it. You know, you can just, because if it's well intentioned, it's well intentioned. And we can't know everything all the time. And as men, sometimes we have to acknowledge, I don't know how to fix this, but I will figure it out, and I will find out. Right.
And that's what I think that, you know, chatting, right, and that video, like, it just kind of pushes it. Like, I haven't given up, but I got to just come at it 100 like I was, versus supporting X, right?
Yeah, it may be time for him to just, like, are you thinking about doing this?
Well,
you know,
it really
hits. Saying, I'm here to help you because I care. What do you need?
The crying on my shoulder last night, I think, is really what kind of hit me. You know, it's because it's not. I don't take it as just talk, bro. I don't take it as just talk. I think this motherfucker might be just. I mean, I know it's like morbid, but like to do it for spite. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, and so that's why we spent all day yesterday. I'm trying to go out there today. I told him I'm going back to the race truck today. You know, like, let's come hang out. You know what I mean? So I'm sticking with that support thing. You know, I'm going to do what I can to fucking keep it from said point, right? And I think I do need to talk to his old lady. I do think that's going to cause problems, though, to be straight. Talking to his old lady, because they're not on the best of terms. So if she finds out, she's a 911 dispatch operator here in town, dude. Like, him getting committed for a couple of days probably is not going to be the best answer, right?
Well, so I mean, it's like, yes, I see what you're saying, and that will come with its own problems. It's a downside, but I don't know, man. That's a
better
tough
that
one.
than the alternative, you know.
Right.
That's
the
problem.
Him being locked up in a fucking, you know, because that's how they do it, right? When you go on that watch, right, on a live watch,
right,
or whatever, and get locked down, they like just lock you straight down for like 2 days until your head's straight or whatever, into their mandatory like 72-hour hold or whatever the fuck they can do, right? Well, then so he's gonna be sober. He's gonna be forced sober for 3 days. Like,
it might be what he needs, man. Because, you know, that clarity that you'll get after those days, he might be able to think a little more clearly, or he'll be, you know, going through DTs or whatever. I don't know how heavy his problem is, but it sounds like it's pretty heavy.
It's pretty heavy.
And it's dangerous to go through that without medical attention.
He
It's
buys his
dangerous.
bottles by the case, the big ones, the handles.
Seeing
by
that's
the case.
yeah, that's definitely something that he's gonna, a hospital's gonna have to eyeball him, because the DTs, seizures, I mean, all kinds of stuff can happen to him if he's detoxing from that. It's very dangerous.
Yeah,
and I also think too, Hooligan, that I think that none of us are medical professionals, and so the reality is others who are might look at that situation and see something that's has more potential for catastrophe than what any of us realise. And so then that intervention is something that they'll make a decision on based on what might be responsible. Now the problem is none of us read the future, so anything not acting could be as catastrophic as overacting. You just don't know. So I'm not sure you can. You can't second guess it.
There's no right answer, really. There's no right answer.
Right. But the thing that's true is that if he is forced to contend with the circumstance, well then that's better than having the alternative to avoid it by using a way out. Whether it's the alcohol still, or whether he decides, no, I'm just going to go through with it. So I'll put it another way: if it does, given that it's imminent, you're talking about it happening in the last day or two. If it's so immediate, and you didn't get him into hospital, what would you be thinking after? If he wasn't here, and then you're like, I should have done that.
Right, you'll beat yourself up real hard over that one.
Right. So I'm like,
shoulda,
I don't.
Yeah.
And I think that doctor was clear, that Stanford guy, which is don't agree to keep the secret, because the primary responsibility is safety. What do you have to do to make this guy safe? And if it means telling his wife, but she said, look, I care about you. I'm going to do everything I need to get you help. Like it's only because I love you, dude. It's not because I fucking want to fuck you up. It's like, so I don't know.
And that's
So can I
talking to? Go
um,
ahead, Lonnie.
So number one, can we stop, be honest, stigmatizing going to the hospital when we have these ideologies? I had them at one point in my life, but I know y'all expect women to have these ideologies, right? And I can't speak for any other state, but I'm guaranteed that it's probably similar to what I'm about to say. I walked into the ER and looked at the ER staff when they said, what can we help you with today? And I told them my issue. Yeah, told it to them. And they were like, okay, have a seat. Someone will be with you shortly. I sat down. Wasn't that long, maybe 20 minutes. Somebody came out and brought me back to a room. Like they were going to fix my broken toe or stitch up a hole in my arm or whatever the case was. And I went into a room and I sat and I talked with somebody for maybe an hour. And they were like, okay, so, if you think that going upstairs is what you want, we can do this. But I want you to know that there's a 72-hour minimum hold to go upstairs. And then all the worst case scenarios, shoulda, woulda, coulda, came running through my brain. And before we went upstairs, they were like, we're going to put you in a room with the phone call room, and call who you need to call and set up whatever you need to set up and make sure that your child is in a secure place, that people know, call your next of kin or the person you trust the most. And I called my mom because at the time, me and my son's father were still not together. To be honest, he could be watching me right now and I wouldn't know it because I don't know where he's at. But that's not here nor there. Anyway, so I did all that and I went upstairs and I spent 4 days upstairs in the hospital, right? And talked to somebody and figured it out, right? That at the time I was diagnosed with what's called major depression. My son was already 4 years old at this time, so it was considered major depression. Before I walked out, They had set me up with a doctor's appointment with somebody outside of the hospital that was within my insurance network to make sure that I could have continuously weekly mental health conversations with somebody. Going to the hospital for this situation shouldn't be looked at from a negative standpoint, right? When your brain is broken, just like your leg is broken, because that's what it is, right? When we have these ideologies, we have to look at it as our brain is broken, just like our leg would be broken. So we would go to the hospital to fix our leg. We would go to physical therapy. We would do all the medical stuff to fix our leg or fix our arm. Why would we not do it for our brain? Because society has stigmatized mental health, especially with men, so bad that while I appreciate Liv for having this space for all the men, it's not that big of a deal. Nobody has to know but the people you tell, right? So that man that you're speaking of, Hooligan, no one would know besides him and maybe his wife and his children and maybe his parents or her parents. Like, the circle is very small on who knows these things. But going to fix your mental health, we need to stop stigmatizing it as it's a negative, especially when it comes to men, because this is why men do what they do, right? I understand that, right? I get that men don't have
Can I ask you, Lonnie?
Go ahead.
Because that's awesome of you that you were able to walk in yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And because you knew it was that time, right? I did the same thing. I'm one of there's a lot of talk about how cold turkey alcohol is like one of the only drugs that will actually kill you, right? By cutting cold turkey. I actually cut cold turkey. I woke up on my birthday 7 years ago, almost 7 years ago, and said I was fucking done. I went cold turkey from a very, very heavy drinker, so I totally am with you, like, understand.
Everybody's
you know what I mean? Like,
different.
doing it for yourself, right? And so I tell that to my friend. I say, look, but I don't try to use it as a look what I did, right?
Yeah.
Like, because it wasn't fucking easy for me, but I knew I had enough, right? So
Do you
I think that's
we're ready to go to the hospital? Because
that's what I was gonna say is I think each of because I can only speak for me, right? And from what you just pointed out for yourself, right? Like, we made that decision for ourselves that it was that time, right? And I think with anybody trying to sober up from anything, whatever it is, right, you have to want that.
Yeah, but some people
Right.
also needs encouragement too. Like, I knew I wanted to do it because I had somebody depending on me.
How would you have felt if somebody was to take you to the hospital? Would it have been more offensive, I guess? Or you know what I'm saying? Would you have taken it wrong?
And that's where I was going with it, right? It depends on, right? There's a lot of depending on, right? So if you're sitting in a space with this person and they're having this conversation, like they're talking to you in a way that you think that, okay, it sounds like they need to go this way, then offer the assistance, right? But you can't be like, your child be like, come on, we're going to the hospital because you broke your arm. You can't do it that way, right?
Exactly.
You kind of got to be like, hey, listen, why don't we go get you some help? Like, let's go to the hospital. I'll go with you. I will be with you as far in this process as I can be with you, right? And offer to take them, right? Like, you can't force it upon them, because you're right. People don't change until they want to change, right? But I also believe that a lot of people are scared because of the stigmas, right? Because even though we don't pay attention to it all the time, we can sit here and we can crack jokes about all types of stuff and not realizing that we're actually laughing at somebody that we care about, and they never spoke up and told us that the thing that we're joking about because someone else is doing it is a thing that they struggle with too. So we laugh and joke about it. You know, for instance, just a small instance, we could laugh about the fact that some people can't spell very well. but not even think that our best friend struggles with spelling. So we're laughing at somebody we don't know for not being able to spell, but not realize that our best friend can't even spell that well. So now your best friend is sitting over here looking at you sideways because they're like, oh, well, if they realize that I really can't spell, what are they going to say about me? Right? So I think we have to think about it from that perspective. Like, sometimes we say things and we don't realize how it impacts others, and it's not an intentional thing, most of the time. Sometimes it's unintentional. We don't think about it like that. But I think that if you see him, getting lost in the bottom of the bottle, right? And you're like, dude, I've been there before. I drowned my sorrows in the bottom of the bottle. What is going on, right? But you don't have to make a threat to go tell his wife, because he might feel like a failure if his wife finds out. You know what I'm saying? But he might feel better speaking to you, and you could be the voice of reason because you drowned yourself in the bottom of the bottle. You know what I'm saying? So I think that, like, leave the wife out of the conversation for now. Like, don't threaten to go tell the wife or the mother or the father or whoever. Keep it between you and him, because some people need a soundboard that they can just say what they want to say and not fear retaliation or consequences, right? Maybe he's no longer in love with his wife, so maybe he's stressed out about that. You know what I mean? Maybe he doesn't know how to end the relationship because he doesn't love her anymore because she makes too much money, or, maybe he's struggling with the fact that he might have slept with somebody on his wedding night and she never found out about it, and it's just been eating him up ever since. Sometimes we gotta be there to stand next to somebody and let them cry and be like, I don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to do it together. I don't know what to tell you, but I'm going to be here with you together. If you want to go to the hospital, we can go to the hospital, right? We can talk to somebody. And as long as and don't quote me on it, but I do believe, from my understanding, from what I've been told by other people who are actively working in therapy, that as long as you don't go in there stating that you are in immediate danger of acting on yourself or harming someone else, they will give you the choice to stay or to go. And I think that's what we have to determine. Is it an immediate choice to actively harm someone in this moment, or do you just have the thoughts? Because just having thoughts doesn't automatically put you upstairs. It doesn't. Not the thoughts don't. It's what are the thoughts that you're having, and how close are you to acting on those thoughts that will get you put upstairs beyond your will. They don't put you up there beyond your will unless you are actively inactively running down the street with a weapon screaming, this is what I'm about to do. Like, if you say, I think about this, then they give you a choice.
Now,
and it's been a pretty tip. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, the only reason that the wife was brought up in terms of telling her is forced to go, as opposed to suggesting to go, which is certainly the better option. But I don't know that Hooligan could get him, put in a facility himself, but his wife certainly could. Right. And therein lies the difference. But I don't know that he's to that point yet.
And I think I'm the only one he's told. His
Right,
wife
and
him and his wife have been pretty much, I don't want to say separated. They live under the same roof, right? They've been married since they were 18 or whatever, right? So their whole life, they got 4 kids, right? But he has said that, she's been done with me. She's done with me. My wife doesn't love me. And I can kind of see that.
Yeah,
and that's so, why I said, don't force.
So there's some things that are involved, which me being the only one he's talked to about it, I'm trying to be supportive. And I told him yesterday, I said, look, if that's a problem, if it's your wife and kids, leave them the house. Let's get you the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then he referred right back to,
he's scared
and unaliving, you know what I mean?
That's the thing. He's scared, right? But that's why I said,
totally.
A suggestion of going to the ER and having a conversation in the ER, right, isn't automatically going to send him upstairs, right? They're not, and like I said, they make that assessment for themselves, right? But even having conversations with a really good mutual of mine who is in the therapy field and is currently going for her doctorate in the therapy field, she even stated that there are reasons that they will put you in the straitjacket, quote unquote, and throw and take you upstairs immediately, no questions asked. But there's also a point before that where you can, like I said, if you jammed your toe, for instance, and I know jamming your toe and mental health don't seem like they go together, but hear me out to make it make sense. If you jam your toe on the bed and it's been throbbing for 3 days and you finally walk into the ER and be like, I jammed my toe on the bed, it hurts for 3 days, they're going to say, okay, let's go get a CAT scan, right? Or let's go get an x-ray, right? Because we need to find out if the toe is broke, right? Walking into the ER and telling the doctor you're having these thoughts because of whatever is similar to getting that CAT scan or that x-ray on your toe. They need to talk to him
It's
first
triage
before they
for the
can,
mind.
right, before they can determine if it's broke. And then once they determine, okay, his brain might be broke, they will be like, okay, what are our options? We can ask him to come upstairs for 3 to 5 business days. You sign off on it. You put whoever next, you sign your, you let work know. That's the other thing. When I went, I had a job, right? My doctor, when I went, told me, he put it in my paperwork that I am not allowed to talk to anybody that is not my next of kin or power of attorney, right? I'm not allowed to talk to anybody. So my mom, being my next of kin, called my job every day I was in there and said, she's still in the hospital. She cannot come to work today. I will let you know when she can return. And that's all the doctor told her to tell my place of employment. And that's all she told him. Did I get fired for 3 days, no call, no show? I sure did. Yep, they fired me. But guess what? Because it was a medical reason. And my next of kin notified them because it was recorded on her call logs on her cell phone. I won my unemployment case because the doctor stated that I wasn't allowed to talk to anybody. So that meant I wasn't allowed to personally call myself off of work. So there are things in play. Now, I know unemployment isn't going to fix everything, but in this moment, if risking losing your job and saving your life is the choice, then go triage, talk him into triaging in the ER, figuring out if going upstairs is something he could do.
It's not a bad idea, hooligan.
And then once he's there, they will help him assess, because they're not going to just snatch him and take him upstairs and he's going to be in a padded room. They don't do that anymore. And that's my point. Like, we have to stop stigmatizing going to the doctors.
And the force thing is, I think, where I kind of hit a wall, right? Because you got to be, like I said, you got to be willing to. I mean, I'll probably tell. I'm gonna go over to his house here, and after I'm done on here, and go hang out. And that is something I'll see, because he's mentioned that he doesn't like the way his life is, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I can 100% understand that. And I told him, look, we just got to make little changes. You just got to really, and that's it. That's all it takes, really, is by you saying that you don't like what's going on. It's like right? Admittance, right? Admitting that shit is like the first step to knowing that you want to fix the problem, right? If you just keep denying it, you ain't, you don't give a fuck.
And now you have, like Lonnie brought this up, and see, I didn't really understand that process either, but now you can let him know, like, dude, you can get help. You can go in there. They can talk to you and get you set up with a plan that you can then go out on your own terms and do this to get the help that you need, instead of, no, you're going to go in there and be forced into a padded room.
Like, surprise,
so
we're at the fucking emergency room.
Right, and it's like, dude, you could even put it in those terms. Like, if you broke your arm, you're going to go to the hospital and you're going to get fixed. You're struggling here, and that's fine. You go to the hospital, and they're going to help you fix that.
Right.
I think that's information that's good for him.
Yeah,
I think that might make him feel better about it, and I'm so glad that Lonnie brought that up.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I mean, I don't think I had thought about offering, and talking to him on that note about,
I just want to.
I think I will try that. Go ahead.
I want to agree with what Lonnie and Lib is saying 100%. I don't think you should push too hard personally. If he is like abrasive towards going, I wouldn't push. I would try to make him feel like you're reliant on him in a way. Just like Lonnie said, she had people that relied on her and she knew that she had to do something. That's what saved me. I have 2 kids. I think that's what he needs, a realization, maybe. I don't know. It's different for every person, man.
Talk him into going to have the conversation in the ER.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, and I like that too, what Rigo said.
And you sit with him, right? Because you can sit with him, right? Be like, let's go talk to somebody at the hospital that better understands this than me. And they will go to the ER and walk in the door and stay and be like, I'm gonna stay with you. Like, my plans are you right now. My main focus is you.
And let him know they're the professionals, not you, and that's why you went.
And so I'm going to sit here with you as long as I am possibly allowed to stay with you, right? Because at some point, if he chooses to go up, they may let you go up to the floor, but they may not let you get off the elevator with him. You know what I'm saying? But they will let you, if for his safety, they will let you sit in the room with him in the like a next of kin, like a father and a parent. They will let you sit in the ER room while he has the conversation with the mental health professional, right? And also, number 2, advocate for your friend and ask for a male therapist, someone who has the similar brain as a man, because I feel like men on men therapy works better. Not saying women therapists aren't great. I think in this situation, a man could be more relatable to him, being a man and understanding whatever his ideologies might be. Maybe he's fallen out of love with his wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, but be with him, right? Make sure that when you go and you offer this suggestion, that you can sit with him in the ER and be like, listen, if you don't want to stay, we can walk out of the ER together. Like, if you choose this isn't for you, we can walk out of the ER together, and I'll bring you back to wherever you are.
I think that's the important part, because it's
let him know that you're not going to leave him until he makes the choice that he's going to go upstairs, or if you're going to bring him back to his starting location. And I think that would help get him to where he's going. And Hooligan, you're a good guy, and it's a lot, and it's real hard to hold something like this for somebody. And it keep it up. Like I don't know what this, you know what I mean? Like, keep going, like push through, because if you truly love this person, like you say you do, these are the things that we do for people that we love, right? And men can love other men too, not no gay shit, just being for real.
Homo.
You know what I'm saying?
It's okay, man. No homo.
Let's be so for real. Like, and I think this is part of the stuff that men are taught, because I have a son. So I think this is one of the things that men are taught, that men can't cry. Men can't be vulnerable. Men can't be this. Men can't be that. You got to man up. You got to wipe the tears. Men don't have time.
And you can't hug men.
Yeah, like,
and
men
if you
can't
do,
be
it's like shoulder to shoulder. Their whole body has to be like this. You can't, you got to keep the swords from
being
crossing.
Able to be vulnerable and be accepted for that. And I think that's what you're showing him, Hooligan, is that he's able to be vulnerable with you, and that you're not telling him to take it to the chin and man up. You got to go to work tomorrow, and you can't be sitting here doing this. No, be his friend and talk him into going to the ER and talking to someone just in the ER department. You're not going upstairs. You're staying in the ER. And if he doesn't want to stay, you could turn around and leave. But I think trying to get him there to talk to someone in the ER department is probably going to be easier. And let him know, dude, they can't keep you. They can't keep you unless you want them to. It's not that they can't. It's chances of them keeping him is greater than a lot of people think. If you go into the ER, they usually try to give you first?
What happens is he'll be put on a 72-hour hold first if he goes in, because hospitals are very careful not to
be liable.
They're careful not to have people in there that don't need to be in there, that shouldn't be in there against their will. So they would put him on a 72-hour hold at first, which is just 3 days, and after that he'd be let back. They reassess him, and that's usually when they leave. I don't know. I just got in
Not a
like
padded
halfway
room
through.
for 72 hours if you're not actively trying to go through with it. That's the part I want people to understand. Like, you walk in and you say, they put you in the day area. I call it the day area, but it's like an open area pretty much. Like, they'll put you up there. You'll have a room, most likely a roommate, depending, but there's usually 2 people in a room. You know what I mean? There's a bathroom, there's a day room, there's a game room. Like, there's people, professionals walking around, and they're assessing you're assessing you for 3 days to determine whether or not a medication is an option, or does this person just need to get in contact with someone on the outside they can do therapy work with, and then later down the line determine whether or not medication is needed. But are you a danger to where we do need to put you in like, I don't think he's going to be, I can't say he will be, but more times than not, most people that walk into the ER and say, I need help, they don't always go to the padded room. And that's where people are scared of. They're scared of the padded room. And they don't always put you in the padded room. They talk to you in the ER first before they ask you to go upstairs. And he could just walk into the ER and they could be like, all right, sir, well, we got some resources for you. And they could be like, here's some resources, call them and let them, or we'll call them for you and let them know that you need an appointment within 3 days to go see somebody on the outside, right? But that's the determination that is made in the ER room, in the ER, that determines whether or not they'll help you find an outside source for therapy, or whether or not going upstairs for 3 days and detoxing with professional help so that they have the medications to keep this person from going through DDTs or however it's pronounced. Like, the determination is made in the ER. And the determination for him is made in the ER as well, if he wants to stay or if he wants to turn around and go home, take time to say goodbye to his kids, to his wife, prepare himself to go, or does he just want to go straight upstairs? Like, those are the things that I think that needs to be expressed in this situation. Hooligan, sorry. I'm so sorry for calling you hoodlum.
It's hoodlum again. Hoodlum again.
Hooligan, sorry.
I thought we were past that.
I don't mean to disrespect you like that. I really think
it's okay. Just like, what up, hood rat?
Never. Woo!
How you doing?
It's like that. That's foul language coming out of my mouth. I done spoke of the devil. Lord Jesus, help us all.
It's a 4-letter word.
Right. So anyway, but I think that, yes, I think telling your friend, like, hey, listen, let's go. Let us go. Let me and you go to the ER and get some more information. And then once we get the information, once you have all the information on how this is going to work, then we can sit here and we can brainstorm an idea on moving forward from going to the ER and getting the information, because they might tell him that he can go to somebody out in the street. They might tell him that. They might not take him upstairs. You know what I mean? But at least he'll have the information. You know what I mean?
And not being pushy about it is probably important. I mean, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but like giving him that option, what it'll do is plant a seed for him to think about therapy and going to get help rather than just focus. That's right. It's like, look, man, the moment you're ready to go, I am a phone call away. I will go in there with you. We'll do this together.
I wish I had that, man. That's actually what I'm going to try to get to him today.
Is your Fred?
He knows that I'm
depressed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say
he's having dark thoughts where he's worried he might carry out self-unalivement, right?
Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah, and I know you guys are just getting in here. We've been, talking about this for about an hour now, a little over. So there's a lot of kind of backstory that, we'd have to go all back over. But now I did hear Hecate. You wanted to say something?
Hi, everybody.
Welcome
thank
in.
you for this again, Liberal. Excellent space. I don't think people know half as much how valuable it is. But I just popped up from a professional point of view and a personal point of view, having a bit of experience in this. Just to say, one of the main things, especially from the personal, when I was dealing with a loved one in this similar situation, is that to let them know that they don't have to control the process, that they don't have to even think out what could happen to them if they go in and seek professional help. Or potentially so, that those professionals have actual care pathways, that it's their job to know how to get into, because I think everything can seem so big and it's so hard to find the words to verbalize what the issue actually is. And then there's the masking of the issue that we all do to various degrees, that it's very difficult when you're put on the spot to say what is actually wrong, to even know what to say is wrong. The feelings are very jumbled up, and often, like Lorne was saying so beautifully, and that and so honestly, that things can seem like they feel like they've got to know what's going to happen. They've got to know what they're going to say and how they're going to answer questions and how it's going to look. So sometimes going into the intricate details of those things is really unhelpful. But to let them know that they don't have to be in the driving seat of this. Actually, there are people who are professionals who are paid to know the pathways, the road map, to get him to a space that he can open up and find the source, is what they're there to do, and that he doesn't have to have very much to do with the whole process at all, other than turn up and be by your side. I think that's similar to the conversations I had personally with my loved one going through this. So if that helps.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. That's been my goal, is to try to be his support, because he doesn't have anybody else. He's kind of pushed everybody away. So I'm just trying to, I'm trying, you know what I mean? I'm going to continue to try, you know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm going to stop.
Kudos
trying.
to you, man.
I just feel, like I said, I do feel bad about in that support, like I haven't really had anybody come to me directly with this specific issue, right? So handling it the first time, no, I didn't go to YouTube or to, some kind of online
I'm so
help.
sorry. I've got to drop down, but I've got a friend who actually is both counsellor and speaker in suicide, can we say? I don't know what we can say on here anymore. Awareness counsellor, and she puts out some videos, and maybe I know that she'd be happy to give me her pointers to even pass on to you if he's not in a position to garner her help professionally. I'm sure I can get a lot of things that even might help you to read. So I followed you. If you want to follow me back, I'll get that information to you over the next few days. Okay, doke.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. That's really
no
solid.
problem at all. Yeah.
And for all of you guys to kind of help me, I guess us, right? Kind of through the, try to find a way, because I mean that's the end goal.
Yeah. I just want to say, my loved one, that looked like they were not going to make it because they were determined not to. I want to say to you that they're living a whole new life, like with a whole new family, a whole new prospect, a whole new love. And there is nobody at the time over the 10-15 year period that it was ignored for too long, would they believe that could be the outcome. And they're living a very full and wonderful life. And I'm sorry, just before I drop down, no matter what happens, Hooligan, whether he pulls around and lives a full life, or whether he finds a different path, I want you to know that actually that has nothing to do with you either. And it is not on you either. So though it's wonderful that you're being this support, and please, for as long as you're strong enough and able to, continue to do so. But the outcome of anybody's life is also not on you either.
Well said.
It's a beautiful thing that you're doing, but it's not your burden either to carry. It's your not your cross to bear, no matter what.
That's right.
You know.
I agree.
All right. Love to you all.
Yeah.
I'll keep
Yeah,
tapping
thank you,
while I'm at
Jennifer.
the
I
horses,
appreciate it.
Liberal. Thank
And
you.
give
See you
your
all
son
soon.
my best. I hope everything's
He's
well.
doing real good.
That's good
he's
to hear.
doing real good. Sorry, I keep meaning to message you, but he's obviously still on our treatment plans and stuff. But in himself, the strength of that boy, I'm very proud.
That's awesome.
He's good. You can hear it. I'm very happy. Thank you for always asking, Liberal. You never forget. Tap the screen, everybody. This is one of the best lives on TikTok. You cannot get raw
Thank you,
discussions
Jennifer.
that are so honest and so grounded anywhere else. You won't find a host more balanced and more honest and more raw than anyone other than
And
the one sitting in front of
with
you
more
right now. And he
lipstick,
wears hot
okay?
pink like a
More hot
pro. I saw that. He wears hot pink like a pro. Come on. For a host that does that for you, he needs at least. I want to see a million
I'm just trying to
of
find
this guy.
gig work. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to
Yeah.
find gig work. That's what it is.
Well, you're hired. You're hired. I'll buy 2 of you. Because, tap the screen, everybody. It's not good enough. He's definitely got a glass ceiling around him by those algorithmic frickin' gods. So it's up to us to smash through it. And the only way you can do that is by tapping hashtag FYP, share it to your story, repost, take the repost down 5 minutes later and put it back up again, nicely polished. The algorithm is so stupid it doesn't even know. So you can trick it that way. Let's trick it on behalf of Liberal and to everybody
funny.
on here. Great discussion. Okay, bye
yeah.
bye.
Thanks, Ikate. We'll see you later.
Hey,
Yeah.
Lib, I got to get going too. I just want to say thank you for these discussions. It means a lot. And Hooligan, bro, keep doing what you're doing. Take everything in. And I wish I had somebody else there, because it would have been probably a different experience for me, my loved ones, everybody. You know? So thanks, guys. See you.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate it. Yeah,
Glad
I'm
you're
glad
still
you.
here with us.
I
There
was
you go.
I was just about to say. Yeah, it's
I wanna
that's
say
a
this
tough.
to you,
It's a
Hooligan.
tough deal.
Ask your friend if they're to prepare for this situation. Like, I know right now in the world that we are currently in, 2026, that not having employment is a huge issue, right? Like, I don't want your friend to not have their place of employment, right? But I also want your friend to be in a healthy space as well. So coming up with a plan such as maybe he can tell his employer, he doesn't have to tell him the reason for the medical emergency, but just let his employer know, listen, I have a medical emergency. I'm gonna have to take a couple days off. As soon as I get this taken care of, I will be back to work. Like,
Yeah, so he
make
just
sure
he,
that
he
can
actually
keep his
just lost
employment.
his job. He just lost his job
right.
like 2 weeks ago.
So that
Damn.
adds to it too. That's the hard part, right? So, but
Exactly.
also, even though the job isn't necessarily there anymore, right? The fact that letting him know that you can find support, right? And even if going to the ER is like too scary, like, no, they're gonna keep me for sure. If he has a PCP, offer to take him to the PCP office, right? Like the personal care professional. Take him to the doctor's office and walk in and be like, hey, listen, we're here for information because he feels like blah, whatever, X, Y, and Z, even at the doctor's office. The doctor's office, if they don't have anybody in there specifically that can help with the situation, they can at least give him information and more encouragement into moving forward. Maybe they can help him find a medical professional and the resources that will help pay for it, because depending on where you are, there still are resources in some places that will help pay for these types of situations, so that that's not a financial burden that he has to worry about in the moment. You know what I mean? Like, so if the ER, if he's giving you pushback on the ER, then try to talk him into going to the doctor's office where he goes to get his physicals at. Even if it's the doctor's office scheduled by whatever company. Like, I drive a school bus, so once a year I gotta go to what's called Work First and get a physical done. You can walk in some place like that and say, hey, listen, we're here for information because this is how my friend feels. Like, get him to a place of doctors where they can then give him the information, factual, actual information on what that process looks like, because it is a scary thing to do. And unfortunately, people in the world have stigmatized mental health to the point where people don't really understand what the steps are and why they are so scared to reach out and ask for help. Number two, I think he asked you and said something to you because you did it.
And he trusts you.
You did it. You succeeded. You are what happens when you choose not to do, drink anymore. Like, he watched you change. He watched your transformation. He knew he could trust you. He knew, and that's a big burden on your shoulders right now, Hooligan. And I understand
that's
a lot.
when you guys said that a second ago, I was gonna say, like, it's easy to say, but it's kind of heavy.
It is heavy.
Well,
It's
of course
real
it is.
Kind of fucking heavy. Because what if I fail, dog? What if I
But
fail?
that's
You know what I'm saying? Like, so
yeah.
it's just a fear, right? Like,
And
I'm gonna do my best.
I'll be
right?
real with
But-
you. If you
But
feel like you want to walk up to him
well-
and be like, bro, I can't help you. I can't help you because I just can't. Don't be bad. Don't feel bad about that either.
Nah,
like, your
I can't
mental
say
health.
that. I can't say
you
that.
can.
And I
You
won't say
can,
that.
'cause
I
you know
won't.
what they
I
say
won't
on
say
the
Well,
plane.
here's the
You
thing.
gotta put
You
your
know,
own mask on before you can help anybody
Here's-
else. If the plane is going
I mean,
down.
here's the thing. You can't take that responsibility for his actions onto yourself. You do what you can. You're well intentioned. You're trying. You care, and that's all you can do. If it doesn't work out in the way that you would hope, that is not your fault. That will not be your fault. Right? You did what you can, and that's a decision some people make. Unfortunately,
Well, that's the hope. Yeah, that's the hope, bro.
yeah, so don't internalize that is the point. Like, I know that you will. I think we all probably would, but
saying it's not
it's
shitty to say.
it's
It's a shitty thing to say, like, to look at someone you care about and be like, bro, I can't help you. But let's be honest. Like, they tell you, if you've ever been on an airplane and it's going down, you got to put your oxygen on before you can help your neighbor, right? And so in this same instance, right, if helping him is drowning you, then you got to know when to be like, bro, I'm sorry, but I can't help. Like, I really, like, especially if you've done all that you feel like you could have done, right? If you feel like this is getting to a point where you're dragging you down and you're starting to feel depressed and you're starting to lack in your life, like, it's okay to back off, right? Because, like you said, he's got to want to change in order for the change to happen. But I also want you to know that you did all that you could do if and whenever you decide that it's time for you to pull back. Because the last thing he needs is for you to go down with him, right? That's the last thing anybody needs, is for you to go down with him. And as long as
but you
stay
also don't
strong-
want to, like, add guilt to what he's already doing, because
right.
it's
so
it's
backing
it's
away
I care
is
about
for your own mental health.
Yeah, I
Right.
care about you and your problems, and I want to help you. And and sometimes you can say, I don't know how to fix any of this, but I need you, and I'd like to help you. Let's go and talk to somebody that may have information that I can't offer you. Something like that. But again, like Akate said, that if it's a failure, to use your words, it is not your failure. It is not yours. Right?
Yeah. I
And
mean, and
you
I
can't
understand
take that onto your. You just
I
can't.
understand that. Like I said, it just gets a little heavy, like not having that answer but I mean, that's the type of person I think I am originally, right? So I initially do it to myself. So
being able to chat, for this little bit now, like, has really put some things into my mind and into things that I can say and do that I didn't think about.
Gives you a few extra tools to work with. I mean, and then there's a rabbit hole of this to go down, and there ain't no shame in, trying to dig in and figure out what, how best to say something or not say something, because it does matter. It sucks, but he, like Lonnie said, he will have to be the one to make that decision ultimately. And it's, I think, important that he knows that the ball is in his court and he's the one in control of that situation.
Yeah, and you could recommend to him like a midway between going down to the ER because it's a crisis, but just say, hey man, maybe you should talk to your doctor, and then get a referral to a therapist or a psychiatrist or whatever's going on with him. It's like, have you told your doctor yet? Because you might not have. And that's, going to a doctor's appointment is a lot less intimidating than going down to the ER and, I may get
right,
locked up and lose my job type thing.
At least at the doctor's office, you can take off running together, right?
Right, exactly.
In the ER, good luck. They're going to run your ass down. I'm just kidding. No, I mean, man, I am glad that you felt comfortable enough to bring that up on the show today, Hooligan. I really appreciate that because it's not something that we talk about,
Yeah, I appreciate the space. I've been trying to deal with it for a couple weeks now, just like trying to be there with him, right? Like to support him in the ways I know how without looking anything up, you know what I mean? I don't do a lot of that. So like, and it kind of hit this morning, just like, because I'm going to see him, you know what I mean, here in a few. And I, with thankfully, I mean, I got to say, thankfully, we got this man panel, dude. Thankfully, we got a little spot to talk and we could chat it up, with another dude, right? And I appreciate all you women here, 100%. So don't take that wrong. But like, like, what are you going to do with your best friend? Like, we got to be hard on them, right? But in times like this, you got to be soft.
Right.
And, so other input is always welcome and appreciated. And
see, there are things that I learned from that video that I'd never even thought to look up. So if that situation ever were to arise in my situation or anybody that had been watching the show, now they have a better understanding. And so it sparked a discussion that is, even outside of your situation is good information to know. Exactly. And that's very important. So I appreciate that you brought that up.
I just want men to love men and no homo. I just want men to know what it's like to be loved. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Lonnie, I gotta be straight, dude. With all of my, like almost all of my male friends that I consider friends, I tell them I love you before I hang up the phone with them.
I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just saying generally speaking.
No. Yeah, no. I just want to throw it out. Yeah, I just want to throw it out there that I think we have changed a little bit. Like, you know what I mean? To be able to throw that word around, no homo, right? Like, I think that's kind of gone a little bit by the wayside. You know what I mean? That's kind of gone.
Well, hold on. Hear me out, though. Hear me out. The reason I say that is because society has such a stigma on men, not you specifically, but I'm talking about men as the whole, right? Like, I could sit up here and we can flip the topic to all men until it's no men, and the back and forths between men and women. I could sit up here and have that conversation and argue that topic all day if that's what you want to do. But in this moment, I don't want to argue that topic, right? Because I want to be empathetic to the fact that not only because I have a son, but because I have a son, right? I want him to know, and I want all the other men to know that it is okay. Live. Oh my God. Take it down. Take it down.
Somebody said no homo, and I said, no what? No what's that?
Out with that video last night. I was like, what is up? Listen, you done messed up my whole train of thought with that video.
I'm sorry.
But my point is that to have a space, even not as like just in general to all the men that are listening, like having someone in your corner, some guy friend in your corner that you feel like men can be themselves with and love each other with. And I get men are going to men are going to do the manly thing. But yes, teaching men that it is okay to be vulnerable, it's okay to be emotional, it's okay to be in tune with their emotions. Teaching men to do that is something that men need to have a place to do, to have people in their life to let them know it's okay. And I get the heaviness of trying to be there for your friend, but also you have to remember that you can't help someone if you're not helping yourself. And that's the thing that I want you to understand too, Hooligan, is that you have to be there and you have to be able. Don't let it drag you down to the point where you then feel the same way. If you can't help, you can't help. You know what I mean? I can't be a doctor. I can't be a surgeon, but what I can do is direct you towards people that are doctors and are surgeons and let them help you. You see what I'm saying? Like, so understand how much of that weight you do need to carry, because no, you're not physical mental services. You don't work with that. That's not your profession, but you do know where to find those resources so you can help get your friend to the resource that will help them, and you will be there for them, and you will walk alongside of them as long as they need you and you can do it. Like, don't run yourself short trying to carry someone else, because I think as people, especially people with empathy, we will run ourselves to the ground trying to carry someone across the finish line when we can't always carry someone across the finish line. We have to get across the finish line, whatever finish line that looks like, whatever that is. And that's all I wanted to say to you. I'm not saying you don't love your friends specifically, Hooligan. I'm just saying more men in general, like the whole general consensus of the conversation is I want more men to start loving each other and not see it as it being homo. You know what I mean? I want it to be seen as a positive. And that's why. And I just throw that little no homo in there for those that feel a little uncomfortable when it's said.
Yeah,
But,
and I think one of the reasons I just stated that I think it's become a little more of a norm for me personally is because I've lost so many friends like overnight, right? That you may not have been able to say, hey man, I love you, bro, and not like, man, I love you for being there, right? But just a quick, hey man, I love you, bro, so that way and we know that, I mean, the last thing we said, bro, you know what I'm saying, like you will with your mom and dad, kind of, I love you, bro.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Because like tomorrow is not promised for any one of us. You know what I mean? And to be able to say that to the few that I got, bro, like they get it every time. You know what I mean? Or through a text. Hey, bro, just want to say I love you today, man. Thanks for everything, man.
Right.
I ain't seen you in a few months, but just thought about you. Thought about this or that, and I just love you, bro. Because I think one of the reasons I do it is because I like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that reminds me, oh shit, brother's thinking about, because I get them too. I get the little messages on Facebook or whatever, or through whatever. Hey bro, haha, I love you, bro. Have a great one. You know what I mean? Like, and I want to spread that. I want to share. I want my brothers to know.
Share the love. Spread the love.
Fucking A right, brother. Fucking A right, bro. You know what I mean? Because I think on that man status, we don't share enough. Like, we don't get a lot of, I mean, things have changed.
We don't get a lot of love.
People are different, but we don't get
right
a lot of that. And when it comes from another man, it's not that it means more, but it hits different, bro. Right? It hits
because you never really get it.
Your boy is, you got your boy still, right? You still got that solid link. That you don't have to be a provider. You don't have to lay the pipe right. You don't have to, you don't have to be. There's no expectation.
For our birthday.
There's no expectation, right? And I'm not saying that some women aren't like that too, right? But just on the man side, to be able to there's no expectation from my brother, from one of my boys, and I call them brothers. All right. Anybody that I've been around longer than 10 years becomes a brother. All right. My family's all.
Or if they host a man panel on TikTok on Mondays from 9 to 11,
they can wear some
they
fucking,
become
if
brothers.
they can wear some hot pink fucking
they can rock
lipstick and put that shit out for the world to see, bro.
Hello.
I think we need to go do karate in the fucking garage, man.
It was the breathing. It was the slow camera. It was a mess. He put it on. It was a hot mess. It was a hot pink hot mess. It was all over the place.
Okay, you know what? We got it because
and I was like, I'm done. I'm about to get off.
We gotta
And it reminded me of
play
that
it.
scene from Silence of the Lambs when Buffalo Bill is dancing in the mirror.
Yeah.
And it's just so twisted. I was thinking that's the creepify. I was like,
Oh my
that is so
God.
funny and so creepy at the same time.
And then Debo comments on it. He's like, I told you nobody would care. And I'm like, but do you think I'm pretty though? And here we go.
Go take your shirt off and record yourself posting a video that nobody cares about.
I swear to God.
Okay.
I can do that. That's so stupid.
Dude, that's the greatest fucking shit ever, dude. I don't give a fuck, dude. That is the greatest shit ever.
The music
And I
makes
love how
it
you're
so
doing
bad.
I love how you just do some RNC shit.
Now that I know we can
We can-
have that RNC vibe going on.
The RNC vibe. That's so
Do you
great.
think I'm pretty?
Go take your shirt.
You'll have that
Oh my
RNC
God.
vibe.
It was funny because like before I had even finished his video, I already had taken my shirt off. I'm like, whatever this video is about to become, it's going to be without my shirt.
It's going down.
It's like, you asked for it, Debo. Now come and get it.
All you had to do is slang something about Grinder. Be like, find me on the Grinder.
Right.
Grinder.
That's what the RNC comment was about. I'm like, yeah, I didn't know we could have that vibe. Yeah. Did you not, Ball?
Anyway, like
Ball, did you not see that before? Is that the first time you saw that video?
Oh, she needs to go watch that shit, dude.
I pinned that
Wild
shit.
fuck.
I pinned that shit to my profile.
he posted it last night, and I went and was like, oh, like when I first saw Debo come up, I was like, oh, Lib's about to hand it to him. Lib's about to go, you know what I mean? Like it's about to be a cage match. Lib's about to win first round knockout. And then I saw that and was like, what? Like, no, not the hot pink messy lipstick. I was like, oh, that is so typical.
Oh my God.
Like so typical. Like, oh my God, I was done.
I'm about to Lindsey Graham the shit out of this video. Yeah. No, and again, fair warning, this shit doesn't come off like that. All that next day, I still had pink on my lips. It's I don't know, some kind of stain
you just
or
got
whatever.
out of the shower too because your hair was all wet. I was like, yo, his hair's wet. He ain't got no shirt on. I was like, oh my God, I would never thought that she was gonna go there. That's one for the record books, I tell you.
Oh my God, that was fucking funny. I keep watching it though. It cracks me up every time I watch that. I'm like, what a dumbass.
What did he say? What was his response? He didn't have one?
No. He said, here, I'll pull it up on the screen. He said, Debo. And I don't even like hate the guy, you know. I think it's kind of funny. He says, told you nobody would care, to which I responded, do you think I'm pretty though? Oh man. That's good shit. That's good shit. Debo, look, I appreciate it. I'm like, I hope he responds so we can have a little rivalry on TikTok going on.
The thirst trap of the year. That has to be the best one.
I I'm surprised it hasn't got more views, to be honest with you, as stupid as it is. I mean, we see those dumb videos going viral on TikTok all the time, but, you know, they got this couch on lock. I mean, look, we're 25 people watching. That's crazy.
It's going to pick up at the most wildest time. Like, you're going to forget that video even exists, and it's going to take off. That's what's going to happen in like 3 months. It's going to fly off, and you're going to be like, why is everybody giving this video attention? That's what's going to happen.
No, it might be a month from now or something. Yeah, you're right.
You know why they're you know why they're fucking with you today? Is that little person comment, dude.
Oh, right. Yeah, from yesterday.
No, today. Remember the dude said little person and then all of a sudden got kicked?
Oh, no, he dropped. He said he had a phone call, but the M word. I didn't realize that was like non-PC or whatever, but I guess it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
What is Bridget going to do, you know?
Right.
I'm sorry.
She could call me. We could talk it out.
Everybody got that reference? Yes. I don't need to. Okay.
I did.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. God, that's been a while.
No, I'm not. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I'm late to the party, but it's okay.
Bridget, the M word.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
Okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
She's a star.
Yeah. Bouncy wow type shit.
She's a star.
Oh, she's a brick house.
She's a star.
A brick house? Okay, now you're gonna have to explain that one to me. What does that mean?
She's a shining little star.
You know the song "She's a Brick"?
Right.
You can't take home to mama.
I got you. Yeah. No, let's see if I can. Wow.
Oh, you could pack her. You could pack her away and take her home to mom.
Oh my God, that's that's so fucked up. Somebody's gonna clip that. Did you see Liberal Loudmouth? He was laughing at the M jokes. He's terrible.
Oh no, hey, there's no hate here. I love them. It's okay. I love little people. I've told the old lady, I've got a free pass if we run across a little person.
Yeah, does it? It seems. I don't know. That seems like more of a dig than the other word to me. Like little people, you know. Is that just me? Does it?
They came up with for their. I know that's what's typically PC is little people. But
they're just people to me, anyway.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But
I went to school with a girl who was 4'9".
That's crazy.
And, yeah, like I was like, is she ever gonna get any taller? But no, she was only 4'9". But there's many different versions. Like they all like there's some who like. If you just like saw her from the shoulder up, you would think she was regular 5 foot something, but her limbs are not to scale, if that makes sense. I don't know how to explain it without getting in trouble, but they have different. I don't know what word to put in there, but they're different reasons why they're short, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, some of them have like regular features but shorter limbs. Some of them have smaller torsos with regular sized limbs.
Well, and some ethnicities, dude, actually have like the Mexicans. They are like a shorter, and not all of them, right? You know what I mean? But like, there's a lot of or Latin American. I'm not sure what you know what I mean? But they're actually like short by nature.
Yes, different versions of dwarfism. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
John, I always thought that would be way more PC. A dwarf, you know what I mean, versus a midget, the M word. You know what I mean?
I know dwarfism is one like official, but dwarf wouldn't be PC either. I don't think. But if you're talking about someone with dwarfism, I think that might be okay. I don't know.
So
it's hard.
I guess we need to find a little person and get them up here and ask them, don't we?
Yeah, I looked up the shortest countries with the shortest people: East Timor, Laos, Guatemala, and Nepal, where typical average is 5'2" to 5'4" for men and 4'10" to 5 foot for women.
And where was that? Like over in Asia?
Yeah, East Timor, Laos, Guatemala, and Nepal. And I wonder if that has to do with like
Guatemala's down in Mexico. Yeah.
I wonder if that has to do with like mountainous adaptations and such. John, did you wake up when you heard Marvin Gaye playing? Just curious.
No, I don't think I woke. I'm not sure. I woke up at some point, but I don't think I woke up at the start of that. Maybe the end. So I missed it, all of it.
There you hold on. Let me.
Apologies for that. It's 3:20 here in the morning, so I want to.
John's like, I'm awake. Sorry.
What did you put Marvin Gaye to your video? Did you for
right? Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
I missed it. Damn.
Oh yeah, totally.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I hope he laughed, honestly. I hope he got a giggle out of it, Debo. That's important to me. I don't know why.
Page, watch the video, like and share and comment on the video. Push the video because it's hilarious.
Yeah, it is pretty funny.
Watch the video.
Yeah, I mean, just the sheer number of comments, I thought it would have been pushed a lot more, but I don't know. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, I heard somebody snoring, John, and I was like, I thought it was you, so I dropped you, and then I kept hearing it, and Lilith was on the panel, so I was like, I had to drop Lilith. It was, you were both sleeping, apparently, but she was the only one snoring. Which
that's
is
totally funny.
Funny.
I thought Lonnie had a dog in her lap because I kept seeing her blue chat light up when the dog. I was like, man, she must have her pit bull. It was a big dog sleeping in her lap. You know what I mean? Like, damn.
I wanted to say, Hooligan, I wanted to say I hope things go better for you and your mate, and that you can work things out, man. So. Sorry, I fell asleep there. That wasn't.
I appreciate that, John. I know you're up late, dog, and you always give some really good input on these panels. Really, no matter what the topic is, dude. So,
cool, man.
And I didn't mean to drag it down at the end.
Not at all, dude. Not at all. No,
I actually kind of in his corner, So I appreciate all the support, dude. The info, you know what I mean. That to everybody that had something to say in the chat or come up on the panel and say, it's. I
thought Lonnie was good. She, her talking about her hospital visit was really timely, so that was great. And I think that was about the point right at the end there. I think I fell asleep just after that, so it just dropped. It was just too much. I was just like, oh my gosh, it was liberal loudmouth dulcet tones,
Well, I wonder. If Rob had stayed, how he would have argued with us about Hoodlum's story.
Well, he dropped off when it got serious, and actually when people were trying to help each other, he just was,
that was weird, wasn't it?
He was just arguing for argument's sake. It was ridiculous.
So for John, it turned into Lib Loudmouth After Dark.
Barry White,
funny.
Barry White, eat your heart out.
Bouncy, wow.
Put your hands up.
That's funny.
Well, I mean, we could talk about politics or keep jacking around. Either way, I'm good with it.
Well, I've got to say that I was, it was good. I appreciated that you're able to share that stuff, Hooligan, because it's hard to talk about, and it's like, and the thing is that when Tim makes this space available on the Mondays, I actually I want to come along because I sort of feel like, at least it's not combative. I get tired of just the pointlessness of the combat. It's like, and then that's Rob comes up and he's like, oh, we're going to blame all the Americans for male toxicity. And I'm like, what the fuck are you on about? It's like, you've got to be kidding me. It's like,
John, I think
half of the Americans. You can only blame half of us.
Well, hang on. There's 9 billion fucking people on the planet, and half of them are men.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Well, I don't know.
And
I understand people being upset at America and Americans in general.
Well, sure.
Okay, so I could be real. America is very cocky. They have pushed some things maybe this way or that way, or been more open with the freedom of speech. Wait only when we allow it, or whatever, right? But like you brought up, Sparta. I mean, like the I don't want to say misogyny, but some of these things have been instilled for fucking thousands of years, dude. So to blame America for
But it's different
that, like,
because it's modern.
I can
Okay.
but I'm a man. Like, I typically take responsibility if I had anything to do with it, right? So not to say that we don't help influence a way more free and open society, but to blame certain shit on us is just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, but look, it's one thing to talk about all that and to weigh up the pros and cons. But once you're getting to the point where you say America funded, Nazi Germany, I'm like, shut the fuck up. I mean, just shut the fuck up.
Right.
I just got to make a point here, right? I mean, if you don't know, one of the things that the Germans, the Third Reich did, the Nazi Germans did, was that they crushed coal to turn it into oil at 10 times the cost of importing oil because they didn't want to be reliant on external oil, right? So what I'm trying to say there is the idea that they were funded by someone else. No, they had a particular chip on their shoulder that they wanted to exercise, and they went about making themselves as independent as possible to do that. And so, because they were already impoverished by the West because of the Treaty of Versailles. It was the opposite. It was the money that was being taken out of post-World War I Germany that put them in such poverty that allowed him to rise because he took advantage of it. All right, and then he turned them from that impoverished country to a superpower in 6 years. So, I mean, the idea that America funded it is, and then he's like, it's not, and then to have the gall of the fucking idiot to basically then say that we're not telling the truth. It's like, you fucking imbecile, go fuck yourself, cunt.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's, it's not even true to say that we, like, at all, that America funded them, because there were a few companies that had invested and sold things to them, but that's not the same thing. And I guarantee you can find more European companies that were funding and helping Nazi Germany than America did. So
that's right.
If you want to dog on America, there's much better points. Like,
that's right.
What about the internment
Take your pick.
camps?
Take your pick.
I mean, what about the internment camps that we had for all of the Asian Americans during World War II? It wasn't
or
just
any of 100
Japanese.
other things.
Right. I mean, say something factual to dog on America.
Right. Well, that's
there's plenty of ammunition out there.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Without you having to invent some fact that isn't true.
So I mean, you might as well come up and start arguing that the fucking Earth is flat, and I'm like, just go fuck yourself, cunt.
Flat earthers are a hell of a good time sometimes, I swear to God.
Well, the Artemis mission didn't happen. Oh no, the Artemis mission didn't happen.
Oh, now
my
I'm
God,
seeing-
they're lying to us. They got a TV studio. Shut the fuck up.
Now I'm seeing videos of they're like, they forgot about the delay because I guess one of them had given a thumbs up immediately after the lady had said, give us a thumbs up if, this is happening or whatever. And they're like, see, it's all fake. And I'm like,
God.
I don't know.
Oh my God.
This is kind of weird. Like,
I don't know, guys. Maybe I'm the off on the panel with that one, dude. I don't really believe anything that fucking NASA does. I don't think we've been outside of our Earth's orbit and shit, or like the not our orbit, but like through the Van Island fucking radiation belt. You know what I mean?
Van
there's
Allen.
Right.
Man, if you can't even say it, you can't doubt it, right?
Whoa,
I'm gonna say
whoa. Check it out, John. The Earth isn't
Oh,
flat.
fuck
I
off.
don't believe the Earth. Hold on. I don't believe the Earth is flat. Okay. I just don't think.
Oh,
we've been
hallelujah.
there
I
and
mean,
back.
hallelujah.
I mean, come on now, dude. And if you buy into all that shit, you know what I mean? I think that might be another topic for another day, dude. You know, because we could probably get into that.
Dude,
Now, I haven't seen anything.
look,
I haven't seen about the Artemis stuff. I haven't been able to pay attention to it.
Oh,
One
my
thing
God.
I did hear is that they were only showing like a bunch of still frames versus live footage outside.
Man,
so
man.
I don't know.
Well, I think
Hooligan.
it was live streamed like the whole time, wasn't it?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Look, I've just got to say this because you see, you guys have a luxury I don't, which is the NASA fucking museum. You can go and visit the fucking thing. For fuck's sake! There's a lunar moon lander. There's the entire Apollo rocket ship there.
Hey man,
and
I got
there's
a
the
museum.
fucking space
Hey,
shuttle. There,
John,
oh my
I got
God.
a museum full of Hot Wheels cars, bro. Would you like to
Oh,
see it?
dude, there's the
they've been to the
Blackbird.
moon, too.
There's the
They came from the
SR-71
moon,
Blackbird. There's the SR-71 Blackbird, right? You've got a museum that's got all the technology. It's all deconstructed. It's not just the airframes of these things. It's all of it. It's so like they're there. You can actually go and see it. And oh my God, it's like spare me because that's the bit. I'm like, you can actually go and touch the fucking things.
Now,
Okay.
they also, and I don't know if you know this, but they did put like it was like a reflector basically, where when you have the coordinates of it, you can from Earth shoot a laser beam into this and reflect it back. And you can detect this reflection, like so that there's something there. Otherwise, the laser beam wouldn't come back to you. But
mate, in another year or two, there's going to be fucking people on the fucking thing, right? So, like, I mean, no. At what point what do we need? Are we going to have 5,000 people up there? And they're all on some colony on an island somewhere. I mean,
But just all of a sudden, 50 years later, we're the only people that decided to do it again.
It is weird.
No, the Chinese are doing it.
We hit the moon, and then all of a sudden we're like,
Well,
okay,
the
that's
thing
enough
is,
for us.
as soon as you can add a financial incentive, so as soon as moon mining becomes a thing, we're going to rush up there. It's going to be like
that's what they're doing it for.
It's going to be like a second gold rush of
and I can see that, but that's not
towards the
really
moon.
what we're talking
No,
about.
that's what they're doing
We're talking
it for.
about if you can even get there.
And there's one of those arrays. This is one of those reflector arrays.
We're planning a base on the moon, and honestly, it's going to lead to moon mining, in my opinion, because
that's what they're doing it for.
Mining. Yeah,
it's not going to lead to it. That's what the entire plan is, and the reason that plan's in place. So let's just get the timeline clear here, because NASA was talking about this at some length through this mission, and that was the fact that. After the Apollo missions and the impetus to beat the Russians went away, they got to the moon, the Russians redirected their efforts. Well, then they went into the space shuttle program and then into the International Space Station. And both of those things, one was about learning how to re-land rockets, which has led indirectly to the latest technologies of rockets that now land themselves. And the other one was learning how to live in space. Because they've spent 20 years now living in space and learning how to operate in space, so they can then inhabit a colony on the moon with all of the learnings that they've got. And they went through quite a catalogue of things that they've learned about living in space from the International Space Station, and said basically it's the culmination of all these things that puts us in a position now to go back to the moon and habitate it, right? And it is for mining, because the Chinese have already indicated they want to get there. And the Chinese have already beat the Americans to the moon in the last couple of years. And so the Americans are like, fuck, if we don't get there and get men on the moon, we're going to lose the chance to colonize the best parts, or to at least stake our claim.
Now, do you believe that we put a rover on Mars? Hooligan?
On Mars? Oh, yeah.
So... a machine, a robot, shit like that to do it is one thing. Okay, my big question is, and it sounds like John knows, and you guys probably understand this, the Van Allen belt, right? So for machinery, might be one thing to go through all the the radiation and the radioactive waves and all that shit, right? But humans, I don't believe we went anywhere. So you want to ask about the rover? I didn't do a whole lot of watching and stuff and reading about that. I think it's whatever. I think cool. I'm okay with us learning about our universe and these other planets and shit like that, dude. I'm down. I love space exploration. I love the satellites and shit, but that's all machinery. That's all robots, right? Versus us sending this like random crew of people through all this radiation with this, you know what I mean? I don't know. You look at the cameras, the communication. Now all of a sudden NASA lost all information from the 70s that they had going to the moon. Nobody else did it this entire time. Now all of a sudden 50 whatever years later, whatever it's been, we're orbiting the fucking moon. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so I'm more of a realist. I believe it when I know what's up, dude, right? And I don't think that they have given enough proof to me that we've ever been to the moon. Okay? And you said something about the Russians. They are in a certain orbit. They are up at a certain height, right? That's inside of those belts. So for them to be there is one thing, right? I think, that's totally feasible and doable. We see it. I believe that there's a space station. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm just conspiracy, I buy into, I look into conspiracy, but it's not like I'm like that. But I don't believe we ever landed on the moon. I don't believe I don't.
Well, I've got to say this.
Okay.
The Van Allen belt, traveling through the Van Allen belt. So when the Apollo astronauts went through the Van Allen belt, for the period of time that they did it with the protections that they had in the spaceship, it's the equivalent to 3 chest x-rays. The actual period of time, both directions.
Right. Like a CT scan or something like that. Yeah.
Three of them. So 6 in total. So there is some radiation, but of course they're not going in there without protection, and they're they're going through it. They're not sitting in it.
Right. And they can only go at a certain time because they go through the thinnest part of it. They're not going through the middle of the where it's the most dense radiation. And they're not even there. Okay. They're only in there. It takes them just an hour or two to get through it.
That's right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, but that's not radiation isn't, that's obviously like minimal absorption but that's 2 hours worth of possible
It's 3 chest x-rays, dude.
Well, I imagine
so I hadn't heard that. I heard that the steel on the hull would have needed to been about 7 inches thick.
Well, to block all
at that, it would have been like a microwave because everything would have been radioactive.
To block all of it, yes, that's what you're referring to. But they don't need to block all of it because you go through radiation every day. Your phone has radiation. The cell phone towers have radiation. Your microwave has radiation. Like there's an acceptable level, and sure that's. It's probably not safe for the same person to go to the moon once a week. I imagine that's probably not safe, but once every few months or whatever is probably not going to be, detrimental necessarily.
Look. At the end of the day, there's a few other things that we have, namely moon rocks that have particular chemical compositions that are alien to this world. Okay, I mean, so we've got. It's a bit like, climate change. Let me give you another one. So most people don't realise that scientists can distinguish between the carbon dioxide that comes naturally into the atmosphere from things like volcanoes, melting ice and so on, to man-made carbon dioxide because the isotopes are different, right? It's a different type of carbon. So when you burn fossil fuels, there's a different fingerprint in the carbon than there is in natural carbon, and that's one of the 4 reasons that we know human contributions to climate change is real, because there's a physical chemical difference. Now the thing is, people who don't know that Don't. Oh, it's all bullshit and all the rest. Because there's a bunch of fossil fuel companies who want you to believe that bullshit, right? And it's the same thing when we talk about the moon landing. Like Catalyst said, there's 100 reasons you can criticise the American government and the Americans in general, but the moon landing's not one of them. But there's a lot of people who do want to criticise what America's done, and there's plenty of reasons to do it. Will say, oh, well, you can't trust this, you can't trust that, so don't trust anything, including the moon landing. So I'm a bit like, oh my God, look, I get why these things happen. I'm not blaming, and certainly I'm not blaming you, Hooligan, because I think that, it's easy to, we can't be across everything, and it just happens I have a particular interest in this topic. Now, and the thing is, dude, I'm much, frankly, more concerned about you and the welfare of you and your mate and shit like that. I'm a bit over having these stupid conflicts about it, but I'm happy to talk it through with someone that I have time for. So that's why I'm going through it, right? But see, so what frustrates me is that it's one thing for someone to say I'm a skeptic. Look, unless someone can take me through it, I'm not really, I'm going to take a skeptical view until I know otherwise. So I don't have a problem with that. You shouldn't be naive or gullible. But then I do have a problem if once I say, look, here's the two carbon isotope differences, right? Like here's the literal fingerprints, the carbon construction, the bonds, right, of the carbon. This is how we know, right? Here it is. It's immutable. You can't deny it for two reasons. One, because every time we measure it, we get the same isotopes, right? These are the two different types. There's more than two, but these are the two primary ones. And by the way, the volumes of those things we can measure too. So then we go, well, okay. So at that point,
to be clear, are you talking about in the Van Allen belts? Like what the isotopes?
No, sorry. I was
the
talking
moon
about
rocks.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So I was conflating two things. I was saying that when we find alien chemicals like we have on the moon and also in asteroids where we've brought stuff back from asteroids.
Which real quick, I'm glad you brought that up. Bennu, I believe, is the name of this asteroid, or how you pronounce it. This thing was traveling at, it was like 66,000 miles an hour or some shit like that. And you're aware that we landed a thing on this moving asteroid that comes around every year or so? Did you hear about that, Hooligan?
What's that, sir? Sorry.
So we landed on an asteroid moving at like 60-some thousand miles an hour. We landed like a rover or whatever to capture.
Wasn't that
stuff.
just like a few months ago, last year, or whatever?
Well, it's been several years, within the last 5 years, I think.
Not the one that just went
watch
by.
the video. They got video of this shit. Here we go. Now, there's no audio. I mean, look at this thing. And it makes full rotations just over every 4 hours. And here this thing goes. And there's a couple of videos we can touch on. But what it did was just hit and then come off of it. And it brought samples back. And it, analyzed those samples.
Right.
Here it goes. This to me is fucking awesome.
Right, exactly, yeah. This is the pinnacle of human achievement,
Right.
The thing I'll say about this is that,
look at that. How fucking
incredible,
awesome
right?
is that?
It's incredible. For all of the criticisms that Indigenous peoples rightly have about Caucasian, conquering and colonization and all the rest, the one thing that we can say that we've done is to advance technology to a point where we might be able to stop certain existential threats, which were never going to be stopped without this technology. Namely, an asteroid hitting the planet like took out the dinosaurs. Right?
Look at that.
Look at it, right? What we're doing here on the moon stuff, that technology is ultimately the technology that means if an asteroid's big enough heading our way that could take us out like it took out the dinosaurs, they can do something about it.
Right. Or mine asteroids that come in that have, rare earth minerals or rare minerals that we are running out of. We could get that eventually.
Well, that's true. But But you know the irony of that, Tim, that statement, and you're not wrong in saying it. But let me just put it to you this way: the rarest substance in the universe that we have on this planet,
water,
wood.
Oh yeah, wood. Wood. That's interesting. Yeah,
right? Because of course.
Yeah,
to
and
grow
while
wood,
renewable, but it takes too fucking long. I mean, you're talking 100 years plus to get back to like a usable level.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, mate, is there's planets made of diamond, there's planets made of gold, so there's plenty of diamonds and gold and any of the rare earths you want through the universe. But this is the only planet we know where there's wood, right? Because you need life. You need life for wood, right? And so
you need a whole ecosystem. Yep.
Right, wood is living. And so when we really think about what's valuable, it's sort of ironic that we just burn wood and we treat wood like it's, just nothing.
Well,
when it's actually, relatively speaking.
Once you send a bunch of men to Mars, though, Mars will have plenty of wood, I'm sure. Hold on, wait for it. Here it comes. You're welcome. I'll be here all day.
Well, or wait, maybe that isn't no homo. Is that homo? No. Homo.
I had to.
On the moon.
Oh,
one of Earth's.
So this right here, go ahead and finish your thought. I'd like to watch this video. It's a little bit longer, but that Bennu shit is so fascinating to me.
Well, I thought
how
they
did
just
that.
found DNA, right? Like 2 of the main cores of DNA on this last asteroid that came real close, didn't they?
Not quite.
I doubt it because I'm pretty sure that would be like page news.
What they found were precursor chemicals for DNA.
Precursor chemicals.
Yeah, basically. Well, it's not so much for DNA, but for the substances that have evolved what they think to be the origins of life, right? So it's more that. It's the precursor chemicals or the cocktail of chemicals that would make up a catalytic reaction that would produce life. And they still haven't actually bridged that gap of saying we know what chemicals then spontaneously create life. They think they're pretty close, but there's still a gap. Okay, but the gap is reducing, and but it's just one of those things. Will we ever close that gap? Is it something else? I don't know. But yes, they did find those precursor cocktail chemicals on the asteroids.
Yeah, which goes to the theory that asteroids seeded Earth with, by hitting it.
Yeah, that's right.
With genetics. Yep.
Yeah, with the chemicals alive. That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is, it's crazy shit. For all we know, guys, we're actually existing in the glass of an alien, and we're inside of like a soda. It's their drink, and we're in it. And so, like, time to us is so long, but to them, they're just waiting to. So, for all we know, we could be digested soon enough.
That sounds like an acid trip I once had.
I mean, if you think about it, because when you get to be so small or so big, we can't perceive that. We can't perceive things that are too big or too small.
Right. And like something like Cthulhu, you are an insignificant, minute, meaningless,
right?
So and so, such and such, human. To this something that's like eats planets,
right?
Is it right? Like Cthulhu? I don't know. I don't even know how to pronounce that. But
or like,
that's funny.
Yeah, Cthulhu. I always say, but I mean, it's also think about it in Men in Black at the end when the cat is wearing that necklace, and all of those galaxies are inside that necklace. Yeah, and when you think about it like that, it's it's weird perspective.
We're all in this little petri dish being studied by giant
things.
I wasn't joking about that bad trip. I did have a trip like that.
I didn't think you were,
Lonnie.
No, not at all. Like I almost got stuck inside of a McDonald's cup. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Yeah.
Every time you pass by McDonald's, do you piss yourself?
No, every time whenever you shake your cup, you know how you roll the ice around in a cup?
Yeah.
That's what set me off, man. I was on the solid one, dude, and just somebody across from me was rolling the ice in the cup, and all of a sudden I was swirling, and all of a sudden I was on this ice cube inside this cup, dude. and it took
Wow.
about 10 minutes, and I stood up and I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. And it was like,
They're
man,
gonna
what's going
drink
on?
me.
I was like, yeah, I was
Time
like,
to go
bro,
home.
I was like, I'm stuck in a cup, dude. I need to get out of this fucking
Wow.
house. I
Time
need
to go home.
I need to spread my fucking
Cthulhu.
mind. Yeah,
Thank you, buddy.
It was a solid one that day, bro.
The lid was
That's
clearly
funny.
brown.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
It was brown. We have a problem.
Hallucinogens are a motherfucker, man. Your mind
I
is
reckon
a
I
fucking
can. I reckon I can
crazy
top that.
thing.
I reckon I can top that.
Uh-oh. Does this have
Yeah,
to do
'cause-
with handcuffs and chains, though, John?
No,
I remember
not
that
this
last
one.
conversation. Okay.
No, but I got-
just
No
check.
damn paper.
No, this is actually this was a well late. I think it was probably my early 20s. An LSD misadventure, and when I say misadventure, I chose it. But so there we've got botanical gardens in Adelaide, the city I grew up in. We have botanical gardens which you can see if you jump the wall, you can get into at night. And of course, if you're on acid, it's like amazing going into these gardens. There's this particular tunnel, which is a tunnel of like a flowering plant. And when I say a tunnel, imagine like a small aircraft hangar, which is so you know the sort of the half oval shape of an aircraft hangar, right? The traditional ones. So it's quite long. It would be about 60 feet long, and it might be about 20 feet wide. But what happens is at night time,
Oh, thank you, APAC.
because of the flowers there, all these spiders create webs that actually span through through this across, right? So what happens, and these Australian spiders can be a little bit, spicy. And so one of the challenges when you're on the acid is to run through this tunnel of spider webs of spiders in the dark, because it's sort of dark. You can see light at the other end. But you just see these black objects, and then you got the web on your face, and you got these crawly things, and it's like,
fucking
oh my god,
dude, that is the worst. That would be
You guys are crazy down there. Crazy.
That would fuck the mind up so
I
bad.
don't want to do that sober.
Mate, that is like
I've heard you guys talk about the house spiders.
Oh, the
big
huntsman.
giant, like you have a spider, it's kind of like a dog.
Yeah,
family pet.
Look that up. Look up big huntsmen in houses, Lib. You'll find some pretty good pics. Big huntsmans in houses. Like, yeah, they're pretty big, and they can they'll jump on you and bite you if you upset them. But if you don't upset them, a lot of Aussies just leave them be. I prefer not to, because I know that if you happen to roll on them, they'll give you a pretty nasty bite. I don't want to have them around, but a lot of people do. They're like, they catch the other bugs and things. But the huntsmans,
I hate to call stereotypes, but I mean that is a very true fact about.
Good Lord,
that's some crazy shit,
dude.
Everything on your continent is trying to kill you. Okay,
But they're not venomous. They're not venomous.
No, they just give you a bit of a nasty bite, but they jump. They can jump onto you. When I was a kid, my father walked in. He was standing would have been 10 feet from this spider on the wall. He sprays it with the fly spray, and the thing gets angry. It literally jumps on him and bites him just on his chest, on his neck. Right, and he's like, ah! It was sort of like, if I'm going out and taking you with me.
Here we go.
The farmer got a good fright after stumbling across a heaving pile of huntsman spiders on a concrete block at his 10-acre property. Patrick Haddon was going about his usual routine at Hutton Vale Farm in central west New South Wales when he made the startling discovery while putting away a bee feeder. Haddon said, I turned over the bucket that still had some sugar water in it and found these buggers under the bucket, and added, all I know is that I've never seen anything like it before. Expert Michael Ricks said the common spiders are well known to occur in communal groups of individuals, including overlapping generations, usually under eucalypt bark, but also other confined spaces.
That's wild.
Wow.
Hey,
look up funnel web spiders. Look up attacking funnel web spiders. These are the most venomous spiders in the world, and they attack you. They literally attack.
They're territorial.
Yeah, and they rear up with their fangs, and then they drip venom to show you that they're going to hurt you. And if they bite,
Okay, so
funnel web spiders attacking funnel webs.
God, dog.
Shit.
No.
Oh, dude,
so
and then
fucking fast, dude.
Show one that rears up. Go funnel web spider, rearing funnel web spider.
Right. Okay, so John, just to clarify, you for fun, you guys would, hit the, have the good things and then run through these fucking webs.
Yeah, that's well. The ones typically are called orb spiders, and the orb spiders that make up these that go into this particular tunnel, they're not quite as bad as the two spiders you're looking at here. The huntsmen aren't nearly as bad as the funnel webs. The funnel webs will kill you. The huntsman will just hurt you.
I don't think any spider web.
The orb spiders are actually quite docile. They'll just try to run away, but of course the whole thing still freaks you out, especially if you're on acid. But
stuck to your face, yeah.
See if you can find a rearing funnel web.
Who wants a life traumatizing fucking acid trip, dude? Jesus,
right.
It's already one of the most dangerous spiders in the world, and tonight a funnel web found in Newcastle is making history. Hercules, the spider, sets a new record for the largest funnel web ever found.
Oh.
He's big, he's black, and he's deadly. This is Hercules, the largest funnel web spider in history.
When I first saw Hercules, I thought for sure he had to be a female because he was so big.
But he's not. He's a male, 7.9 centimetres long with giant fangs. Funnel webs can vary anywhere between 1 to 4 centimetres depending on whether they're a male or female. Hercules is double that size.
And it's the biggest we've ever received.
That is obscenely enormous.
Hercules was found in Newcastle and taken to a drop-off point at John Hunter Hospital before he was passed on to the Australian Reptile Park earlier this week.
Hercules is absolutely huge, as is his venom yield, which is so important to us because that venom is used to create life-saving antivenom.
The last record holder was Colossus. He was found in 2018 and was about 7 centimetres long.
They are dangerous. Arguably, they are one of the most venomous spiders in the world.
100 funnel webs have been handed into the reptile park since November. Just last week, Nathan was at home with his family when he spotted this monster under a table.
Then my wife screamed my name, and then I come out, and then both the dogs were actually over the spider.
If you're wondering where you might see a funnel web, they mainly live on the east coast, from Queensland down to Tasmania. In our state, they're most commonly found in the north around the Hornsby area, the south around the Sutherland area, the Blue Mountains and Newcastle. If you do see one,
I'm changing my vacation plans.
Just like
look at that, look at that.
Oh, shit.
A bit of a good girth
Western
when you're walking
Australia
around
it is.
Natalia Eiley, 9 News.
Wow.
Look for a photo. Look for a photo, Tim, of a funnel web rearing up with venom. Right, you'll see it. They actually have the venom dripping off their fangs. It's crazy, right? And they literally rear up as if to say, "Come on, cunt, I'll take you on." And it's like, and you saw how quickly it came out of its funnel web. And the problem is they're in the garden, right? That's why I'm not a gardener.
No shit.
Do it in pots, and even then you got to be pretty careful because you just don't go rummaging around with your gloves in pots and things like that. You got to have tools, hand tools.
I just discovered the most dangerous job in the world is the funnel web spider milkers, milking the funnel web spiders.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Because that's what you do.
Dude, yeah.
You know,
I got to get the antivenom.
It's like, you just.
Did you see that, Tim? I sent you that video with the woman who was scraping out the gimpy prickles 4 years later.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was just too much. I'm like, oh, that poor woman, because that's what happens. Like that's crazy. And she's got this whole tub of prickles and skin.
We have a lot of black widows
Thank you.
Here.
I think I missed something here.
Sorry, mate?
I think I may have missed something. Oh, here's Miss Chaos coming.
Hoodlum said something.
Hoodlum or Hoodlum again?
Oh, sorry.
All day,
Hooligan.
brother. All day,
Fucking
brother.
Hooligan. It's that Who. It's the Who that's getting me.
Yeah.
And then we have APAC also in as a new panelist.
Kangaroos are like
Welcome in,
kangaroos.
APAC.
QB said kangaroos are like big bunny rabbits. Look up big red kangaroos
that was
fighting.
cool. Thank
We
you.
talked about that a
That was
couple weeks
awesome.
ago, didn't
They'll
we?
sock you in the face.
That was cool as shit.
They'll clock you, dude.
Dude, look,
Yeah.
if you look up
That
fist
was
fights with kangaroos, fist fights with kangaroos is always funny.
Fist fights with kangaroos.
I think I speak for the majority of people where it's a hell no. Any of that. Hell no.
Not just no, but hell no.
Hell no. I mean,
Hell
we have
no.
tarantulas here where I'm at in West Texas, but they're docile unless you unalive one and then it starts a whole territory war. But other than that, and then we have jumping spiders on the East Coast, but they're tiny. Well, smaller than an orange, and they're called wolf spiders.
Yeah, we got wolf spiders here, but the wolf spiders, they're not great, but they're a lot better than the funnel webs. If you're not within a spot to get anti-venom, they will kill you, and there's been a couple of deaths, but it's largely been avoided because of the anti-venom. But before that, it was a regular event. Before the anti-venom, I mean, you knock off a few people every year, you know, just... It's not big numbers. It's just more the way it happens, and especially kids and things like that. But I tell you what, the blue ring octopuses, like I don't know if you've ever seen blue ring octopus.
Those are evil.
Right? I saw a video, a TikTok video. A kid's picking one up, and it's glowing blue, and they're playing with it, and it's like, oh my god, they were so lucky. I mean, if it bites them, they're dead. Have you ever seen a blue ring octopus, Tim?
I think so. I was watching a documentary about all the crazy shit in Australia. I think so.
We've got a stonefish. Are you familiar with the Australian stonefish?
No.
You know the other crazy thing you guys got in Australia,
For
from my
Australians?
perspective, is gun control.
Let's not go there.
Cow, you crazy.
We think with all the things we've got, we need guns. You're probably
Well,
right.
and that's the funny thing. You guys, this is some dark humor, I'm warning you, but you guys got the highest
Goodness,
score.
APAC, keep getting it.
Thank you,
mass
APAC.
pew-pew. You guys win. You guys won, and after that,
Got the highest what?
You got the high score as far as pew-pews.
Oh, right.
Pew-pewings.
The Port Arthur. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
we did.
Port Arthur incident, and I'll be damned if you guys are smart enough to be like, holy cow, wow, let's have some gun control.
Well,
Some
we're a bit
pew-pew
like
control. Sorry, pardon my.
Jim
But not
Jeffries.
us in America, man. It's an identity in America.
Yeah, it
it's
is.
crazy in America.
It really is.
Hey Tim, look up stonefish. Look at a picture of a stonefish.
Stonefish.
But you know what I find
And
funny
the-
about gun control is that, stupid liquor breath. He said, oh, if you can't have a pew-pew on base, you can't either way. I'm like, so you're reiterating what is already in place. Okay. Whatever. You're liquor breath for a reason. But I give them, and Rotten Orange, that's my names for them right now. But if we had the same type of gun control laws as bases, I think it would be a little bit better. Because you can have them on your person as long as you go and register them through the base and you do their training and stuff like that. You can have them within your home. Now, you using it, you can only use them at gun ranges or if somebody's actively trying to unalive you.
Right.
Right. Like pull them out.
Like, that's the common sense that we kind of need.
Yeah, well, it used to be like that in towns
had
across
to-
America too, where you had to check your shit in at the station when you were in town. Couldn't have your pew-pew on you in town, because there's also a big difference between like in a city and rural. Makes sense in rural. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense in the city.
Living in the Appalachia my whole life, you had to be so many feet away from a road or neighborhood in order to use your pew-pew.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You got to go far out enough away from
civilization.
Yeah, to where you're not
Yeah.
accidentally gonna hurt somebody in case you miss.
Yeah, it wasn't until I went to school and had to
Found a
unlearn
stonefish. Look at this.
some.
Look at this. This is a
He's
fish that
so ugly. He's cute.
it looks like a stone, but if you step on it, right, it's got spikes that'll go through the bottom of your boot and poison you through the bottom of your foot. And the spikes are so hard they literally will penetrate the average hiking boot. They'll just go straight through the bottom. They look like rocks, and
So
they
why don't you pick one up and fuck
well, if you
with
pick
it?
it,
That's
if-
a great
fuck
idea.
I mean, they're so ugly. They're cute.
if you pick it up from underneath, you find its spines are on top, and they actually what they do is they sit in rock pools like rocks. They look like fucking. As you can see, they look like fucking rocks.
That's crazy.
You go walking around near rock pools. We don't. We tend not to do that here, right? Because you step on one of those, and it's excruciating pain as well. It's not just. It might kill you, and it will kill you if you don't get to hospital inside 15 minutes. It's like, so it's
Holy
sort of
cow.
like, oh, dude, it's like those things, and the irrigunji fucking jellyfish, the box jellyfish. Oh my god, it's and the blue ring octopus. See, I don't go to the beach. I just we got sharks. I just because and a lot of Aussies do. They're just like, oh, we love the beach, and I'm a bit like. You know what? If I go to the swimming pool, I'm just not going to get eaten by a shark
They
or stung
do
by
look
a
like
jellyfish.
rocks when they're still. Oh my god!
Right? Look at them. Look at them.
Looks
and
like
then you
coral.
walk on the fuckers, right? And oh my god! Yeah.
How
look at
long are the spikes?
them. See, look for a photo. Look, they're about I'd say about 1.5 inches. Right? They go through the bottom of your boot, and they're
Enough to go through your foot.
Yeah, basically through the boot, the sole of the boot, and into your foot.
That's so
This is the
cool,
problem.
though. That's so cool.
It's sort of like
Well, what was that asteroid thing you had a second ago?
The Bennu,
Right now,
where
we
we
are
landed
searching
on
these
it.
off the coast
Of course, that video, I kind of played through it. It was just showing how we got there and landed on it. Yeah, pretty sweet.
Most people don't know about it.
I did play the clips like this, for example. Matter of fact, I'll play it again here. Let me play the longer one. It's so fucking cool what we're able to do now. It's like, here we go. And that thing is moving at 60,000 plus miles an hour and spinning at the same time.
And this is the thing about you guys, right? And I mean the Americans, literally, is that you guys do logistics like no one else on Earth.
Look at that.
Quite literally, you're doing this.
That's so crazy.
I think it's because we always have to be. We have to do things first, type of deal.
We also lie like nobody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's true. Here we go. And touchdown. God, that hadn't been disturbed. Those rocks hadn't been disturbed in how long? Maybe
Why
ever.
does it look like it broke it, or are we just
Since
looking
the
in the dirt?
last sentient species decided to land right
Crazy.
there or go to there. Wow, that's weird.
That
to think
is
about.
crazy.
That's a skull fuck.
Man, I worked as a roadie, right, for a couple of years in my semi-retirement because a mate of mine was connected to the concert scene. So I worked on Taylor Swift's concert when she came round and the Foo Fighters and those guys.
Oh, that's cool.
Right. When you guys put a rock show on, and you tour it worldwide, right, it's like a military fucking operation. There's 100 semi-trailers, 110 semi-trailers rock into town. And it takes a couple of days to set up this entire stadium stage, and all the production gear that goes on it. Then it gets packed down and gone in a couple of days afterwards. The whole thing's like a military operation. It's not until you...
You talking about carnivals?
No, I'm talking about rock shows. Taylor Swift, when she does a global rock tours, or the Foo Fighters, or any of, But this rock concert phenomenon is essentially an American invention, though the companies that do it are global. There's Tate Staging and a few others, so there's European companies, but the scope of it is an American logistical exercise. And I'm just saying that it's not until I worked in that structure and realize how Americans operate, because all the touring crews are Americans. All the people running the shows are Americans. And it's like this military operation of how we get these 100 semi-trailers of all this shit set up and set up and then bumped out in a series of days. And I'm like, and you look at like the Marine Logistics Corps. There's a really good 15-minute YouTube video on the Marine Logistics Corps, and they're like, oh, we've got 50,000 Jeeps, and if we need to put Jeeps into anywhere in the world, we can put 10,000 Jeeps into the world within 24 hours. You know, all this sort of shit.
That's the same guy that likes to get stung by wasps.
Yeah, right now. This guy he finds a stonefish and then stings himself with it to see how painful it is. Yeah,
Show me.
I'm about to
Just to see how painful.
Yeah.
Is this Wile E. Coyote, that guy again?
No, Brave Wilderness.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he likes to sting himself with things.
This is a dumb cunt.
With the pain and shock that leads to cardiac arrest. This venom is meant to cause you pain, but I have brought the antidote with me today. A thermos filled with hot water that's around 114 degrees Fahrenheit, a compress to hold over the wound, and then of course, if I do go into any state of anaphylactic shock, I always carry with me an EpiPen. We are about 3 minutes drive from an emergency room, so even if the worst case scenario does unfold today, I should have plenty of time to be able to get to emergency medical attention. My plan today is to take a microdose of stonefish venom. The venom from that neoprene trial is already coating the spikes, so they're locked and loaded, ready to go. When it's all said and done, this should be just extraordinarily painful for me. Going to likely be the worst sting that I ever take. The most toxic fish. 1, 2, 3. Ah!
You're a fucking idiot.
I already feel a burn. I can feel it spreading up my finger right now.
Oh my God.
And it does not feel good.
It doesn't feel good. What's this supposed to feel like?
Let's move out of here. The tide's rolling. You okay, Mark? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hold on. Come over here.
Well, put him back in the water.
Back to the tank, man.
Asshole.
Oh. Right there is where the spine went in. God. Immediate fire. Spreading up my fingers. I can already feel it in these 3.
Why aren't you giving
I'm okay right now.
All right. That's enough of that.
You fucking idiot.
That guy actually does that.
What was the name of that famous guy?
That's just one fucking spike. The problem is you step on them with a boot, they'll hit you with 10 of them.
Right.
10 of them. Oh, what a fucking idiot. You know, I have no comprehension of the Americans that come over here and do this for videos. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Hey, not all of us. Don't lump us.
I'm not saying all of you. I'm saying
APAC.
Put it this way. Steve Irwin never went, hey, let me sting myself with a fucking stonefish, or, you know. Aussies don't do that shit.
Now, APAC, welcome in. You haven't said anything yet. If you want to weigh in, please, by all means.
No, I mean, I was just like listening in. And I mean, there's, I don't know. It's.
Would you ever do that for like $1 million?
No, I would never do that because my wife would destroy me. So,
$1 million, maybe.
Worse than the stonefish spikes.
No, no, she would say something along the lines of, "Oh, you enjoy pain, okay," and then she'd grab me by the John Eastwood, and that'd be the end.
Not the John Eastwood.
Touche. I'll pay that one. That's beautiful. Fucking funny. Oh my goodness! I can't believe you've actually. I'm gonna have to look for that stonefish video. That is just too much for me.
Yeah, Brave Wilderness. Why does this panel starting to feel like the Jerky Boys episode?
Huh?
You guys remember the Jerky Boys? They would like make prank phone calls and do stupid shit.
Yeah.
Oh my
All
goodness.
in good fun. I don't know.
I need enough to buy a house and pay off my car, so $1 million in debt.
That's true. That's true.
I'd do it for enough money. Sure. But that's for money. That doesn't strike me as like a hobby.
So, someone wrote in the comments.
Poison myself with different animal venom.
No. Someone wrote in the comments, where is Johnny Knoxville? And I'm going.
He's right next to me. His name's John Eastwood.
Hey, you know what? That's those guys. What are the crew? Johnny Knoxville's crew called again? The films. What were those films called? The Johnny
Jackass.
Knoxville. Jackass. That's it. They need to do a Jackass Australian version. If they come over here.
Well, Steve-O and his friend, the Wild Boys spinoff that they did, apart from Jackass, they went over to Australia and got bit by a bunch of stuff.
Did they? I saw there you go.
But his days of doing that are pretty much over because he's sober now.
Right, okay, right. Yeah, well, there you go. He's sober now. Yeah, that's funny. You got to be half drunk to do it. Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, no, he was on the booger sugar and everything else.
Really?
That's why he has a
there you go. Right.
deviated septum.
Oh,
and he
God.
has a hole that goes from his nose to his mouth.
Oh.
Yeah, which came first, the rugs or the crazy stunts?
The rugs. He has a whole documentary. It was definitely the rugs came first because he was doing it as a teen. And then he went to clown college. And then somehow...
Clown college. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's the reason why he's so good at and so funny at a lot of things, because he actually went to clown college. And then I can't remember if it was Johnny or Bam that had found him and they liked him. So that's how he got into Jackass.
Bam. Yeah, Bam was
Bam's sober now.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
After
His
all
new
that,
girlfriend
were they
got him whipped into shape. He's seeing his
Wow.
kids more. He's skating again.
Oh,
now,
that's
he has
cool.
to take it easy with the skating because of all the drinking. It's messed up his bones to where they're more elasticy and can break easier.
Those guys
But
are crazy.
he's still trying to live his life. He's trying to mend things with his parents, even though they still
That's awesome.
put fake news out there about him.
Yeah, because
kind of like a Britney Spears situation.
Yeah, that lady that basically had control over him
Yeah.
and was like that was wild. I remember she even somebody's okay on the panel. Everybody good? Catalyst, you okay?
I'm
Water.
All right.
Big hit.
Yep.
Big
Man, my back broke for mine.
Why didn't we hear this?
I know.
I didn't hear that part. I mean, I've been told that's what it sounds like.
That's why I have a USB one. It makes it sound like
Somebody told me that's what it sounded like. It was the Cypress
That's
Hill.
hilarious.
It was on the Cypress Hill album.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, speaking
That's
of
funny,
Cypress
dude. That's
Hill,
funny.
who was it that did the Because I Got High?
Afro Man. Oh my God.
So he recently put out a new music video because they raided his house illegally without a warrant, and they stole lemon cake off of his counter. I was like, "Ain't that a beat?"
I'm gonna play some of that lemon pound
Because
cake.
why are you
Lick 'em
stealing
low, Lisa.
somebody's food off their counter? That's rude.
They literally tried to sue him. So
Yeah, because
he
of-
couldn't
because of the
write
song.
songs.
So he countersued.
Right,
There it
write a
is.
song about how the police totally raided his shit. Right.
And I heard the glass break.
This dude is hilarious.
They found no kidnapping victims, just some lemon pound cake.
See?
Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice.
Oh, that guy's great. And he won his court case. That was terrific.
You should. Did you see what he was wearing during his court case?
Yeah, the American
It was
flag
the most
suit.
epic thing on the planet. I was like, this is why we kept you around all these years.
He was tremendous.
They're
The way
appealing
that he
that.
just
And one of the jurors said that the judge was like, he fucking hated the guy, and he was like, so what went wrong back there after they found him not liable for that? So the judge was very biased. I mean, you could tell throughout the case it was really gross what that judge was doing. Fucking racist old man.
Florida's
that was so fucking funny. The funny part was, because we got it reported over here, they sort of pulled the comedic parts. There was some funny parts where they were cross-examining the cops and asking them these really weird questions. I don't know if you could find some of that, where there was sort of like, at what point did you really think it was serious? Yeah, I can't remember the exact words, but it was just, it was sort of so obvious. And then when when the cops were being cross-examined, it was like, oh my God, you just had to laugh. It was like, really? Because the cops were just...
Yeah, he said it's been emotionally stressful. He's like, what's been emotionally stressful? And he's like, I've been receiving a bunch of pound cakes to the house, or a bunch of fruit cakes.
I mean, his door
and he's like,
broke.
I could see how that could be emotionally fucking stressful or whatever.
Here's one.
Shut the
Here's one. Here we
Call
go.
you a son of a bitch. That would be an opinion.
I'd say that would be an opinion.
Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Nah, she's been dead for years.
That's the one.
That's hilarious.
What did
well, she did.
Hold on. Here, let's go back. Here we go.
That is so funny.
Because the lawyer started laughing.
But you would agree, though, that when someone calls someone a son of a bitch, it's not necessarily a statement of fact. It's more a statement of opinion or a description of a person.
Sure.
The same thing with being called, I think it's Gomer Pyle.
Yes.
No one would think you're Gomer Pyle from the movie.
Obviously, that's a character in the movie.
Yeah. But you're not that person.
No.
It's not stupid, but you've been a law enforcement officer for a long time, correct?
Yes.
You've been called many derogatory names, correct?
Over the years, yes.
You've been called a son of a bitch before, correct?
Not published, but yes.
Okay.
That dude's face.
You've been called other things even worse, correct?
I'm sure over the years I've been called many things.
It would be fair to say that during those years, people probably said bad things about you and your family also.
I honestly can't remember bad things being said to my family, but I can remember bad things being done to them.
Do you believe everything you read on the internet?
No.
Do you believe everything you read in the newspaper?
No.
You probably tell your kids, don't believe everything you hear, right?
Especially now.
And when they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion.
Especially now.
You've been on this planet how long, and you haven't been called an SOB?
Right.
And you're from Florida?
As a cop.
Give me a break.
As a cop.
That question at the start, where he said, being called a son of a bitch, but we can't prove you're a son of a bitch. And he says, no, she's been dead for a while now.
Not him. But that was him calling his own mother the B word. That's wild.
It was like,
I missed that, bro. That is classic.
He's basically saying, well, if she was alive, we might be able to get somewhere with that. But she's not here anymore.
The defense would have called her up as a witness.
Right.
Yes, Tony.
Yeah.
A lot of Florida.
That was on our news, and almost without exception, the entire country of Australia just laughed its ass off.
That's
Because it's like, oh my God. What is wrong with
on the day.
Them doing this court case just proves that the streamer that did the parody of Mrs. C, who should not be named, Mrs. Kirk. He did.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So
Drewski, that's fucking
I'm
crazy.
waiting for her to pop off with something, but then again, she'd have to admit a lot of things. So I don't think that's.
Yeah, that's wild. So going after Drewski for that, like he looked better than
but
she
hey,
did.
he pulled his one trump card that he had. I hate using that word now because it's just ugh. But anyways, he pulled out his biggest card that he has not told anybody about. His biological dad is white. So he's you can't get me for racism. My dad's white. What you gonna do about it now?
Wow.
Because the other side likes to use, oh well, my best friend's black.
Because he used
Right.
whiteface. That's right. He used whiteface.
I'm like, whiteface has not ever
That's
been used in a
funny.
derogatory way. In a funny way, yes, but derogatory where it impacts people, no.
Right.
That's crazy.
That's that whole that cop being asked about whether he could be proved to be a son of a bitch, but he said no because my mum's not. She's dead. It's just like, I don't know if you remember when Bill Maher was sued by Donald Trump because he called him the son of an orangutan. Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that. I don't remember it.
Now you should look that up. That is funny as hell. There's this little, a few minutes where Bill Maher tells the entire story in one of his New Rules segment. If you look up Bill Maher New Rules Donald Trump orangutan, right? He literally cracked the joke about Donald Trump, being the son of an orangutan, and Trump sued him, and then they went to court, the whole thing, and to prove that it was defamation because Trump was not born from an orangutan.
Oh my gosh. These are supposed to be the same people who are like, oh, you don't bother me with your name calling it, but they are the biggest flipping crybabies on the
snowflakes.
planet.
I know, exactly.
Why else would Donald Trump go after Colbert before he goes after anybody? The dude can't take a joke.
Right.
That's why he has to go after the comedians.
That's
deal with it.
That's why, frankly, 80% of Australians hate Trump. Well, we just think he's a fuckwit. And why? Because he can't laugh at him. He can't laugh at himself. See,
He's not fucking funny. Either. He ain't fucking funny.
We don't take ourselves very seriously. And so what happens is we're always laughing at each other and ourselves. And so when someone's too
like
serious...
Like that prank call.
Right. Yeah, that's great. Right, so it's like... Yeah, and of course, when I heard the Bill Maher Trump orangutan story, I'm just like, oh my god! And Bill Maher's pretty funny when he's saying something funny.
When he's not sucking
funny.
Trump off.
Yeah, that's right. Or complaining about woke people, which is I think he's old and lost his audience. He's sort of in the middle of it all. He's right.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I tell you what we need in this country is like automatic
stand-up comedy.
Automatic anti-slap lawsuits that get fucking filed for free for anybody who gets sued by somebody like that for something fucking ridiculous. That should be automatic. And that maybe that'll stop some of that. I'm going to sue you because I have a bunch of money and I can waste my money to get you to shut up, which is what that is.
Did you see his lawsuits?
Well, that actually, it's funny because doesn't that fall back to that American freedom of speech, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I could be able to say your mom or your fucking dad or you, that's where I think you came from. Or, I could crack jokes, like.
Right.
And then all of a sudden you can, and leave it to this fucking douche canoe to fucking sue everybody. That fucking,
now, well, I have to ask
anything,
though,
right?
is that douche filled with, like a cappuccino or milk and sugar in their coffee? Is that what it's filled with? I'm just curious, because we learned earlier that you can fill it.
It's full of spray can, dude. It's full of spray cans.
Oh man, that stuff's toxic. Hey, a judge threw out Trump's lawsuit
from the inside out.
Oh, God, Tish, go ahead.
A judge threw out Trump's lawsuit against either the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times this morning about the letter he wrote to Epstein.
Yeah, it was Wall Street Journal.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, say that again?
Fucking finally. Go ahead, Tish.
Yeah, I mean, Trump is one of the most litigious people ever. He uses lawsuits and threats of lawsuits as retribution because even if it doesn't go to trial, you've had to hire lawyers and spend tens of thousands of dollars.
Exactly.
He knows that. So that's crazy.
And see,
so he put in a lawsuit for people releasing the Epstein file and it got kicked out. Is that what you said?
No, it's a birthday card.
The letter he wrote to Epstein that was frankly vile, filthy.
Yeah, I read it.
Talking about their secrets
may
and
every
stuff.
day be another wonderful secret.
So he sued a person because of that.
He sued the Wall Street Journal over releasing the story, but the letter's been verified.
Oh.
So the judge threw it out.
Judge said, "Fuck you." Yeah, because there's no actual malice, and it exists in its form, and that's his fucking signature. I mean, come on.
Well, he's about lawsuits and settlements. I mean, that's been the majority of his shit for years now, right? Trying to sue somebody, and then all these TV stations and whatnot, they come and they just pay this. They just pay. Let's just not take this any further, right? And only the random few now have actually won, which is actually starting to be more and more people are winning. But you know what I mean? They settle out of court.
Yeah, no, it was without prejudice, though. So, they can be sued again. And he probably will just because he's a fuckwit. And now, to that point, since we're talking about lawfare, what I want to see is the guy that torched that fucking Kimberly Clark plant. I'd like to have a couple of jurors on there that understand what jury nullification means. And that they go in there and be like, I'm not going to fucking convict this guy of a fucking thing because I didn't see anything. I sat in that courtroom. I saw no evidence whatsoever. And just don't vote to convict him. How funny would that be?
Yeah, the guy that did it.
Right.
Like,
And Luigi Mangione.
A living wage,
Right.
man.
Right. Like, how funny would that
That's
be?
another thing all the other countries have figured out besides America. A living wage. God, what I wouldn't give to fucking live in a country with a living wage.
And not to dig and try to start a conspiracy or whatever, but I thought it was interesting that he seemed to be Middle Eastern. Did that not kind of... Now, he claimed all this shit, and I'm totally with you, Liv. I'm like, fuck yeah, fuck corporate America, right? But then they turned around and I forget his name, but I was like, holy shit.
Shamel Abdul Karim. Karam or Kareem.
I was like, oh fuck. So then I thought there might be some underlying tones to it. I don't know. It just interesting.
Like,
you know what I mean?
But here's the thing: it's something that people have been unwilling to do, and now Sam Altman, for example, his house got a Molotov thrown at it, and then just yesterday, I think it was, somebody pew-pewed into his house. Like, okay, these are the scumbags of the earth that are trying to take over everything. And I'm not going to shed a tear. Not going to shed a tear.
Mixed emotions at the very least, right?
No, sir. I don't have any. I have no problem with what he did. I mean, he kind of fucked himself by videoing it. You know what I mean? There probably could have been a little bit of way to maybe try to get away. Some.
But that video was the point.
That wasn't the point.
That's the point.
Yeah, and I think
that's right.
I watched your video just before the live this morning, Liv. I don't know when you posted it, but it was fucking your video was so on point. That Boston Tea Party. I mean, it's tied. Like it's the same. The same. I get. You know what I mean? Like holy shit, bro. Like you really hit it with that. You know what I mean? It's such a bold statement.
Is this the video that you watched? Was this the video?
No. You scared me, liberal. You really scared me.
That was when I first woke up. That was when I first woke up.
Yeah, that
was to prep me for my day.
Yeah,
prep me for because we had the man live. We had the man show, so I had to get ready for the man show.
Let's just burn the image into your soul.
I know. I got ambushed first thing in the morning too. It's like I woke up. Thought I have a look at TikTok, and then I saw that. It's like, oh my god!
What the hell?
See, John, mine was intentional.
You see,
something about that pink lipstick, dog. I don't know.
Lord.
That's great. That's fucking funny.
The worst part is I got into my car, and I'm like, okay, let me just play TikTok videos, but my volume was off when I was seeing that video. I'm like, what the? That's so.
I was at the school pickup line.
It's finally Trump's finally driven him over the edge.
That's what got that slow scroll. That slow scroll.
Right,
that intro, right from head down. It's so teasing. You're like, what is going on here? What is this?
Oh, that's funny.
Here we go.
But question with because Hooligan brought up his name. If they tried to connect him with anything T groupish, could he countersue for anything, for being discriminated against? Or
I think he could, and he's got enough attention. He's probably going to get.
Because in order for them to connect that name with anything T groupish, they would have to prove that he's anything like that.
Well, on his video, he didn't claim anything, but like
exactly, like they would have to dig into his personal life.
Let me straighten my comment. I totally don't believe it's like that. Okay, that's not how I feel. I feel exactly like what the video showed. Like his intention was pure, right, or whatever, right? But then when it was like a weird thing. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, of course, dude. Like, come on, bro. Like, fuck. He couldn't have been I mean, not like that, but it couldn't have been a white boy that did it. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's got to be a Middle Eastern
that angle is going to go
that might
direction.
Perpetuate. Or you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
I know.
And again,
he's probably going to get like a reckless endangerment because there were other employees there that could have
gotten until they were on break, right?
Even though nobody got hurt.
Yeah, but the state already said that they are going to run him through his charges, and then feds are going to try to pick him up, right? So, which means, y'all, I don't know. I've been through the system, all right? So what means is when the state charges him with those, I forget what the handful of charges were, okay? He'll get sentenced and do his time, and then feds will pick him up from fucking DOC.
Yep.
And
do it again.
And do them in federal time for the single. I heard it was just a single charge, but they're trying to charge him with each individual fire he started, which think
is crazy.
Is not going to fly. That's not going to fly, dog.
That's
not
nuts.
going to fly.
I mean, look at this. I mean, this is like a $2-3 lighter he had in his hand, and it
cost PP, right?
It was
600 and
paper product.
What is $650 million?
They're saying
$50 million,
right? And see, the workers thought it was a robot that short circuited when they were out on break. They all assumed that's what it was, and they were worried about the guy because he was missing. But it turns out, he posted that shit. On, like, wow,
really?
Yeah,
that's a new level of stupid.
Because I think the new way of getting attention and to change things is that you have to get super big attention in order for things to actually be looked at for change. Not necessarily change, but just looked at.
Because see, here's the thing. It's like, I don't want anybody to go around burning shit up or unaliving people, but at the same time, they aren't afraid of what we are able to do as the crazy people when you have your boot in our neck. So what I want to see is in the boardrooms, they have to run through the cost-benefit analysis of what is the appropriate wage that keeps them from torching our fucking factories. That's what I want to see. That's what I'd like to see.
It would have to keep up with inflation and stuff like that. I mean, at this point, you might as well use war inflation as like the minimal standard at this point, because it's gonna keep going on. It's gonna be a back and forth cycle. So you might as well just keep the peak of war inflation and just keep that as minimal, so that when it's not happening, we're good, we're thriving. People can still exist at a peak of uncertainty.
And here's another thing. Insurance companies, the insurance underwriters may have to take the wages paid to the employees into account when they do their insurance policies. And if they pay their workers too little, they might raise their insurance premiums because there's a risk to burning those factories down now. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. I mean,
no.
Tax them everywhere.
Yeah.
I saw some TikTok posts that was saying there was 7 other fires in the subsequent days.
Yep.
But we
don't know. We don't know if they're due to some, arson like this. I haven't seen anybody else coming out and saying it, but I mean, all of a sudden out of nowhere, you got warehouse fires at Amazon. We got a lumber facility, and it's all across the United States. So some of these CEOs there was a lumber yard that got cooked. Amazon's like solar panels on the top of their building got cooked. I mean, there's been several, but who knows? Who knows?
Did you? A bit of a tangent, but did you? I know Pam Bondi was ousted, and then Swalwell. I guess was. Wait, I mean, am I saying his name right?
No. Yeah, I just did that fucking guy. Yeah.
Oh, you mean Mr. Swallow? Okay.
Mr. Swollen.
Mr. Swallows well. Eric Swallows well. Go ahead.
It was interesting because before I heard his news, I heard that the reason, and again, this was rumored, that the reason that she was ousted was because she tipped them off about an FBI investigation into him. But then that gave me pause because I'm like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, there seems to be a common thread. So,
because she never knows what the hell she's doing.
No, with this kind of activity, right? The sexual activity, there seems like, why would she, if true, and I have no reason to think that it's not true, I don't know. That just does not sit well with me.
Now, Swalwell has come out and said that she didn't tip him off.
Yeah, but...
So, that rumor mill, I don't know what to think there. But that would be interesting if she did, and why. And now,
yeah. Well, the thing with Swalwell is that there's always been smoke around him regarding this kind of stuff, and I certainly wasn't surprised. So,
yeah, I mean, I always looked at that guy like, I don't know, these curated,
good-looking guy, well-spoken,
choir boy, bullshit.
Yeah, but. There's always been rumors and smoke around him. And the fact that his staff so quickly turned on him and said, yeah, all this stuff is true, tells you a lot. That was how he behaved all the time.
Yeah.
Like, that's just Swallows well. That's how he was.
Oof.
Yep. Crazy shit.
It's ridiculous the amount of stuff that people will just put up with just because they label it as part of that person's personality.
Right.
Yeah.
I've never understood that.
Yeah. Well, they're in a position to these staffers is why, if you knew all this was going on, why were you hanging around?
Right.
Why not be honest?
Hang on. You guys remember that experiment they did in the 60s, don't you, where they got people in a white coat to tell someone to electrocute someone in the next room?
Yeah.
No,
And they turned
John,
up.
I was born in 1994, so no.
What they did was they put a machine there and they put someone in the next room, and they got these people in who were part of the trial. They didn't realise, and they made them turn up the voltage of the machine and administer doses of electricity as punishment to the person in the next room because they were told to by a guy in a white coat. And I think it was 60 or 70% of them went to the point where it was beyond a lethal dose, and the guy in the next room stopped screaming and then just stopped saying anything, and they thought they'd killed him, right? And of course that caused a whole lot of psychological problems for those people. But that experiment has been repeated several times now. It seems to be that about 60 or 70% of humans will administer lethal doses of electricity to someone they don't know if they're told to by someone in authority.
Right.
So that's the reason. That's the phenomenon.
It's the Milgram experiment is the name of that one.
Yes, that's right. And that's the reason that people put up with it, because essentially it's someone in authority telling them to do it.
That's
wow.
Put up.
Yeah. Pretty
well,
crazy.
We keep wondering how the Holocaust happened, and we're living it right now.
Right.
So
there were signs. There were some warning signs leading into it. Nobody seemed to, they're like, and also the bystander effect where they're like, well, somebody else will deal with it also is probably a reason why we see some things happening where you're like, well, I'm sure there's a lot of people around here. Somebody else is going to intervene. And so nobody ends up doing anything because they all think that. I wonder how much of that is, because that's like you'll see, somebody like beating the fuck out of a woman or whatever at a bar, and then you got all these people standing around. They're just looking. They're like,
they'd make videos of that to see how people would react.
Right, and it's kind of it's weird because like,
and what's funny is that most of the time it's people with dyed hair or tattoos or both
that are fighting or standing around.
That will stand up for the people.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's the old
I'm like,
fight or
my hair's
flight,
green.
The nonconformists have the capacity to think for themselves. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That makes sense.
Well,
Side note, who did I make feel old a second ago? Besides Hooligan.
You said you were born in what year?
I was born in 1994.
Everybody on the panel.
Everyone, exactly.
Well, you're only 12 years younger than me.
Yeah.
I'm 32.
Panels and whatnot.
Yeah, you're half my age. So
Half? Dang. But listen, I'm a seasoned baby. I have a lot of childhood trauma, single mom.
Right.
It's all in fun. It's all
Everything.
In fun.
So,
well, not
so
the
I
trauma.
get it. And my knees hurt. I get it.
Oh, shit.
You're almost 40. You got to deal with it.
But not for reasons that you
Putting in work.
You
Putting
said
in
it.
work.
Not
Listen,
anybody.
I
Not
have
anybody else.
TRICARE and BAH for a reason.
That's
I'm not
terrible.
the service member.
That's terrible. We'll leave that up to Swallowswell. I'm sure he'll take care of that business. Or
So I was gonna. I was gonna
Debo.
say though. Yeah, right. You said you had asked why people would be around and stay around that kind of stuff. I think you have to look at the environment. That's the political world. So anybody that is in the political world under some of these guys that are doing this shit, it's like you'd ruin your career, right? If you speak out, if you come out as like a snitch or can't be trusted, right? So I think it seems like a lot of people keep their fucking mouth shut because they want their career versus what is right. Right?
Well, in the proximity
because
to power.
exactly. The assistants see more, you know what I mean? The secretaries, these
Oh,
people
they
see
know
way
all.
more. Exactly, right? So we and none of them are speaking out. Well, why? And this goes all the way up the chain, right? We see Pam Bondi and Patel fucking doing it for Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like we see it all the way up, right?
Yep.
But they have a place that they are trying to get to. And if they have to shut up and be blind and turn a blind eye to shit, I think that is more so what happened.
Climbing the greasy pole.
You know what I mean? Like, and that's unfortunate, and it's fucking. I don't approve, and I don't say that about every politician, right? But when you look at it and you wonder, how did this guy get away with sending, pics or whatever the fuck for so long and not because they don't want to bring this shit up. They don't want to cause ripples, right?
That's
Because
kind
then
of
you
like.
then you have a jacket. Then you wear a jacket that you can't be trusted or whatever the fuck they see, right? And your career is then ruined. So that's just how I perceive it, right? Because there's no other explanation on why there wouldn't be more whistleblowers, more people coming up and standing out. Why would Pam Bondi not step more out for these victims and these files? Why? As a woman, as a fucking AG, or whatever, when she was. Whatever,
it's their
right?
position.
But you have to remember, Pam Bondi
she has a duty.
C word.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? But we would expect, me as a man, I would expect a woman to stand up for another woman in that situation, and they're not doing it. And why? Why would they not? Because
they could be victims themselves. They could be victims themselves. And Stockholm syndrome is a real thing. Because that's absolutely possible, because we're starting to learn now. Some of these victims are coming out. They've remained in those circles with the men, the very men that groomed and raped them when they were children. And now as adults, these women are still working with those men that did those things to them.
And here's why I tend to believe what you just said, Ben. Because the way she was answering questions in Congress, is indicative of trauma. Like, did you see like she
that
would just
defensive
like,
shit and the
defensive. That's and I'm not just I'm not trying to be part. Again, I'm conservative. I tend to, but it's that I believe that almost without a doubt. But even look at what happened with the Pope. So Trump started bashing the Pope on Truth Social. The Pope made it about him being like weak on foreign policy, and I guess on the what was it? Not courageous about the Iran war, and the Pope said, "Look, this is politics. Kind of. I'm going to stay in my lane." But I guess like he commented on the Truth Social. It's like that.
Oh no, he turned his butt around and went back to the Vatican.
Whoa, hold on. He said that it was ironic that it was posted on Truth Social, which I thought was pretty telling for a Pope, to make that claim. So, but
yeah. Well, did you hear? Remember, the Pope is American, and have you heard the story that in January they had Vatican officials to the Pentagon where they threatened them to get in line with Trump or else?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a loyalty test, ego, on full display. But I think that just highlights the point. That's people fear retaliation. That's why they're not speaking up. I mean, look, even the Pope is being retaliated. He's not even a political figure.
It is the Catholic Church,
Trump
right?
doubled down.
And you're
Trump doubled
talking
down
about-
on him this morning.
Fucking wild, man.
Yeah,
This
and
guy's
then if
crazy.
you go to even on TikTok, if you go to some of the pro-Trump lives, they're all bashing the Pope.
Yeah,
I mean, who would ever thought we would see the day? There was
What
one
the
guy on there
fuck?
saying the Pope should get popped.
You know what? They would be trashing Jesus if Donald Trump told his fucking people to.
It just proves they put Trump above everything.
Well, it's even worse.
Trump literally trashed Jesus. He put an image up of himself as Jesus.
Yep.
Well,
And
he said he
and
was being a doctor for the Red Cross.
Doctor for the Red Cross looking.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but
And
Jesus wasn't orange
Doctor
either.
for the Red Cross.
Well, we
Let's
can
make
always
that
go
clear.
back. Hey,
And
you know what
Jesus was
clears
woke,
this all
gang.
up? You know what clears this all up?
Well-
Let's go back to Trump's favorite Bible verse. All right, you give me that, and that'll clear all this up.
I think it's in 2 Corinthians. Corinthians 2, what is it? I don't know. It's funny to hear him say that, well, I like the Old Testament and the New Testament. Can't really point out.
Personal. That's very personal.
That was the joke. That was a joke. It's because when
Oh,
they
I know
fucking
it was.
asked him
I know
that
it
day.
Very personal.
Yeah, okay.
My
Okay.
I mean,
favorite.
he could at least go
Like, you
to
didn't-
Romans 8:28 or something.
Yeah, he
to go
could have
to,
pulled
you
some
know.
shit. John 3:16. I don't know. Some
Something.
shit, right?
He could have even said, I can't read. Just like 51st dates. He could have pulled that one.
Yeah.
He should be
Something.
saying the prayer that's in Psalms. I forget which Psalms it is, but it's like chapter 7 or 8. I'd have to pull up which one it is, or Lib can do it. He needs to say that prayer every day.
It's
Dear Lord.
It's hilarious. I am no longer
Hey,
a Christian, but I still remember the Bible, and
we
I
all know
jive
that.
laughing.
Well,
We
and
all
you
know
got to
he's
be
not
respectful.
religious,
Hey,
you know what I mean?
APEC, you were trying to say something?
Yeah. No, I was just saying that the scary part is this, because now he's essentially weaponizing a segment, a fraction of the Protestant sect against Catholicism, and he's saying like his pastor, right? I guess he has like a female pastor or something, a denominational church, but it's almost as if he's creating or has created a religion that subscribes to him, right? Where he is the savior figure. So
Did
he's
you
like an
see the-
Abrahamic figure.
Did you see the video of her likening him to Christ?
Yeah,
and going through all the sacrifices.
I think what happened is that he thought Protestant was actually prostitute, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to take over that. I'm getting that."
His ears
No
perked up
trouble.
right away.
Protestant, no, prostitute, prostitute. Fuck.
Somebody say prostitute.
Hey
Yeah,
Tim, I've got to drop, mate. It's 5 a.m. But always good to chat to you. And good to chat, everyone. Thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. I
Right on,
appreciate
John.
it. Glad you were able to get a nap.
Sleep down there.
Yeah, I got a nap. Hey, good luck, Hoodlum. Hooligan, good luck, mate. Good
Liv,
luck.
are you seeing anything
appreciate you,
about?
John.
Do you have a notification or anything in the live?
No,
I said Lib.
No,
Oh, I thought APEC. And sorry, I'm not. So me and Hooligan both can't. I couldn't repost.
Right.
Hold on, let me see if I can.
Yeah,
add.
it's been doing that the last several days. It started
Okay,
that like 3 or 4 days
let me
ago.
share it to story.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the repost is. I mean, they've shut the live down basically. I mean, until we have people that actively seek this out daily, it'll probably stay like this. We'll just have to grow it slow. Starting from scratch, because these people come in and report and do all the things, and it's crazy. It's crazy.
And I was listening to a live. It was at Alabama. So he's running for some type of office in Alabama. I can't remember what it was. He had a MAGA lady in there, and she was like putting MAGA on a pedestal, like always. But then she turned around and said, "Oh, well, like liberals, they'll attack each other instead of the actual thing." I was like, if that ain't the truth.
Yep.
I mean, I hate
Yeah,
to agree with a MAGA, but it is the truth. You see it constantly. They will start petty arguments. They will get jealous because you're not in there at the same time. I'm just like, and for what?
Right. It's like
You preach solidarity and helping, but yet you don't do that.
Yeah, I've got to save everybody from, because the liberal, he's dangerous. That's what some of these people are calling me, dangerous to women. I'm
I
dangerous
would
to women.
love to see how, because I'm up here and you're never anything but nice.
Yeah, these people. Well, it's fucking delusional. It's almost like a savior mentality. Like, I'm gonna save everybody from this guy that made me feel bad once because he wouldn't let me be a mod anymore.
And see,
Weird.
this is why I have not changed my mods in 3 years.
Yeah.
At all.
This is why I won't have any mods
I don't
anymore.
add nobody, nothing.
Right. Yeah, it's been a wild ride, but it really showcases the problems, because those liberals that do that unknowingly got Donald Trump elected. Because there's a lot of independents that are like, I don't want to fucking deal with them. Every time I turn around, I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a this. You know what I mean? So it's
right.
Like,
it was all the Bernie people not voting in 2016.
I mean, I feel like it was more the independents, honestly.
Well, that too, but
because I registered as so I was Republican for like the longest time, and then I registered independent going into the election because I just got tired of it. But socially, I always felt ostracized by the left, not by liberals, but by the left. Like I would, there's some live in which I would. I guess I used the wrong pronoun, like mistakenly once, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, you know what, you're offending me, bully, But I was just kicked, and I'm like, sorry. I mean, it's one thing if someone repeats, the same, and stuff like that. That just, I don't know, but
it turns people
I think
I'm still
people have
learning.
just taken things to the extreme nowadays.
Yeah.
And it's getting out of hand because, we're so ready for the impact because some of us are different. Some of us look different. Some of it, we're not the stereotypical American dream looking person. So I think everybody just being on the defense, and if you're not in line with them 100%, they're still going to, whatever you do, they're going to be overly defensive. Does that make sense?
And social media has created that to a large extent because in order to get attention on social media, you have to be bombastic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have to be extreme one way or
And
another.
that's I think why Trump is. Well, I don't want to say that's why he is the way he is. I mean, there's character that he amplifies in a bombastic way because it generates the most interactions, right?
Right. And, like the post of him looking like Jesus was just another step in being as just like out there as he can possibly be.
Yeah.
I mean, it was personal. It was purposeful.
Whenever you said that, hold on. That's what makes me think of that. Bombastic, Mr. Fantastic.
Bombastic side eye.
Shaggy. That's good shit. Every time I hear that word, it makes me think of that.
I wonder where you were going.
You thought I was going with the.
Here we go, video time.
Oh my god, that's funny. Yeah, because it is the same opener.
Now.
Good job. Is the same opener. Mr. Lava. Exactly, Rando. Yeah. I grew up with that, so that's a good song.
Yeah.
That's fun.
That's a good song.
God, when did that come out? Fuck. Let's see.
Early 90s, I want to say. I'll say 91.
91.
Bombastic. Come out.
Say between 91 and 94.
Oh, 95. July 11th, 1995.
I was one.
Mr. Bombastic.
It was on your birthday.
You're welcome again, Julian.
That's a great song. I can't play too much of it. I probably already got a fucking copyright violation on YouTube, but
you get 4 seconds.
I simulcast, and I'll go through my lives and it's like ineligible copyright violations, like. But and because the AI is so good now, it's play even a portion of it and it's just automatic. It'll
But you know what's funny is that I dual stream, right? I do TikTok and the Purple app. I play music that is copyrighted on both, but yet I've never. Oh, but let me say, I bet, and since I live in the state I live, they get me for shambling.
Shambling?
Well, mix the with a G. They get real testy if I say it.
Oh, I see. I see. Like rolling the dice.
Because it's illegal in the state of Texas.
I went live for the
completely illegal?
You can't bet on sports?
You can't
Really?
do that. No, not even the app.
Land of the free, home of the beer.
Yeah, even in North Carolina, we can bet on
That's
sports.
crazy.
Yeah, and I'm from Georgia. We're allowed to. So when I came over here the first time when we were at Hood, I was like, what?
That's crazy.
There's no casinos?
Yeah,
Fine, I'll just go to Louisiana. They
I was
have
about
better
to say
food
they'll go to
anyways.
Shreveport.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of stuff there. Now,
Well,
Rando.
if you go at the bottom
north
through
of-
I-10 on
north
the
of
bottom,
Dallas.
you can go directly to New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's
there's
how
a
we
couple
came
big
from
ones
Stewart all the way
They
over
hit
here to
the-
West Texas.
They hit the Indian casinos right there on 35 inside of Oklahoma.
In Oklahoma, right
Like
there
right
on
in
the
Durant.
on the
Right
on
there,
the
like
border.
Durant.
Yeah,
The Catawba Indians are building a huge casino right next to I-85 in North Carolina. It's huge.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's almost an eyesore. It's so obnoxious.
Now, Rando, you were trying to say something. I thought. Were you trying to jump in there?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say I went live for the first time the other night. And I had I was live for 3 hours. Thank you. It was fun. I don't know if I'll do it again. Much respect to you. And I got 7 violations while I was live, all of them for static or grainy content because I didn't want to be on camera. And I just I was on my phone, so I had like a picture put up of like what I wanted to talk about with my prompts, and like basically everything you have on your screen minus you.
Right.
And they violated me over and over. And every time I appealed, I won. I was like, you should allow content like that.
There's tons of creators that do that.
And see, I get that too, but it's because they're looking at the wall behind me because there's like a textured wall in here. It drives me nuts. But they'll say that it's grainy because of that. And I use a virtual camera for TikTok. So a little bit different than Lib, but
Yeah. Well, you could do, those filters. They have those filters now. You like gingerbread men and shit like that.
I'm not going to be a gingerbread. I'll just be on camera. I'll just be on camera.
There you go. Yeah. So okay. So you've just done the one though, right? With
Yeah,
did
just
you do
the-
it
just
with
the one.
guests?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
I have experience hosting co-hosting other panels. So there's another live on here that I basically built, but I don't visit anymore. So I set up the buttons and the stickers and, pretty much ran the panel. So I had some familiarity in hosting, just not on my own account. So it started off as a waffles versus pancakes debate and very quickly spiraled into the entire history of Iran and their relationships with the other GCC states. So it ended up being really educational, and I really liked it.
Nice.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Stickers like this. You can take a picture of yourself and throw it into GPT. That's what this came from. Pretty fucking funny. Yeah, it's
I
pretty
bought
good.
mine from a friend because some of mine are animated.
Honestly, I couldn't even figure out how to turn my camera on and off and how to mute. I kept going on. I ended up leaving mute open on the phone because it shows up at the bottom. But as far as stickers, I was just trying to run the live at that point.
Right. Let me see. I have this one, which, I probably need to use more often.
Land your plane.
Shut the fuck up. It's better than shut the fuck up.
Well,
I love that.
I've noticed they don't really look at you when they're talking. They just keep running their mouth. And I'm like, hello?
I'm trying to find the damned. I had that MAGA guy. I don't know what happened to it.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, you're Bubba. Oh,
Yeah, right. And I even had
Bubba Jenkins.
the matching wife to go with him. He's like,
I
I'm a farmer.
I made fan club stickers of all the Zios for the other live.
Oh my God, Zach, were you here yesterday?
I don't need to be there. I know what Zach says.
My God.
He talks about, you should talk about his tweets, always his tweets. And then I know Connor comes here sometimes, or at least he used
I listened to little. Sorry.
Connor's the IDF guy with the
Right.
passports, the Palestinian passports with
With the blood on them. Yeah.
Yeah. These are. I'm over at this point. I'm over debating Zios. You can't have a genuine debate with them. It's almost like the hard MAGAs. You can't even try to have a debate. You're just going to end up getting triggered. So I think I'm going to go towards more educational stuff, pick a topic, present on it, and then shut it down. Maybe a little discussion, shut it down.
Yeah, they can't be talked to, especially today when they're bashing the Pope. I mean, what are you doing?
No.
Well, It's funny because they were bashing the Pope, but then they were also saying, well, maybe the picture that he posted was him emulating the Pope because he has so much respect for the Catholic Church.
No.
Man, I tell you what, they could spin anything. Just unbelievable. Hey, random observation, the new president of Hungary looks like Ivan Drago.
That's hilarious.
For those of you that know. That's an old reference. Miss Chaos, you probably don't get that one. So.
Listen, I had a Nana.
Well, let's not forget, we're being led by the breast and the brightest, aren't we?
Is that the dude in charge of the Pentagon?
The FBI.
No, that's your FBI
Crazy Eyes,
right
Cash
there.
Patel.
Who blew $250,000 flying to the Olympics so he could drink beer in the locker room with the team?
Right. Now, to be fair, I got no problem, dude, partying with them after something like that. But given all of the other shit that he does, I'm like, man, that just,
Yeah, I mean, go on your own dime, and I'm good with it.
Right.
But
fucking crazy.
I mean, he gets paid enough anyways. Why couldn't he afford a plane ticket?
Right.
Yeah, I'm surprised he wasn't in a fucking toga.
And I'm sure there's former FBI directors that looked at that and they were like, "Oh my God, what is this guy doing? He just ruined our entire image."
Yeah, I'm patriotic.
Cash Patel and Pete Hegseth both always look like they just did a hearty line of Coca-Cola.
Listen, they keep having to.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You can finish.
I was going to say, Hegseth comes out to every press conference. He looks like he just did 20 burpees and hyped himself up in the mirror. He's all sweaty and angry in every press conference. And Cash Patel looks like he hasn't closed his eyes in about 4 years.
Yeah.
I love how you give him the burpees benefit because no.
Well,
That man ain't
and then he
finishing
does a
one
whole bunch of
burpee.
poppers.
Modified burpees.
Modified.
You walk it down. You don't jump. You just walk it down.
But
That's funny.
so they keep having to watch his different speeches about different articles and because they changed the PT standard yet again and the height and weight standard again. So, and every time he watches it, you have all of these dudes just falling asleep because they do not care what he has to say. Because even
I don't think he cares what
even
he has
the
to say.
conservative service members are like, why? This doesn't make any sense. It was an even playing field, and now you're putting people at risk of getting ETS because they don't fit into your new height and weight standard, which is unreachable even with the really buff dudes. You know, like John Cena looking dudes, okay? They don't even fit into the new height and weight standard. So every time they have to watch them, they're like, are you kidding me? And half of them's like, no, I have a dentist appointment.
It's like every time they find a person of color, they try to find a way about them to get them gone, and they're like, okay, we're changing the standard.
They want all of them to look like Kid Rock and RFK Jr. with his meat and ferments diet.
Listen, you're not wrong.
Ferments, oh my God.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
He said,
I
all he
remember
eats
that.
is meat and ferments. They were like, what are you bringing to the Super Bowl party? He's like, yogurt. You have meat and ferments and you went ferments for the Super Bowl? Bro, how un-American.
Hey, I'm eating a yogurt right now.
But is all you eat meat and ferments? Because that just sounds...
He's like, I dip my hamburger patties into the ferment. Okay, that's how you eat it.
No,
Yeah, it's real manly. You're at the Super Bowl party and they say, hey, you want some wings? You go, no, can I have a yogurt?
I got yogurt.
What would have been better if he brought Go-Gurt?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to have a parfait, guys. It's okay.
A parfait?
I love parfait.
No chips and queso for me.
That's a staple in this house is parfait. Yogurt, granola, and then fruit, like a
they're great.
blackberry. It's delicious.
But espresso's
And cream
out of
of
the
wheat,
question of being masculine.
Hey.
I love espresso.
All these bigwigs can bring in their parfaits, their yogurts, their this and that, but espresso's out of the question.
Right.
Make it make sense.
God, that was back at the very beginning of the live today.
I know. I went and streamed for like 2.5 hours and came back. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Second one, if it matters any.
You're on your second one?
I say, yeah, I just made my second.
You lucky bee.
You ever had Cuban coffee?
Yes.
It's serious.
Oh,
yes.
I'm efficient. I have my 5 shots of espresso like right in the morning.
Oh my goodness, Rando.
Yeah, and I take it with my Schmatterall.
I have to go. Speaking of Schmatterall, I have to take my daughter to go get her meds, and I told them they can't do Schmatterall or Schmetterlin.
Don't let them do Schmivance either.
Well, yeah, they told me that she's not allowed to start on that because she's only 10. They have to start way lower.
I know.
And see, we've avoided this whole thing up until now because now puberty's into place and everything. I'm like, oh my God, I can't. I love you, and I have ADHD, but something's not working. You're getting in trouble more. You're not, grades are slipping, and no amount of whatever we work out in therapy is working. So,
growing
that'll
up,
be a
man,
fun, eventful day.
It's a rough one. I'm still trying to find that fucking TikTok from earlier with the guy with the douche. Oh, here it is. I think I found it. Here we go. In case you missed it, if you're trying to be manly, this is how you do it. This is so stupid.
You just make it a sticker at this point.
Here we go. Well, you got to hold on. I should make it a sticker here. I'm sorry. This fucking guy shocked me when he said what he said. Here we go.
Oh, yes.
What are you drinking? Oh, this is a medium roast with a dash of cream and one pump of butter toffee syrup. Oh, yummy. You gonna put that into a douche and squirt it up into your pussy hole, you little bitch?
I follow him, and he is hilarious because he also talks about politics stuff too at the same time, and he just rags on my. It's hilarious.
That is fucking funny.
Wow, that was pretty funny.
That was something.
Yeah, dude,
I'm assuming it was satire.
Yes, but like earlier we were talking about how it's silly to like associate, black coffee with, masculinity or whatever. And so I'm just doing a search and I come across this guy and I'm like, oh, maybe this is funny. And then he says that and I'm like, what the fuck?
That's funny. I can see that. Have you ever seen that Bullet Coffee or whatever it is?
Right.
Trump supporter coffee?
Yeah, Black Rifle. Black Rifle
yeah,
coffee.
something crazy like
I
that.
thought Black Rifle was made by Vet.
Military, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I drink Death Wish. I could never.
Isn't that from the fireman?
I just, you know what?
I don't remember. I think so.
just eat the coffee grounds. That's what real men do.
You just eat.
Look, I'm having my cup of coffee right now.
Why add water to it?
Hey, if I don't have bean water, I get yelled at for not drinking water.
There you go.
That's a great cup, dude.
Yeah, I'm telling you. So black coffee.
The flagpole. Oh, is
nice.
Yeah, flagpole right there, Mario.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
There you go.
Put you up on the.
Have you guys seen
That's awesome.
We're
I
gonna
love
show
it.
off our coffee cups.
I love it.
Oh, I don't know.
It's the
I love
dungeon
it.
is
That's
inside.
try to top this.
Try to top that. Hold on.
Yeah.
I love Mario. Don't get me
I'm
wrong.
gonna put you up on the big screen now. Here we go.
Hold on.
All right, let's see.
See if I can find it.
Well, we're gonna have a poll. Survey.
Let's see. Oh, it's backwards. Chill
Chill
the fuck
the-
out. Okay,
That's funny.
nice.
Not only do I have that one,
Oh, here we go. Nice. Goes.
and then you have to fight all of these.
Oh, goodness.
That's a ramen bowl from Naruto.
Oh my God, ramen bowls. I have a couple of those myself.
My friends think I'm crazy because this is my favorite coffee mug,
Oh, nice.
and it's
What is-
ginormous.
What does it say on it?
I love you, Schmore.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
That's funny.
Hey, I might have the winner here, at least
Oh.
for part of the crowd.
Oh, here we go.
Let me see what I can do here.
All right, we're having a coffee measuring contest. Let's go.
Have you seen that guy with the coffee cup that says big?
I
I don't know what I
swear.
can say and not
I
say energy
love
on
it.
it.
We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah,
Dang it.
that is what I am talking about. Oh boy,
Get
that's
your
what
drink.
I'm talking about.
I love it.
You're drinking smoke at the same time.
Oh
Your
my
morning,
God.
There
your
you
morning.
go.
All
Yes.
you need for the morning, guys.
Dude,
Okay?
I'm gonna be honest. I was confused as to what that.
that's
almost-
fucking
Oh, no.
awesome.
That
Yeah,
cup
it's
is
pretty,
Oh, I saw the lip of it, and I'm like, you win. Never mind.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Yeah.
anything like that. That is amazing. That's amazing.
But Lib always makes me jealous when he's drinking a NOS. So
I need to fucking quit, y'all. God.
every time you're like, can I have one, please?
It's the thing that I just can't fucking stop.
Another thing that might bug people. Why is this a thing for
What
a
is
back
it?
porch?
Pergola?
Oh, the open trellis thing.
Drives
Right.
me
Pergola.
insane.
Right. It's like you're not going to get all the rain, just most of it. Okay.
No, you still get all the rain because it's
And it creates some shade, but not mostly.
Right. And so
What,
when you
line
get
so I can get a
sunburnt,
line?
though, you look like a grilled hamburger patty.
You look like Elisa Lee's hair.
Like
My
a
mom
waffle
said-
press. Did you fall into a waffle press? No. I was outside on the back porch.
It makes my mom so extremely angry because it's pointless in her brain. You know, she was raised military bred. Everything has to have a purpose in order to exist in her world. So she's like, break it, accidentally break it, knock it down, burn it. I'm like, Mom, calm down. I can't set arson to federal property. That's not going to go well at all.
That's crazy.
Hey, and earlier we were talking about all this Booger Sugar and all these guys and their hype. It was Marco Rubio a few weeks ago, right? That had that little fucking nummy fit at the podium. Do you guys all remember that?
What happened?
No.
Oh, dude, I'd have to try to look. It's been a couple weeks, but I think it was Marco Rubio he was speaking at a podium, dude, and all of a sudden, like, he's doing the nummy thing with his tongue in his mouth and having to drink water, and he's acting out, saying a bunch of stupid shit like he just did a fatty.
Well, people have been catching Jelly Roll, been doing that too with the mouth movement thing. And I'm like, I don't know if that's like a tick that he just can't get it away or if he actually still is. But it's you can tell who has done what just off of mouth gestures.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the dude shit was saying was even like he was high, bro. Like it was nonsensical. Like I was like, holy shit, this is blatant. Like he just did a fatty of some good shit. Like, his whole face. His whole face was numb, dude.
Here we go.
He could barely fucking.
All right, won't let me play. Here we go.
Today.
Oh, there you go.
You were introducing yourself.
Right off the rip with the nose.
Definitely not. Vladimir Putin.
What are you doing here?
Nick Schifrin, PBS NewsHour. Vladimir Putin had his own end-of-year press conference today.
Oh, he's trying to step on my message.
Yeah. His went, I think, 4 hours, so we got at least 3 hours.
Look, he's high as fuck.
And he said he was.
He's got cotton mouth.
I bet you he didn't do it in Spanish.
He did not.
All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. He said he was willing to end the war in Ukraine based on principles he had outlined last summer, and that included a complete Ukrainian withdrawal from 4 regions, most of which are not occupied.
He can't even think straight.
Look at occupied Russian territory in Ukraine and the complete lifting of
Watch his eyes. One of them starts drooping.
Look, he's so high, dude.
You've been having. So, do you think Putin is serious about peace, and is the U.S. willing to recognize occupied Russian territory in Ukraine?
Look, I think ultimately there is what people say, and I'm not claiming that that's not his position. I'm just saying there's what people say, and then
You can hear it in his mouth, the dry mouth.
To finding peace here on the basis simply of what people are saying. We're going to base it on what people are willing to agree to, what countries are willing to agree to. Our role is very simple. We try to understand what the Russian position, how much can they give, and what do they have to have. We understand the Ukrainian position, and we try to find whether those two things can overlap. Maybe that happens this week.
Watch his smile line.
Maybe that's not ready for a few months. That's not up to us. That's up to the two sides. In the end, it's up to them.
I'm trying to see his
We can't
pupils.
force Ukraine to make a deal.
They look tiny.
Yeah, it's mainly that intro, bro. That's all I really saw and paid attention to.
Whether there's any overlap.
Yeah, his pupils are tiny. Teeny,
Dude,
teeny,
he's
tiny.
so fucking geeked, dog. He's so geeked.
Even his ears are turning red from getting hot.
Let me see if I can't speed this up here.
And I think right before that, it showed like him rubbing his mouth almost. I don't know. It was just totally a fucking.
Yeah, no, right at the beginning, he's like.
It made me twinge, dude. I was like, oh, I could use one of those right now. Like, what's up? Like, what the fuck, dude? So,
I need to do a video about that.
Yeah, it was an inch. I wasn't sure if anybody had seen that. I saw it and was like, I was shocked, dude, because I've been there, done that. You know what I'm saying, right? And I was like, oh my god,
Oh,
like you
here's
did that
this.
before a fucking national press conference, dude.
A reminder that Marco Rubio's brother-in-law was a prolific cocaine trafficker.
Boom.
Oops.
He's getting the good shit.
Yeah, a Cuban immigrant was arrested and convicted of distributing $15 million worth of cocaine as part of a major drug ring operation in South Florida. Let's see, Cowboy era. Orlando Cecilia played a major role. Wow. Juan Erles Gonzalez, a 56-year-old Cuban who served 18 months. Wow. Who's his brother? When Rubio was 16, Cecilia, who was married to Rubio's older sister, Barbara, was arrested on federal drug charges for dealing cocaine. There you go. Well, he's still dealing, apparently. That's why
I just thought it was funny. You guys started talking about it, and I had seen that, like I said, a couple of weeks ago, and you could tell it's not edited. And I was like, damn, dude's on one right there. I mean, just blatant, brother. Just
the only thing that your coffee cup needs now is a pull-out drawer with a mirror in it, right?
Meanwhile, I get nervous if I'm even a little bit
I have a
under
bullet for
even.
that.
I can honestly say I've never done any rugs like that aside from, what grows out of the ground and everybody knows about. I've never done anything else. Fingers crossed.
See, when my age group, I'm just going to put it that way. My age group, after we graduated and got out of high school, we did raves a lot. Like, that was my age group's whole thing. We went to raves. So, yeah, some M was, and some E.
M&E.
Everywhere. M&E, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We did a B&E to find the M&E, right?
B&E. I guess.
You got to do what you got to do, okay? When it's a rave.
But I did
goes.
that crap once, and I'm not really a lovey person. But since it made me lovey, absolutely not. I will not do that again. No. Absolutely not.
Okay, maybe that's my next lipstick video. Maybe should be with that that name. This begins with an M. And it'll be like, oh, Deba.
In a purple shade.
In a purple shade.
Purple, like a bright Kesha purple.
I'm like, oh, it feels so good. Can you feel that? I don't know. I have no idea what that would be like, but
So guys, if nobody does know, that reaction that he had is what happens after you do a fat line, dude, of a good rail.
Oh,
of the Colombian. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, it numbs your whole. Oh, dude. Well, it numbs your mouth.
He's like, is my lip still there? Yeah,
yes,
it's still there.
Yes.
He's like,
and you can tell when he's all jittered.
That's funny.
He's all jittered, dude. Like it's hey. It's totally like legit. That's anybody that's ever would tell you that's spot on. Like cottonmouth, you get it. It's a cottonmouth. Come here, baby. Come here.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a side effect of the
what's
special
funny
sugar.
That when we first moved here, right, my mom was worried because we're next to Juarez, right? She's all worried. But it's funny you say that because a lot of people would think it's a immigrant problem, right? They're the ones doing it. They're the ones over here, this, that, and the third, creating chaos. No, it's the white ones. So, she was 7, almost 8. She saw somebody doing the H-lean outside of a gas station.
Right, like the nods and shit.
Yeah, like he was trying to put on a shirt, but just kept leaning backwards.
Oh, got a notification real quick. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. I got it. Go ahead. I'll read it here.
Oh no, you're fine. But it's like even kids nowadays know what that looked like. Like they're all almost desensitized to what it looks like. Because now my daughter's like, oh, if somebody looks a certain way and they act a certain way, she'd be like, I'm not going near that person. No, thank you.
I think
But the fact that she's 10 and knows what that is, that's just people not giving a crap anymore.
We got to remember not to necessarily blame other countries for supply.
Exactly.
I mean, if there was no demand for it, you know what I mean, there would be no business for it.
And the people with money are the ones demanding that shit most of the time.
Exactly.
I mean,
good or bad.
Well, no, what's funny is that's why I think El Paso is like a great example of that, because it's not the minority groups that are doing it blatantly and using up. No, it's the white people. So if people would just come to a border town, they would understand, no, it's not the Mexicans or anybody else of that nature. No, that's strictly us.
Yeah, so false alarm. The thing that I saw was the FBI, U.S. on high alert for terror attacks as Trump's war hits home, and then it lists like that one guy that had gotten the pew and was gonna go and unalive people. This is the same shit they did leading into the Iraq War. The fucking the changing of the color. Oh, we're in orange warning. I remember that shit. They got pen bombs and shit talking about exploding items. You remember that shit? It was every fucking day you heard some, be afraid. And so now I guess
here I hear different things, but it's basically like the same thing. Mm-hmm. They just lock the base down. And like I said, with that one entitled or a couple entitled people who think they're entitled to come on base without, any certification or your pass just because they feel entitled to our military now is wild. So the phase that goes through, everybody gets a text message. So whenever y'all hear about all that, I've probably heard it the day before, maybe, or 24 hours beforehand, because my husband's phone's going off. I'm like, oh, great, here we go. Sure enough, y'all are talking about it the next day in the live, and I'm like, yeah.
It's a constant state of fear they try to keep you in. Like right here, Altman Molotov attack suspect had an anti-AI doc that listed off the names of other CEOs and investors. Daniel Moreno Gama is facing federal charges for attacking Sam Altman's home with explosives. Authorities say Moreno mentioned other AI executives in his anti-AI manifesto. Also attempted to set fire at OpenAI's headquarters in San Francisco. The man is accused of tossing a Molotov cocktail at Sam Altman's house. That Sam Altman is a worthless piece of absolute shit. That dude is a piece of trash. If you guys he got ousted at one point by the board because he had plans in place to use countries and pit them against each other. Sorry, Dr. Am. He had to pit countries against each other to the benefit of the company. There were documents, internal documents, that this motherfucker was putting out there to do that. Starting wars or whatever to benefit him. These people are fucking sick. And so, I guess good on fucking Daniel for that shit. That's patriotism right there. Oh, what's up,
And
Tish?
if they're worried about people, attacking the AI places, they're trying to build one here in El Paso on Post, but that got shut down. I'm like, you're trying to put an AI place that uses water in a place that is already struggling with water.
Right.
Because, let's face it, I'm in the desert. But, and they already have sinkholes happening and all this other stuff. And I'm like, why would you even want to put that here?
Crazy.
So it's just, their placing of these AI places is not thought out through. They're just looking for places that hardly anybody goes to or knows about.
Well, they want to put them every fucking where so they have redundancies for shit like when that guy tried to set the fire, when Iran is busting up their shit over there in the Middle East, like cloud backups. They have multiple, redundancies. But these people are gross. Like Altman, for example, he lied to everybody. He lied to all the investors. He had, he tricked Elon Musk. That's pretty impressive to be able to trick Elon Musk. Lying to him about it needs to be to the benefit of humanity. Total lie. Guy didn't give two shits. So that, I don't know. These AI people gotta fucking go. Now, the guy that put this forward to the board that ended up getting him gone from OpenAI, Sam Altman was kicked out of OpenAI for about 5 days. He's now the CEO of Anthropic. And Anthropic is the one that told the Pentagon to go fuck itself. So some of them aren't as bad, but I don't know. When you have that much power and control, it's a fucking problem. And so some crazy.
Well, yeah, because how else are they going to use their chat GBT to answer questions in a debate? Because they can't use their own brain. But I digress. We should have a, what is it? A mental scan for people who want to get into office. Yeah, just to get in office, make sure all your things in your brain are clicking, make sure you ain't got no screws loose.
Oh, right.
Or completely missing.
Hey, Trump aced it, yeah. Cat, dog, woman, airplane.
My butt.
He still to this day remembered. I don't remember what the words. You remember that shit again? What a joke. Man's a joke.
That fucking guy.
Oh, you talking about that one word he can't say?
No,
it was acetaminophen.
Well, the list. No. The list of words that he had, the cognitive test that he took. Let's see. What were the words Trump repeated?
A donkey, an elephant, and a giraffe or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, he says, let's see. Person, woman, man, camera, TV.
And he couldn't say none of that?
No, he said them. He just kept like repeating them. And even like months after he initially said that on TV, because he was boasting about how he passed his cognitive test with flying colors. And he is like, oh, they did things like, person, woman, camera, man, TV.
They gave him a 5-year-old wellness checkup. That's what that was. Because that's exactly what they did to my daughter. You gave him a toddler's.
What they do is like they'll pause like in between like words. Like for example, it's like, okay, what's the first word? And then there'll be like a delay. What's the second word? But I think a lot of these tests are usually 3 words, not 5. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, to boast about it, I don't know.
Weird.
You know what's going to be interesting? It's going to be interesting next political cycle if there's no Trump handpicked.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Did you get a call?
Yeah, I got a call. One second.
Right.
What's going to be interesting is that if there's like if there's no like Trump or JD Vance or like Rubio in the midst, like what are the conversations going to be like? Because I think everyone has seen all the radical, like all like the extremes. So
Are you smarter than a 5th grader?
Are they going to be numb to it all? It's like, I guess, it's not like Trump. Well, it's not like Trump, I don't know.
Well,
People are going to compare and contrast that so much. Be like, oh, well, is he better cognitive than Trump was? It's going to be a rolling thing.
Yeah, that post wasn't that bad compared to Trump.
Well, and I was going to say is I think with America, right, because we have to own this shit as a whole, right, whether we like it or not. America, we have to own that the bar now for the political bar now for any position from governor, from the bottom to the top is so low now, right?
It's below the basement at this point.
Look what and the precedents that these guys are setting. Like, look, you can be an idiot and get away with it and with whatever the fuck you want, right? So we not only is he fucking shit up, but like this is like for the future, right? Looking towards our future. Like he is kind of this whole administration has really fucked things up because we've allowed it. You know what I mean? And now the next person is going to think they can get away with whatever, say whatever they want, tweet whatever they want, bomb whoever they want, put hands on whoever they want, and they'll be able to get away with it because of who their idol was right now. You know what I mean? And I think that it's going to be, it's going to take a few years. Someone, I think on this live said a couple of days ago, some of this shit's going to take fucking years and years to try to get back to a proper, respectful, working government, to build our allies and our relationships back with other countries, right? Because of course they hate Trump, but half of America supported this motherfucker. So it's going to take time, so everything he's doing has really fucked up a lot of these future administrations and these future and the future of our kids and what we're going to have to continue to deal with and recover from.
Sorry, I was doing something. I mean,
you're right, because it's going to take forever. Because it's easier to change legislation than it is to change mental mindset. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like
even though it takes forever to change legislation, it's going to take even longer for that.
Yeah, because how do you change the cultural mindset of people? And it takes a long time, obviously, but Can legislation do that? Or does that just piss people off? You know, and become rebellious.
I think
to
that's
it?
just gonna piss people off.
Yeah, so
Well,
it's almost like
it's gonna make the
branding.
right ones happy and the wrong ones mad.
Okay, so I've been thinking about it. Like I said earlier, man, I'm in this race club, right? And when you start looking at some of these racing things, like there was some big shit back in NASCAR. I forget the guy's name right now, but like rule books are essentially made from people breaking the rules and edging the rules, right? So if you're in as building this race truck, I've got rules to stand by, right? Well, they tell me what I can't do. They didn't say everything that I can do, or, and so I look in there. If it doesn't say in black and white that I can't do it, well, then I pretty much can do it. And then I'll race this year, and someone will catch it and say, hey, man, that's not fair. You can't do that. And be like, oh, okay, you caught me. Now it goes in the rule book, but I got away with it, right? So that's kind of how I'm seeing this going down, is we're seeing a bunch of shit, and we're going to, question it, but we're going to try to make rules now to limit some of these things that are happening. Like who can, Trump has put his fucking...
This is weird. Live restricted for some audiences. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason, harassment, and bullying. What?
What in the world? Is it me?
No. It says...
No?
It's me.
Oh, wow.
So I guess somebody is sitting in there like reporting because I don't hell, I hadn't spoken in fucking.
We haven't even talked about anybody.
It's so
like that.
weird. It is interesting though because there are, well, I won't say that out loud, but let me try something here. Let me do this. Let me do that. Okay. Yeah, because there's somebody in here that's been watching for almost 5 hours and not a single like or a comment. Following me for almost a year.
That's fishy.
That would align with the whole mod situation if they've been
right. And when
a year.
when I posted in the chat, I tagged this person and I asked them, "Can you help with the likes?" Right after that, I get the violation.
I was wondering about that. I saw that.
So
I saw that comment.
Yeah, sorry, Malls. If that ain't you, my bad. But if you're gonna, I mean, I don't know what to do. Like, this is a stalker.
You got a number one fan,
right? Yeah.
Well, I've listened from the pocket from before. You know what I mean? Put the phone in my pocket and been working and listened. But I mean, I pull it out once in a while and hit the.
And see, that's that makes sense to me. Sure, but 5 hours, never once.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking
That's
at
too
like.
much. No
I mean,
comment,
I even
no like.
left for
Without
2.5 and came back.
Yeah, without a comment or a like, and I don't mean to like call the person out because I don't want anybody to like go to their profile and like fuck with them. I just. I don't trust a lot of people anymore. When I see this shit, yeah, Bunny says that's what I do too. But I know you're not like you still, because I can click on you and you've got over 1,000 likes. I don't think I've ever clicked on your profile and there've been 0 likes. It's just I don't know. Is that weird? Do you think it's fair to look at that as if it's a little?
I mean, I have.
Suspicious?
Sometimes I'll have people in either one or both that will just sit there and watch me play. That's it.
Right.
They don't want to interact. They don't want to have a conversation. They just want some background noise.
And that's
but in your
fine.
situation, it's weird.
Well, and sometimes I've been known to do it. If like there's somebody that I follow that doesn't have many people in their life, I might jump in just to try to help draw some attention. You know what I mean? But again, when you do that, you interact to help boost that. So I don't know why you wouldn't try to.
Not even a share lib.
No, it didn't say whether there was a share or not. I don't think it showed that. I mean, everything was zero. Everything was zero. But I mean, it's not too common. Usually there's 10 or 15 likes or something on it. But I don't know. Maybe they can reach out to me if and they're like, just whatever. I don't know. I hate being that way, but at the same time, in order for somebody to report, they have to actually be in the live. Like, they can't just from the outside report you. And so, they'll sit in here, watch the entire fucking live and do nothing. I don't know.
But they can go to your profile and do it through that way too.
Oh, you mean just like report my account? But that would be different than the live.
No, they can report the live through your profile picture or through your profile.
Can you?
Yes.
Report.
I've had to do that with some really nasty people.
So you can report the live on somebody's account.
Yes, because all you have to do is click other and then put in there for your reasoning.
Oh, but that's
this person's live contained da-da-da.
Let me see. Let me report myself here. Report account, report content. It's account or content. Okay, report a live session.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it says right here, report a live session. Go to the live you'd like to report, tap the share icon, tap report. So you have to go into the live.
It wasn't there when I had to do it. Maybe with this new update, they put that on there.
Yeah, go to the live. So I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know, the amount of time and energy that some of these people put into like everything that I say. It's creepy. It's creepier
you don't
than
ever
my
say
lipstick
anything
video.
wrong though.
Right? But if there's
because you lit people up who argue in good faith. Now, if they get loud and nasty, that's them getting loud and nasty, and you'll do it back. But that's just how interactions work on TikTok now. But you always let people come up, whether they're right or wrong. You don't specifically yell at them if they haven't yelled at you. Now, there are some people I wish you wouldn't let up here, but I digress. I forget their names, so don't ask. But I know you like to talk to people and get them to see a point rather than just arguing back and forth and getting nowhere. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and to the people that are like concerned about that, that is not the only reason. I won't divulge the other reason. That's not the only reason that person got a side eye from me. That in and of itself is it proves nothing. It just proves that somebody's either busy or whatever. So if you're concerned about that, don't worry. And Susie, I appreciate it either way. But there were other factors that I'll keep to myself because they generally do this, the people that come in to do that stuff, and I don't want to divulge that because if they come in here and they want to like creep on me and they're liking and commenting, that's fine.
Yeah, the interaction.
Like that's fine,
yeah,
right?
Fucking A.
Yeah. If you're gonna creep on me, just fucking
Well, and one of the main things of this fucking this panel, right? Your live is for opposition, right? I mean, it's for talk, but you're looking for some ops to come up and see what their fucking spiel is, right? And what they got to say.
And much as I don't like the person that Rah put, I think they bring a lot of attention to Libs Live. So to me, also who streams and is looking for a way to get views, not necessarily like how these people are treating Lib because of whatever, but if we're sitting there having a discussion with him, more people are going to come in whether they're opposition or not. Because they want to know, what are they actually talking about? Why is their voice raised?
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, I know that my show doesn't suck.
No.
So what we're seeing, this 18 viewers it's just crazy. Yeah, I know.
Because even some of my baby bats have come in here, liked a couple of times, and they'll listen to you, and they're like, Chaos, how do you listen to him? I was like, I think half the stuff that he says is hilarious whenever he starts firing back at the ones that are yelling.
Yeah.
So
I mean, either way, maybe I'll just turn my live into a makeup content.
Oh my
I can
goodness.
sell makeup. You know,
TikTok
that's
shop.
always an option, right?
You can always have the little yellow cart down there at the bottom, full of all the lip shades that TikTok offers, and you can test them out and see which one's gonna piss MAGA off the most.
Right.
I think a striking red lip would be wonderful. Or heck, I'll let you borrow my black one that I haven't used yet.
Hey, so there's this chick on TikTok, dude, and I'm sure she's got other platforms. Her name's Patagonia. So I don't know if you guys have heard of her, dude. And she's trans or whatever, but like, dude, she puts some of the best content, like dogging this, like one of them I saw, I mean, it's been a little while, but she's out there doing pull-ups while she does her whole video, and she's talking shit about Pete Hegseth and he can't do pull-ups and shit. She dogs him out, dude. Like, it's great. Y'all should check her out, dude.
You said Patagonia?
Uh-huh.
When does that person go live?
I've only seen her videos. You know what I mean? I haven't seen the live from her.
Yeah, like Jeffree Star. My wife used to watch Jeffree Star until the Charlie Kirk thing happened, and then Jeffree Star was like, I'm a dick. Look at
Jeffree
me.
Star has been that way for a long time, since Warped Tour was created. He has always been a racist, bigoted piece of crap. Always. And he wants to blame everything that he does on trauma. Oh, well, people did this to me. Okay, well, that doesn't give you a reason to be a shitty person and to be racist.
Yeah, and here I am feeling bad because I may inadvertently block somebody that isn't doing something wrong. And that's how I am. And people, he's so dangerous. They're still doing videos, for the record.
Empathy goes a long way. They're still doing videos about you? Oh, my God.
Just 2-3 days ago.
What did you say that they
videos.
disagreed with?
Oh, I didn't watch the fucking videos.
Let me guess, you breathed. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Tim's breathing.
Somebody told me about it, and I'm like, I don't even fucking pay attention to that shit, because that lady had stalked me in Dylan's live. Was like, oh, Dylan, I got a story to tell you. And I'm like, that's the bitch right there, Dylan, that I was telling you about. And I said her name, and then dealt with that, I guess, and then I guess that pissed them off. And so they did a couple of videos.
Heaven forbid you have boundaries in your circle of people.
Yeah, it's like, stalk me.
But also, he went through a similar situation with some of the same people. So you going into his live to talk about Lib is not going to be conducive to you. It's going to make you look like an idiot.
Yeah, well, either way, I don't care. These people are crazy. I'll just keep going, because the people, quality versus quantity, guys. The people that I've hung around here are fucking awesome, and they're the people I'd rather be around anyway.
And I still keep my follow.
They can go attack each other and backbite and do all that fucking nonsense. That's what they do. So.
And I still keep my follow on some people just so I can see what they're talking about, in case I have to screen record and send it to you. But that's if I come across their live. Half the time it's Fortnite. So.
Yeah, well, that person had offered to send me a clip of it. I'm like, dude, I don't I already know what the person says.
It would have to be something severely egregious for me to even take the time to pull down my screen record. Like they would literally have to be sending you D threats, okay? For me to even be like, oh, well, here, Lib, here you go. Here's your proof. But I'm going to go get Gremlins. And then I got to go to Wally World.
Oh, thank you, Jay Girl. Yeah, I was about to jump off anyway. Been live for almost 6 hours now. And it's time to jump ship. But thank you, Jay Girl. I appreciate it. And thank you, Paul. Jay Girl, did you just get in here? You've been in here for a minute, haven't you? I was just asking because I feel bad to shut it down right after Jay Girl sends those gifts.
All right. Well, love y'all. Have a good day. Remember, drink water. Don't punch anybody in the face.
All right, we'll see you. Oh, Zaffron. Hey, you overshot the return time by a few hours, but what's up, man?
What's going on? You looks like somebody you want to be famous, but you're not going to be famous guy, aren't you?
Okay.
Oh, he's famous. What's going on?
So, what's going on? I'm just say thank you to your beautiful president of the United States of America, Donald Trump. We love him so much. And
well, you got your knee pads on, right? You go ahead and say your thanks.
Sir, he's our angel.
Yourself.
He's the
a
Jewish
video that
savior.
nobody cares about.
He's a Jewish savior.
Is this somebody that'll be famous, Zaffron?
I'm telling you.
Do you think that's the guy right there?
No,
Is that a
not the
famous
guy.
person?
No, I don't know the guy. I know
So,
Donald Trump.
do you got something good to say, brother? Besides,
So,
like,
yeah, you
how
love Trump.
It's not
You
enough
love Trump.
To, it's not
You love
enough to
Trump.
say good
Why
things for
do
the
you like
president.
him? Okay, why do you like him? What's up? What's up?
Because he really makes some moves to save the Israelis and the Jewish state. We are only 15 million people in the world, a very tiny country of 800 kilometers from the north to the south. Very tiny country. We passed the Shmolikost. Tonight is the Shmolikost evening of our Jewish community.
Okay.
And I understand you don't fucking care because, you know, as an American, you unalive a lot of black people. You unalive
Oh, there's nothing.
Nagasaki and Hiroshima, 400,000 people. You sit
There's nothing
down
funny
and you
about
think
that,
that
bro.
you are the Caesar. You think that you are the Caesar.
What about
but
scissoring? Scissoring?
Yeah,
Do what?
That's what you think you are.
You think we're what
You are-
now?
You
I
are
thought you were
the
just
boss.
pro-America, bro. I thought you were
I'm
just
a pro-American. I'm a pro-American.
Okay,
I'm not a
okay,
pro. I'm not a
okay.
pro-Democrat. I'm not a
Well,
pro.
Are you from?
People who want to
Are you?
hurt
Are
the
you
Jewish
from? Are you from Israel?
Of course, I'm in Israel.
You are in Israel. Well, you guys are liberal there, right?
Of course.
Very
It's a
left
free
wing.
country.
Yet, when it comes to America, you don't like liberals. You like the people
No,
that
not because I don't like
disagree
liberals.
with your culture.
No, it's not because I don't like liberals.
It's
I
because you got
respect all
control.
Americans. I
Okay,
have a
so
problem.
do you agree with trans rights? Do trans people have rights?
Yes, yes. I
Okay,
have no
guess
problem
which
with the Democrats.
guess which party in this country agrees with trans rights?
I have no problem with any
Guess which,
political.
guess which party in this country
I have
is
a
in favor of
problem
trans
with
rights?
the Barack Hussein Obama.
Yes,
who
I get it.
tried
You
to
don't like
destroy
black people.
Israel,
I get it. You
that
don't like
you
black people.
supported him.
You don't like black
guys,
people. That's fine. That's
What?
fine. We get racist up here all the time.
What I don't like? What?
Yeah. You don't like black people. That's fine.
Black people. I'm a black people, ya hamar.
You don't like yourself?
I'm a fucking black guy.
Turn your camera on.
Let me show you. Let me fuck off. You see how you sit down there? You're nothing. No brain. No. Seriously? Let me show you.
No brain. You're the one who.
Let me show you that you are nothing. That
You're
you are blah
promoting Trump,
blah.
dog.
That's why you have 18 people in this fucking panel. Let me show you why.
Well, you're here
Let me
with
open
us,
it.
dude.
1 second. 1 second. Do you know this? Do you know this flag?
Well, look. Put your
I see
just
a
put
star,
your
yeah.
put your knee on
Do
the
you know
camera.
this flag?
Put
It's
your
not a
toe.
star. Do you know
just
this
a
flag?
big
Yes
toe.
or no?
Yes, that's the synagogue of Satan symbol. I got you.
No. You see, you're stupid. I told you you're stupid.
Yep. Well, who's stupid? The person that said that I will show
I told you,
you.
you fucking
when
stupid. This is not
I asked you to
Magen
put
David of
yourself
the
on
Jewish.
camera. You claim that you're black, so please.
Let me show you. I'm a black guy. Let me show you.
Show me your kneecap.
Asshole.
Just show
You
me
see
your
this?
kneecap.
Do you see this?
Show me your kneecap.
This is a Muslim country.
Okay.
You see this? You see that? You see the flag there, the red one with the star?
I'm asking about you. I don't care about your country.
Let me educate you. Let me show you that you are sitting down.
Bro,
with a
you ain't
fucking
black.
panel with nothing.
Bro, you're not black. Stop saying you're black.
I'm not black.
No. Show us.
In Africa, you have also. Let me
Show
ask
us.
you. In Africa,
Show
let
us.
me ask you a question. I'll show you.
How
in
much
Africa,
melanin
there is a
do
white.
you have
There
in
is
your
a white.
skin?
I ask you. Oh, it's the skin issue. You fucking racist Schmittler Yazi. You fucking Schmittler.
Okay. When I said black, what do you think that meant?
Black, it's mean that Africa.
No,
there
that
are
is not.
black and
That's
white
racist.
People.
That's racist.
Shut
what you
the
just
fuck
said,
up. You're racist.
What you just
You're
said
racist.
is racist
I'm
as
a
fuck.
black guy.
Okay. Show us the melanin in your skin, Zaffron.
I am.
Show us the melanin in your skin. You claimed that you were a black guy. Prove it. Oh, did you see that?
Like a white
Did
hand.
you? That's a white motherfucker right there. Did you? I called that one racist.
Yeah.
Bitch.
That's
This
a
dude's
tan
just
hand,
straight
brother.
up racist.
This is white, you
tan
piece of
hand.
shit.
Yeah,
This
you're
is
white.
white.
You're European. That's
And
right.
this is what?
You're a
and this is
synagogue
what?
of Satan. That's right.
And this is what, you piece of shit, you
Yeah, just like,
Schmittler-Yazi.
that's why you hate Barack
You
Obama.
fucking triple K.
Okay.
Are you a fucking triple K? Aren't you?
Okay. I'm done with that. Look at that. This guy said he
Yeah.
was black. This is a
Yeah.
white dude claiming that he's black, and I ain't got time for that shit, that racist ass shit. I don't like Barack Obama.
He supports Trump because they're backing up Israel.
Right.
Yeah.
Israel, because he's willing to unalive our soldiers on behalf of Israel. That's why Israel is foregoing their entire belief system, which is rights for everybody, because in their country, trans people have rights, gay people have rights. They're very pro-liberal. They're very progressive over there. But when it comes to our country, all that progression goes away. They hate the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party won't fucking roll over for them, except for the ones that they, convinced to do otherwise. Fucking crazy. These people are nuts. This white dude telling us with a straight face that he's black, then trying to act like, oh, you said black, so he means Africa. This is an African country. The fuck? As if these colonizers haven't fucking colonized every fucking thing, including Africa. Crazy.
And he said he's in Israel trying to claim it's an African country.
Right. Well, I mean, it's Swana. It's, Southwest Asia, North Africa. But, they're like, oh, I'm black. Because that's like Elon Musk claiming I'm black because I was born in South Africa. Like, what? Doesn't even make any sense. Anyway, I'll have to clip that shit. Like, this is what these people from this country do. They're liars, they're cheats, they're deceivers, whatever. I'm done supporting that shit in any way whatsoever. Fucking nuts. All right, I'm going to go ahead and shut her down, man. I appreciate you being on for Manly Monday. Thanks a lot, Hooligan, for hanging out with us all day.
Brother.
And to everybody in the comments, thank you so much for still supporting the live. We'll get through all this shit together. I appreciate it. And Malls, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. It is what it is. All right, we'll catch y'all next time. Peace.
Later on.